So, the people I have told you about are alive after all. Are they not?
Playwright, short story writer, and physician Anton Pavlovich Chekhov was born in 1860 in Taganrog within the Russian Empire. Unlike many other writers and theatrical peers of his generation, Chekhov came from neither nobility nor wealth. Chekhov was, in fact, lucky to be born into freedom at all, as the grandson of a serf who had purchased his family's liberation a mere 20 years before, at the price of 500 rubles per head. Chekhov and his largely Ukrainian family grew up surrounded by the poverty and abuse brought on by the rapidly shifting politics and culture of Russia, as well as a negligent father who would flee to Moscow in order to avoid debtor's prison. This left a 16-year-old Chekhov behind to sell off his family's belongings and pay off the debts. So he did, while funding his own education, as he took over his father's responsibilities for his family. In 1882, at the age of 22, he would publish his earliest writings, sketches and vignettes, to various newspapers in order to bring in extra income for his family. In 1884, Chekhov at last qualified as a physician, though he still struggled to bring in money as he treated the poor without any charge. In 1886, his fits of coughing up blood became bad enough that he recognized he had tuberculosis, though he wouldn't tell anyone in his life about this for years. In 1888, he released his first work to win publication in a proper literary journal, a novella about a young boy discovering the arid beauty, exhausting dreariness, and deceptive diversity of the Eurasian steppe on his way to study in the big city, which was titled, simply, The Steppe. In 1889, his younger brother died of the same disease which Chekhov himself had. Still, he continued writing, pouring his experiences with the hellish poverty he'd seen as a physician into his work, and, ironically, bringing in more and more money in the process. This dichotomy between his dual lives as an impoverished doctor and celebrated writer would define much of his life and work. No matter how successful he became as a writer, and no matter how overworked he was as a physician, he would always come back to both passions. As Chekhov himself put it in a letter to a friend,
I feel more confident and more satisfied with myself when I reflect that I have two professions and not one. Medicine is my lawful wife, and literature is my mistress.
It wasn't long before Chekhov had become a very prolific and well-regarded short story writer, penning over 500 stories in his time while acquiring fans of staggering fame and historical importance. Leo Tolstoy, Maxim Gorky, and Vladimir Nemirovich Danchenko were all close personal friends. Whenever someone would cast doubt on whether or not the state of Russia in the 1880s was truly that bad, anarchist theorist Peter Kropotkin of BreadTube fame would respond by telling them to, quote, read only Chekhov's novels. One particular reader is quoted as claiming that the short story, Ward No. 6, made him a revolutionary, proclaiming upon finishing it that, I absolutely had the feeling that I was shut up in Ward 6 myself. The reader in question was Vladimir Lenin. No shit. Chekhov had also earned a hater for life in Ernest Hemingway, who talked mad trash. No shit. Theater, however, continued to elude him, as Chekhov produced a series of one-act farces to modest success, yet never finding great acclaim. In time, he'd end up stepping away from the stage entirely to focus on his much more profitable and respected short stories. In 1895, however, he found himself compelled to pen a script which he, and he alone, felt was a comedy, titled The Seagull. It is a story of artists, both men and women, either struggling to come of age due to their lofty creative ideals, or already aged and fearful that their artistic work was for nothing. It is the quintessential story of self-destructive artists in love, both with each other and their chosen pursuits. Idealistic loves, which leave them in ruin, as time, reality, and tragedy slowly but surely catches up to all. The Seagull is a story largely bereft of the action or exaggerated theatricality, which was so often taken for granted within drama at the time, opting instead to express its most deeply felt emotions through subtext, through the unstated implications, the quiet, meaningful gaps in our speech, which so often drive real-life conversation. Naturalist conversation with grounded, relatable motivations were prioritized in ways rarely seen before. A collection of the most tender, intimate moments between people, portrayed as realistically as possible. This led to what the lead actor, Vercephalad Meyerhold, called a theater of mood, a kind of theater which sought to emotionally absorb its audience into an atmosphere. A powerful, haunting tone which would immerse the viewer to such an extent that they may even forget that it isn't real, if you can imagine. As ever, what we take for granted as common sense today was, at one time, revolutionary. There is a strong case that it is the most important play in modern history. It has stiff competition, to be sure, but it is in the running. As we'll see, it is a relatively simple matter to draw a straight line from The Seagull to the advent of the director as a common position within creative productions, to the creation of stage techniques designed to alienate and estrange the audience, to the development of theatrical socialist realism, which Chekhov's plays would in part serve as the foundation of, and the emergence of Russia as not just a literary cultural force, but a theatrical one as well. So, set against this backdrop of artistic anxiety and experimentation, it is perhaps to be expected that when this play premiered at the Alexandrinsky Theater in St. Petersburg in 1896, it was greeted by a chorus of boos from the audience. By the midpoint of the play, the crowd had become so hostile that the experienced lead actress lost her voice in fear. Chekhov cowered backstage. The day after, Anton Chekhov wrote in a letter to a friend,
Stop the printing of the plays. I shall never forget yesterday evening. I am not going to produce the play in Moscow. I shall never either write plays or have them acted.
Thus Chekhov left the theater again and retreated once more to familiarity. The stress of the failure would haunt him so deeply that many would independently point to it as the moment his tuberculosis began to worsen. And yet, a creative seed had already been planted, and not even Chekhov would be able to keep it from blooming.
No, ever since I've been here, I've kept walking about. I've kept walking about. I've kept thinking, and I've kept thinking, and I keep feeling that my soul grew stronger with every day, Kostya. Yes, and now I know. I understand that in our work, writing or acting, what matters, it's not the fame. It's not the glory. It's not what I used to dream about. It's how to endure. How to bear one's cross and have faith. I have faith. It all doesn't hurt so much. And when I think of my calling, I'm not afraid of life.
Man, what a gift. This gun's really cool. The craftsmanship on it's just absolutely immaculate. Thing's definitely a Frank Marlin original.
Hey-ho! Ruby! That thing's loaded with blanks, right?
I mean, well, you know, like, oh shit, we're on! Bart, get the lights!
Roger!
Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between and outside. Welcome back. Art has been murdered by tech bros, alchemized and transmuted into an unholy chimera of product and commercially acceptable self-expression, which we sexlessly call content. That is what you are now watching. Hi, hello, how are you? Thank you for joining us. My name is Ruby Seals, and we are gathered here tonight to witness a unique kind of surgical theater. But first, I have a very important personal announcement to make. Ahem. I think Pathologic has officially ruined my brain beyond repair. I have spent the last year and a half knee-deep in Russian theater history, acting theory, and game design literature, bouncing exhaustively between histories, autobiographies, play recordings older than me, experimental theater games, a couple occult rituals in there too, all in a desperate bid to try and figure out why in God's name this game has ensnared my soul as thoroughly as it has. Because here I am, 5 years after playing this godless thing, and the longer I look at it, the harder it becomes for me to avoid one undeniable conclusion. Pathologic really should not work. A less than mind-blowing revelation to many of you, I'm sure. Yet, my 500 fucking hours in this game implies that it's doing something— oh wait, no, that's wrong. Don't judge me. Yet my 800 fucking hours with this game implies that it's doing something to me which is worth looking at, in a very Jeff Goldblum Fly sort of way. A brief overview for those who are unacquainted, or as forgetful as I am. Pathologic is an immersive sim/pain simulator developed by the Russian game studio Ice Pick Lodge. In it, you take on the role of one of 3 healers as they attempt to save a town deep in the Russian steppe from an outbreak of the nightmarish sand plague. This will involve engaging in doctorly errands, doing your best to survive with what little resources you can scrounge together, willfully sticking your hand into saw traps over and over, accepting that your ethics are, in fact, for sale, and failing over and over. Forever. The Myth of Sisyphus, by way of Tolstoy and Spectre. You do not play this game to have fun, just like you wouldn't read The Brothers Karamazov or watch Hereditary to have fun. You aren't here to get a playful romp. What you are going to have is an engaging experience which demands that you take it seriously and immerse yourself if you want to get through it. You're here for rich, layered writing, which explores a wide array of themes. Unique characters with their own distinct ideological motivations, and a one-of-a-kind setting caught between multiple eras of human history, along with all they represent. You will not have a good time playing Pathologic, but you will have an experience that you'll never forget, and one that may even offer you some new ways to look at the world around you. The death grip only ever tightens for a very good reason. So tonight, we're going to be dissecting each of the fingers currently wrapped around my soul to at last put into words what makes Pathologic so uniquely immersive. We'll be going through the next act of this rich narrative and unpack its story from humble beginnings to disquieting end. With every lingering question, every conversation rich with subtext, and every backstabbing that the Haruspex route has to offer. Or at least all the ones my Haruspex experienced, as can comfortably fit within the confines of our quaint little community theater production here. This will also be a long show, if you haven't noticed. I've been careful to structure everything in a way that makes this easy to pick up and put down, and the game itself is pretty naturally episodic, so please, don't hesitate to step away and come back if, for whatever reason, you don't want to be trapped with me for 9 sequential hours. I'm trying to emulate Stanislavski here, not Satra, know what I'm saying? No one knows what I'm saying. We'll be doing our best tonight to reintroduce you to the town and all of its various eccentricities and eccentrics alike. Which is my way of saying, this video is actually a follow-up to our critically acclaimed performance on Pathologic's Bachelor route, which you don't have to watch before this one, but it is, however, strongly recommended. If only because Daniel is the only one of the healers who is an outsider, and thus gets more of the nuts and bolts of the town explained to him, which are otherwise taken for granted. Also, that video has some pretty robust Russian subtitles now, by the way. Full screen recommended for formatting reasons. That said, as we'll see, there are some compelling pros and cons to entering this world from a different point of view. It would also be remiss of me not to mention that, as of the writing of this script, the game's director has been accused of some truly heinous abuse towards multiple women. Now, I am merely an outsider looking in from literally half a world away with only the partial knowledge that has been made public thus far, so all I will say on the matter is A, disappointing, to say the least, and B, I do not blame you if you let this influence how eager you are to support the things he worked on. I'd be lying if I said it hasn't tempered my enthusiasm, but sometimes the art which makes up our soul is made by people who suck really fucking badly, in my opinion. Links with more info in the description for those so inclined to learn more. If that doesn't sour you on our production, though, then please once again be aware of the everything content warning. Because even though we're 4 videos deep into this now, you still deserve a heads up. Death, gore, abuse, gendered violence, xenophobia, child trafficking, child death, plague, child murder, done by you. Look, a lot of really bad stuff happens here, and you probably already guessed and or know that, but still, please be warned that this game can be truly brutal in ways which might take you by surprise. As ever, this story is never what I'd call edgy, but it also never pulls its punches. This is a harrowing tale that routinely goes down a lot of truly dark avenues. So if any members of our audience don't feel like they're currently up for such a ghoulish display, then we quite rightly understand. We hope you enjoy the rest of your night, and we will still be waiting right here if you ever change your mind. For the rest of you, get ready. Because this is the story of the past quietly crawling up from behind, as the future pulls away its hand. This is a story of taking responsibility when all others abdicated, no matter how difficult that might be. Most of all, this is a story of love. Love's familial, romantic, humanist, and spiritual. And how impossible it is to stay true to them all in the cold face of reality. This is Pathologic, for those who will never play it.
So it's all about trickery to you? Wherever have you come from?
No! I detest trickery. But if we ourselves are to suffer deception, our hands are no longer tied. Where are we?
Well, a muscular contraction is there. Means we're already inside of him. This must be one of the ventricles, right here.
What a silly place. It's stuffed. So it's not real for now? I don't think it started yet.
Does it matter what it's made of? It's definitely struggling. We need to perform Sectio Transversalis. Cut the wall. There's no other way out. What else is there to do?
I know what to do. Those who favor hard logic and direct action are bound to be misguided. Only a miracle can set us free without us having to destroy something. And I can do miracles. Just let me.
Will you please be quiet? You're a liar and a thief. Who is going to believe you when you keep lying to yourself? The truth is my shepherd. Whatever happens, I will find answers, and justice will be restored. I will perform the operation. Medicum morbo adibere.
Don't you go all bossy on me, clever clogs. You will act justly, but your justice will blind you and become his demise. This calls for the gentle hand of a surgeon. Step aside, both of you.
Your gentle hands are used to killing, not giving life. You will inevitably do harm. As for Brainy, he has no regard for casualties at all. Neither of you knows compassion.
Yes, it seems unlikely that we'll get along well, but there's only one truth.
Any choice is right, as long as it's willed. That's the truth of the matter.
Only the heart will show you the right choice. Stop thinking about yourselves. Think of the sick. He's in pain. He can't see it yet, but I can feel it.
It's not even a trap. It's a grave. Sub ipsum fumus summus. Can't say I hold a soft spot for it.
I can see that. You're full of hate. Stuffed or not, it's breathing. I can heal it. It can be healed, rather than killed.
You mean you won't become a killer? But you will. Mark my word, that's exactly what will happen. But I can avoid it.
No, we won't ever get along. I suggest we be on our way. The sooner, the better.
Off we go then.
Let's go. The clock is ticking.
are Artemi Barak, son of Isidore Barak, and heir to the title of Menku. But what is a Menku? They are butchers, the most well-regarded overseers of the ancient abattoir. They are surgeons, the only caste allowed to cut open bodies. They are the leaders of the kin, the ones who follow the lines, speak to dirks, and practice the art of reading the future within entrails. They are Haruspex, who bear responsibility of leadership and prophecy. The knowledge that the body bears semblance to the universe is a burden which all Baraks are fated to carry, and Artemi is next in line. After a decade away from his hometown while studying modern medicine and surgery, Artemi receives a letter from his father, sent from his deathbed. And so the estranged son returns to the town on the Gorkin River, so that he might see his father one last time and accept his inheritance. Fate, however, ensures that he receives a brutal greeting. And I am home again. With stab wounds, and a couple old friends, it would seem.
So, Barak, you're almost dead. Got a few more minutes left to live. I'm here to solemnly announce that.
Are you with that crowd?
No, of course not. They were but peaceful townspeople, craftsmen, factory workers, kind sons, and good fathers. I'm far more dangerous. I'm the mask of fate.
What does my fate look like, huh?
It's not pretty, Barak.
Really? Why?
You've been hit on the head several times, and the locals have heavy fists. Not sure you've noticed already, but you've got 4 stab wounds, one of them seemingly rather grievous. Massive blood loss, too, and the local climate doesn't allow for too much strain. Any heart conditions?
Some. My heart is a bit too soft.
Well, your health is in a sorry state. Am I wrong to suspect you haven't eaten for a couple of days and had no sleep last night? Your expression betrays you. Your hunger and exhaustion are also critical. I wonder which of these unfortunate afflictions will become the end of your first. So what's your plan?
If I am to die, so be it.
Oh my, aren't you a cute little fatalist? Just don't forget to clench your teeth manly when you're saying something like this. Problem is, your teeth have almost been knocked out, so the manliness of the jaw is somewhat lackluster. Being a fatalist is way more fun when you've got several options available. Wouldn't you agree?
I'm fed up with you. Get lost.
Artemi and I are going to get along great. The other executor builds on this, explaining that you've been mistaken for someone else after a well-respected man was murdered last night. Now the entire town is up in arms as they attempt to find the person responsible, and, well, given that you just showed up at the exact same time they found the corpse, hard to blame them for making assumptions. So for now, our main goal should be restoring our reputation, which we can begin by tracking down some of the special people in town.
How will I recognize these people?
That's not hard. They're striking personalities, locally famous, even though not all of them are of noble descent. Beggars, outcasts, little children even, bound to be a bit closer to perfection than the common crowd.
I don't like you. You're putting on quite unimpressive airs.
Reminder that this is supposed to be a tutorial. Speaking of, the executor was kind enough to give us a tourniquet, so we'd best patch ourselves up. Oh yeah, dude, I am going to hate this. Oh hey, one of the dudes Artemi killed had another tourniquet and the knife he used to stab me. And he also has organs, too. Not sure what we'll need those for, but he ain't using them, so, take the human meat. And with that, I guess it's time to head into town and see if anyone else can help us out. Except, that's a whole lot of people hanging out by that bonfire. I'll just sneak around them and... That looked like it sucked. For Artemy. Fortunately, I'm sure stuff like that only ever happens in cutscenes. Now, where are we? We are at the Castle of the Souls in a Halves, led by Notkin. Who the hell is Notkin, and why are there so many kids here? I've never been here before in either this life nor any past ones. Sure is pretty, though. Ah, I'm guessing you must be in charge.
You're not one of Grief's men, are you?
Do I look like a criminal to you?
Some people came running through the warehouses a few minutes ago. They told everyone that a horrible killer, the whole town's apparently already out to get him, had tried to escape by train, got ambushed, killed everyone, and was now going back here. And so now I'm thinking, were they perhaps talking about you?
It was self-defense. They mistook me for someone else.
Okay, then. You do look like you've been through a lot. We'd like to help you, but we've been robbed too. And as bad luck would have it, it's the medicine that's been snatched. Like that bastard. He's a traitor, a thief, a thug, and a prick.
Who are you talking about?
Leica. The name fits. The prick's a natural-born bootlicker. I can't even figure out who he's sold out to. The thieves or the dogheads. He's stolen the most precious thing from us. From his mates! The bastard. And on top of that, he's done it right when a war's about to start.
A war?
A war with the dogheads. That stinking bastard. That heartless, soulless little rat. Stole the most precious thing we owned, murdered a friend, and ran over to the enemy's side. We used to think he was one of us. Was he pretending all along? He deserves to die. To be killed.
So your guys switched sides, right?
Yes! The bastard doesn't deserve to live anymore. I'll give you my revolver as a gift then. One thing though, if he's with a dog, don't touch it. One must never hurt dogs.
All right. I'll have a chat with him if I find him.
Well, not sure how I feel about jumping straight to murder right off the bat, but hey, seems to be all the rage with the locals right now, so sure, why not? On the other hand, just remembered that you are a literal child having a tantrum, which means that the person you want me to kill is probably a kid. I should talk to an adult about this first. Preferably one that doesn't want to stab me. But with my reputation like this, who'd even be willing to talk to me? Hi, Bad Grief! I'm here in the heart of your criminal empire in the desperate hope that you will give me literally anything better to do than killing a child.
The prick's turned on everyone, both Emlod and us. Poisoned one of my thieves, took the stash, and ran off into the steppe. That son of a bitch. We went looking for him, couldn't find him in the dark.
And so?
Would you help us with him, eh? If you meet him somehow, could you just, end him? We'll do you good back. Do you favors and the like.
All roads lead to Rome, huh? This game really is just like that, goddamn. Okay then, I can take a hint. Let's despoil our souls. At least you're still my friend, Russian Steppe. While we're on the way, though, this is probably as good a place as any to give a quick refresher on the other central game mechanics at play. Stat Recap Speed Run. Reputation. The reason we got stabbed. Health. How thoroughly we got stabbed. Immunity. How resistant our stab wounds are to being infected. Hunger. How long it will be before we need to stab someone else for food. Exhaustion. Artemy take nap. Infection. You have 3 guesses. Outfit. Will literally never matter in any timeline. Time. The only thing that truly matters, and which we'll never have enough of. Quests. The things we need to do both for essential resources like food or gun, and to make sure none of our bound gets sick. Other tasks are optional. Today's quest is not. And lastly, the much alluded to bound. The people who we are responsible for keeping healthy. And, all of Artemis bound are children. Wonder if that means anything thematic. Well, at least it's a noble goal. Would be especially tragic if any children were to die. Weird dog.
Who are you? What's your business here? Gathering twire, are you?
I came here for you, little doggy.
Oh, really? You're in cahoots with them then, too? No way. So who sent you?
Someone who's very unhappy with you. They want your blood.
Are they nuts? Why are they bullying me? So I did some snooping here and there, so what? So I did some double agenting. I'm done. Don't want to rat out the soul and a halves to the thieves. Don't want to rat out the thieves to the soul and a halves. I'm the only sensible person around here.
Why do they want you dead? It is your last chance. I don't like traitors.
Hey, that's nothing. Nothing at all. So I took something. It's common property, right? So it's mine too. They'd have slang-wanged over the schmatter anyway. You could say I did them a favor. And so I hurt the doggy, true. But in self-defense, nothing more. One's right to defend himself is sacred, right?
That was unconvincing.
Have mercy on me, good man. He who saves a life will be rewarded. I just can't tell you what they want me dead for. It would make me feel real bad. But I won't do it anymore.
No, you die here.
You know what? No. No! I refuse! I know they expect me to kill this kid. So much so there's an achievement for it. Hell, I know you expect me to kill this kid. If you know anything about Artemis' route, it's this act of violence. But, I don't care if it rewards both a gun and a schmouter. I don't want to do it. Because child murder is wrong, you see, and makes me feel bad. And I think it would make Artemis feel bad. Maybe that's just virtue signaling on my part, though. Sorry if I'm being a wimpy little girl cuck about this or whatever. But unfortunately, I believe in something, so...
All right, get out of here.
No doubt this will make things harder for now, but I stand by it. Sometimes doing the right thing is hard. Plus, let's be reasonable about this. It has been a very bad morning. Nothing more, nothing less. It isn't even lunchtime yet. I don't think we need to default to crimes against humanity so quickly, even if it inconveniences us in the short term. Just have to hope the other kids aren't too grumpy about it. Hey Notkin, I'm back, and I'm here to apologize for not murdering the doghead child. This game never ceases to generate brand new sentences.
I've met your traitor. I let him go.
Puh! What kind of a ripper does that?
Where did you get the idea that I'm the Ripper?
Well, never mind then. Perhaps you did the right thing. I feel better now. I'm so angry I couldn't breathe. You're right not to kill him. Did you at least give him a good thrashing, though?
You told me not to hurt dogs. He partially fit the description.
If nothing else, sparing the kids does go a long way to mending our reputation. Oh, that reminds me. Also need to report back to Grief. Hey, Grief, sorry, decided not to be a child murderer. I'm disappointed in me, too.
That ain't good. Got too soft a heart or something? Soft, huh? Well, can't blame you.
Got too hard of a bone structure? You watch it. I'll break them in no time.
Hell yeah, threatened a crime lord and spared a child. Artemis, you're my new bestie. Oh god! Wait, they're not attacking me on sight? Am I not a public enemy anymore? So sparing the kid is... It actually repairs my reputation enough to upgrade me from socially acceptable stake kindling to a mere pariah. Huh. Who would have guessed that not murdering random children would have societal perks? Oh, I get how civilization happened now! Anyways, thus concludes our first stressful waste of time. Feels like the nostalgic kiss of a toxic ex-lover. Good news is we get to keep living for a little while longer without feeling like a complete monster. Bad news is all we've got to defend ourselves is a knife whose last victim was us, and fuck all money to buy food or painkillers. Especially since the store keeps telling me to eat shit because they still think I'm a murderer. So, what now? Let's see, nothing in our quest log even though there's a quest marker over this house, referring to a letter we got? What fucking letter? Oh, hey, a letter! That Artemis had on him since the beginning and the game didn't tell us about. And it's from...
Artemis, my son. I am at my deathbed. Before I die, I need to speak to you with regard to your future, and to pass to you whatever meager property I have. I must warn you that I had to participate in some mysterious and, as my experience suggests, unfortunate events. I took an enormous responsibility upon myself. I am no longer my own master. Therefore, if you choose to reject my inheritance with what obligations it entails, I will understand your choice, and will not begrudge you that. I don't have much time left. Please make haste. I want to see you one last time. Oh, what a pity I did not spend more time with you while I still could. Your loving father, Isidore Barak. P.S. If you don't make it while I'm still alive, go straight to Vlad Olgimsky. He will accommodate you and inform you of my latest affairs in as much detail as he is able to.
God fucking damn it, why'd it have to be Vlad? Vlad Olgimsky is the head of the town's local meat industry and the patriarch of one of the 3 ruling families, alongside the Kanes and the Sabarovs. He is also, as those who were in attendance for our last show might recall, a massive fucking asshole who should be rightfully tried in The Hague. And I'm about to be completely reliant on him for my survival. This is going to suck.
Artemis Barak. Yes, Isidore's death is a terrible loss. Terrible. Just like your looks. But please forgive this old man his poor manners. It's hard for me to tell you that the death of your beloved father is most likely just the beginning of your misfortunes, Master Barak.
What? My father has been murdered?
The men at the station mistook you for the murderer. Problem is, now they're broadcasting your features to anyone who would listen. You do stand out, you know. And mass hysteria is an excellent environment for rash accusations, coupled with the questionable visions of a certain influential lady.
What lady?
A well-respected one. Do you remember the Sabarovs? I doubt that. Katerina isn't that much older than you. Katerina, Alexander Sabarov's wife. She has extraordinary talents. Precognitive, dare I say. No one questions them. That much is certain.
Did she foresee me coming?
Not only that, she foresaw many horrors related to you. But it's all very vague. And, you know, compared to my deceased wife, Katerina's talents are, to put it mildly, controversial. But they're enough for the commoners to identify you, and...
So what, am I a suspect for the whole town?
A suspect? No. I wish. It's not a suspicion. There's no shade of doubt. They're positive it was you, my dear Master Barak. You're being hunted, and until panic settles down, please do consider their proof irrefutable. Those who have been left lying by the station are self-explanatory, too.
What am I being accused of?
First of all, the deaths that you are actually to blame for. It was self-defense, perhaps, but you can't prove that right now. But that's a minor problem anyway. Secondly, the murder of this town's leader, Simon Kane. Now that is more serious. A tangled mess of interests and parties. And thirdly, you have been accused of killing your father, Isidore.
Patricide? Killing my father? This is horseshit.
It's all one big mess. One big knot. You have to see that. It's not like the mob is looking for 2 separate murderers, really. The patterns feel similar, the circumstances. And by the way, Isidore and Simon had met the day before.
I wouldn't wish all this on my worst enemy. Hopefully you believe I'm innocent?
My words won't be enough. Everyone's squabbling. You'll probably see foul play in this. Here's what I think. The Kanes have commissioned a peculiar man to handle Simon's case. A bachelor of medicine. He'd come a long way here. And just in time, too. As though it was meant to be like this. He's the one searching for the murderer for them.
Okay, so, to recap, our dad is dead, as well as the town's head, Simon Kane. The remaining leaders of the town want to imprison us on the basis of a clairvoyant's vision. Basically, everyone else thinks we're still a murderer, and are technically correct about that. We have no alibi, and another player character is likely loading his gun to come hunt us for ruining his life. In short, we have truly stepped back into Pathologic. Welcome to suffering. I also have to say, Vlad seems much warmer than he did in Daniel's route. Like, he's not acting shady in the slightest, and seems to be sincerely invested in keeping us and his family safe. Somehow that freaks me out more than the open hostility. But who knows? Maybe it's not actually that bad. Anyways, better check in with his daughter, Capella. Oh, you're the one who tasks me with taking care of my bound. Yeah, for sure, already on it. Though, not sure how you know these kids will be more important than any other.
Precognition. Not only mine, though. All of us agree on this. So did your father. And Simon. It's still so hard for me to speak about them in the past tense. And Maria, too. Katerina, even. Everyone agrees. Please, take care of them like your father did. They must live. Simon and Isidore died, so they too must be on the brink.
Okay, I'll take care of them. Can I have a rest at your place?
Of course, you can sleep in my bed. But why not sleep at home?
You must be confused. I don't have a home in this town.
Don't you now? What of your father's house? The house where Isidore used to live? It's right in the middle of the Tanner's district. I've been there on more than one occasion myself.
Right, my dad has a house! We should definitely check that out. After we chug some morphine and take a cat nap. Pretty sure going outside without a jacket on would be enough to kill Artemy at this point. Feeling better, life is worth living again. We finally arrive at Isidore's house, but for some reason this guard won't let me in. And once he realizes who we are, he becomes, shall we say, less than helpful. Ow! Clark, get the champagne! Time to celebrate our first step! Woo! This doesn't count as murder because both me and the game say so. This became messier than I would have liked, but at least we can finally go home and rest. Plague rats! I have combat experience this time, I got this! Real fucking gamer hours. Any more of you squeaky little shits back here? Oh, hi, Sticky! Nice to meet you here in my father's room. Hope you didn't hear any of that. Don't suppose you happened to see him last night?
Well, nothing to write home about, really. I spent most of the time hiding inside that wardrobe. Old Isidore walked around a bit at first, and he had a bunch of visitors. I've seen little, heard even less.
Tell me about that little.
Well, he just sat there brooding for a while. Rattled and fiddled with some stuff. Poured some water or something. Then someone really heavy came in. Isidore opened the door without asking, even though he used to always ask. The guy seemed like a stepman to me. Had a harsh, low voice. A butcher, I'd say. Then it all went quiet.
What do you mean?
I was just sitting there for 2 hours or so. But I wasn't sleeping. I thought that he did fall asleep, though. Then I started to get out, and there he was, lying on the floor, all dead. I wasn't scared, but then I saw something that made me crawl straight back in again. Didn't quite get what I saw, though.
Speak up.
It was dark there. You know, the light died out. It was the guards who turned it on again later. But before that, there was someone else here. Looked very much like a woman, or rather I got a feeling that it was a woman. But the silhouette was so shapeless. More like a spirit, not a human.
What are you talking about? What spirit?
I'm telling you, that
thing that had a woman's head, but the body was crude. A lump of a body, and she made no sound, as if she were gliding, not walking. And those guys came and started stomping around, looking around. They said a steppe creature was once again in the town, searching for food. A shabnak deer.
Oh, so you actually saw a shabnak. That is very, very concerning. Danielle, you owe a lot of apologies. Alright, guess that answers where we go next. This also gives us a chance to meet the town's young gravekeeper, Grace. It's not child labor if the endless wailing of damn souls is the reason she clocks in. Kid's got a heart of gold, so I'm sure she'll be more than happy to help. The person who stabbed me. Who I also stabbed. Well, easy solution.
Don't finish him off, please. This is the man that tried to kill you, one of those who assaulted you at the station. He says it was you who crippled him. He will die soon enough anyway. He's got so little blood left. Will you let him be?
Really? Should I maybe tend to his wounds and sing him a lullaby?
Would you want to? Oh, that's wonderful. He's lost a lot of blood, see? He needs more. I'd share mine with him, but it's poisoned. And I've got too little of it too, so I can't give mine away.
Poisoned? With what?
Well, Twirine. Didn't you know?
No?
He needs to be given a blood transfusion.
Man, no one gave me a blood transfusion when I was stabbed by him. God damn it. Grace, I'll be back. Piece of shit. Don't die. Later. Oh, hey, a letter. Hopefully it's some more good news.
Stock Reuben, your childhood friend and the most faithful student of your father, has sworn to kill you as he learned that you murdered your father, his master, over an inheritance dispute.
Oh my god. Hello? Anyone here? No? Cool. I'm hungry. Need food. Stealing shit. Gotta be something around here. Neat. I just need 3 more of those. Wonder if there's anything upstairs. Nope, only this dude. Var is the town's usurer and our vendor for human organs, which I'm sure, thematically speaking, probably means nothing. Give blood, please. It's a present for a friend.
Sure. Care to give away some of your own? I'll pack it for ya.
No way I'll go that far.
Artemy, if you do this, people will think you're a hero and also might not beat you to death in the street when you inevitably kill again.
I have decided to squeeze a liter of blood out of myself. Help me do it.
Ow, that did a lot of damage. This was not worth it. Is what someone who isn't moral would say. We're taking this back without complaint, post-haste. The polyhedron still really is something, huh? Even with all we may have learned about it from the bachelor's route, there's still something magical about it. Something transcendent. Probably because there's still so much left unanswered about it. Even if we know what it is, it's still difficult to put into words what it means, or what it represents. But I suppose the unanswered questions are why we're all here, isn't it? Speaking of, time to get back to Grace. Hey Grace, here's some of my blood, because I guess this guy didn't take enough the first time. Yay, we saved a life! Give me the knife you stabbed me with, fucker. Thank you. Gonna be able to start a collection soon. Now Grace, please, be so kind as to tell me. Did you see my dad last night?
No, but I followed him. He entered his house, and then I felt that he was anxious, desperate even. He smelled of smoke. I didn't dare knock on the door, but peeked through the window.
What did you see?
I saw him take off his warm clothes, take them outside, and burn them. Then he wiped his body with cloth, threw it on the floor, and burnt it as well. Then he got dressed and left. I followed him. I tried to call out for him quietly, but he didn't hear me. He arrived at the stone yard and knocked on Simon's door. They let him in.
Thank you, Grace.
At last, our reputation is finally beginning to approach something respectable. And all it cost me was foregoing any food, weapons, money, medicine, and blood. Should I have killed the child? Why did I just think that? Place is getting to me. We'll swing by and touch base with Notkin on the way, since Capel points us his way too. Kid with as many scouts as him has gotta know something about Isidore. Won't lie though, it's kind of off-putting just how much power this kid seems to have, and it only seems to get more sprawling with time. Talking to the other kids around town actually turns up quite a bit on Notkin. His faction, the Souls and a Halves, are the rival power opposing the Dogheads in the Polyhedron. The Souls might not have dog masks, but they do all have invisible pet familiars with half-souls, and which are definitely not just imaginary friends. I'm sure that sounds like sarcasm, but I promise you, it isn't. Those familiars are a critical example of why philosophy is ultimately responsible for the long-running war between the Souls and the Dogheads. By rejecting the Polyhedron, the Souls and Halves have also rejected the childish fantasies it represents. Possible spoilers, I guess, but those who were here last time might remember that the Polyhedron's most practical power is the ability to project fantasy as an immersive experience, which lets the children live out different possibilities and worlds. The Polyhedron is a complex symbol, meant to embody a lot of different things, but fantasy is definitely one of them. Escapist and idealist fantasies in particular. Also begs the question of how much of a difference there is between escapism and idealism, but all good things in time. Point stands that at the heart of the Souls and a Halves worldview is a hatred of the Polyhedron, and the utopianism it represents. The Dogheads in turn hate them for trying to destroy the utopian future and fantasies that they militantly value. Which of them is correct shall be a complicated question, to say the least. And one that we'll be coming back to in some form or another a lot over the course of this journey. With all of this in mind, it's perhaps unsurprising then that Notkin did in fact see Isidore personally. After getting word that Isidore had returned from a long sojourn in the steppe, Notkin went to the edge of town to meet him and ask a few questions. When he arrived though, he found billowing smoke and a heinous stench. Notkin tried to approach, before Isidore aggressively chased him off, something deeply out of character for such a traditionally kind man. The next day, Isidore was found impaled on a massive claw. Isidore's death wasn't natural. It was murder. And many still think we are the one who did it, though there is one other popular suspect.
Well, people are saying a demon of the steppe killed him. A Shabnak. A man-eater made of bones, you know? The thing is, her claw was stuck in his chest when they found him. Well, not necessarily hers, but it was a monster's claw. Or fang. A bone, anyway.
Are my nails really that long?
Yeah, I've heard. You've been falsely accused. People have been told to go catch Simon's murderer at the station. That was before the claw. Isidore hadn't been found yet. Then they declared there was one murderer. Simon had been killed by a Shabnak. Fine tangle, this whole business.
This is the second report of it sounding like Isidore, I mean my dad, was killed by something which sounds decidedly inhuman. Suddenly those rumors of a Shabnakadir are much harder to brush off. What else could impale him on a giant claw? Oh, that reminds me. Given that Ruben wants to jump me, I should find out if he's talking shit.
Has anyone come around looking for me?
Oh, yes. There's been the smart aleck. A pushy guy. Spoke through his teeth. If I catch this murderer, he said, I'll squeeze out his blood drop by drop, since he's destroyed my whole life's happiness. Remarkable guy. Not to be messed with.
So, he's looking for me.
He is. Said there'll be no mercy when he finds you. Looks like he and Grief had set up some kind of trap for the murderer. Anyway, he said he'd off Simon's murderer before the day was out if it cost him his life. If he finds me before I find him, he said, it's a fatality and vice versa.
They meet this early in this route? Well, we just have to say hello then. don't we?
Yes, far be it from me to call myself a person of mystical inclinations. However, when I look at you, I get the feeling that nature is playing jokes on us. It's as if both the left and the right hand have clutched the head to realize for the first time that they are two parts of a single whole.
I get that feeling too. Does this mean that we are alike?
I don't know. We can become enemies so easily, Artemy Barak, that it would be best for us to make every possible effort to stay friends, until our points of view diverge irreparably. I am Bachelor Dankovsky. Do you agree with me?
With the fact that you're a bachelor? Sure.
So here you are. Until recently, you've been thought to have murdered Simon Kane, 15 other men whose names I'd be damned to remember, and Isidore Barak, your own father. Is that correct?
15?
Yes. As time went by, the Turnskin committed more and more murders. The Turnskin whose description somehow fits your features to a T.
Oh, it all makes sense now.
I've been hunting you all day, and just as I was about to finally catch you, I found out you're innocent of Simon's, and by extension, Isidore's, deaths.
And how do you know that?
Simon's died of a contagious disease. It's been firmly established. A new strain of scarlet fever, or pneumonic plague, most likely. Or perhaps cholera. And that means you're clear of charges. For what it's worth. And it's not worth much.
My life has come to an end. It may run me down any moment now. Whatever the cost may be, I took it upon myself to protect the following people. The daughter of the Olgimsky family. She will inherit the earth. Casper Kane, most definitely. Angry. The girl from the van. She knows when. The freckled snooping boy. Backdoor. The chieftain of the Soul and a Halves. Artist, the sea. The daughter of the cemetery caretaker. Who else? Theodorica, whose brand is in the box. This one is the most important of them all. Such is my pledge. I have to write another letter to my son. Could it be that neither one of the 3 letters I wrote before has reached him? I need to talk to Simon. He knows. The copious taglure does not consist solely of the bound.
We all make mistakes in life. Decisions born of impulse, short-sightedness, or mere ignorance. Perhaps most frustrating, however, are those mistakes which arise out of simple economic circumstance. The classic poverty trap. You don't even have enough money to spare you from needing to spend more money later. Can't get a cavity filled today, have to get a root canal tomorrow, and so on. There's a unique kind of anguish to being forced to watch helplessly as a life-changing opportunity slips through your fingers. Solely because you were too overwhelmed, too exhausted, and too poor to make use of it. Which is my way of saying, I should have bought fucking food yesterday. God damn it! Welcome to day 2. Word of the looming plague has broken out, triggering a run on stores, and as a result, the price of all goods in town has risen tenfold. I am starving. We do still have ways of keeping our head above water, though the options available to us are all less than pleasant. One option is, of course, murder and theft, the classic when society begins to collapse. However, given all we sacrificed yesterday in the name of preserving our reputation and dignity, I'm gonna place a hard veto on that. Which brings us to option 2, which is only technically better. Hey Var, got some more organs from those people I killed yesterday. Care to trade? Fantastic! I would say God bless you, but we both know we're going to hell for this. Bye! Now let's see. Sell bandages, get food, live long enough to get this letter from the Bachelor.
I kindly request that you visit me anytime after 7 in the morning. We have things to discuss, and in part this may greatly increase the value of your inheritance. Your friend, hopefully, Daniel Dankovsky. P.S. If my findings are true, this disease is genuinely terrifying. My hair stands on end when I think of what lies ahead of us.
The Bachelor is quite confident he's got a lead towards something that will help mitigate the encroaching epidemic. During the first outbreak of the Sand Plague 5 years ago, Isidore was able to find a way to contain it by locking down the entirety of the crude sprawl and leaving its inhabitants to die. If we're lucky, notes on how to manage this will be amongst the bequeathed items that have been left to Artemy. Even if the Bachelor is still skeptical towards prehistoric practices. Daniel, what the fuck, dude? That's my culture you're talking about. I mean Artemis. Either way, beggars can't be choosers. If we act swiftly enough, then we may still have a chance to limit this to a simple tragedy before it becomes a historical calamity. But as ever, need to secure our own life vests first. If we're going to get the monies needed to keep ourselves together, then I need to figure out where to get our inheritance from. Oh, hey, a letter! From Vlad, offering to point us towards our inheritance. Short, sweet, and to the point. I love it. Also realizing I may have turned to vendoring organs just a bit too quickly. Huh. Well, no use crying over spilt blood. I've got an inheritance to claim. What you got for me, Vlad?
I've got good news and bad news for you, Master Barak. Predominantly bad, but the good one is there.
Let's start with the good news.
You may come into your inheritance. No one will dare to get in your way. There's no proof of your wrongdoing. You may take the keys from Alexander Zaborov. I can't imagine how they got into his hands, but never mind. That's the good news.
What of the bad news?
The bad news... I've spoken to Zaborov about your case, and he is, to say the least, furious. It seems that he's set on destroying you by any means possible, disregarding my protection and my personal warranty of good faith.
What have I done to make him so angry?
As we learned yesterday, Alexander Zaborov holds an undying hatred for Artemy and will likely have us arrested first chance he gets due to a prediction made by his clairvoyant wife, Katerina. A vision from beyond, foretelling that we would bring about horrific bloodshed. And, I'm not sure it's a vision if it's just hearing about what I did yesterday, but point granted all the same. The sole reason we're still safe to walk the town is purely because Vlad has been fighting with all the power he has to keep us safe. But in light of the looming plague, Zaborov has already begun jockeying for emergency powers. If his bid is successful, then all the guards in town will be under his control, and this place will quickly become even more dangerous for us than when we first arrived. And this is the person that we need to collect our inheritance from. To help ensure we remain safe, Vlad has gone out of his way to arrange a hideout for us, just in case. Additionally, there is one other notable snag that Vlad is doing his best to navigate.
And now for the main course, this bachelor. He's in charge of everything around here at the moment. The circumstances demand so. I don't trust him. He's digging some dirt on us, I'm afraid. He is smart, though. Very smart, the big city rotter. You'd better get on his good side. He will keep digging, and he will be successful, and may give you some clues. And I'll make sure he doesn't hurt anything, or anyone. Come by to see him. Don't put it off.
Thank you, Booze Vlad.
Love hearing people talk mad trash on Daniel behind his back. Lets me know my paranoia in the bachelor's route was actually just intuition. Anyways, thanks again, Vlad. You're the best. I owe you, buddy. Back to errands we go. Hey, Alexander. Here to clear up a misunderstanding real quick and pick up my inheritance.
So, you had the courage to come to me. I thought you'd send someone. Or do you think that I'm not aware of what you've done and what you will do?
What I will do? That's interesting.
Don't play innocent, Barak. You were born here. You were raised here. Sometimes it even seems to me that I remember you. You must have seen the long strife of the two mistresses, Victoria and Nina. You know how mistresses can see the future.
Got that already.
I know you're a killer. One of the worst killers anyone in this town has ever seen, in fact. You are being charged with premeditated murder of at least 4 people. The death of Simon Kane and your father are being looked into.
You have no proof.
But I will, damn it. If it weren't for Simon's death and the sudden threat of an epidemic, if only they'd let me off the leash. Perhaps tonight I'll finally get rid of it, though. Your patron Olgimsky won't be able to veto my decisions then.
I'm starting to like him.
It is only out of respect for the Bachelor. He is, for some reason, absolutely sure of your innocence. That's understandable. He's an outsider, after all. But it is only out of respect for him that I will hand you the inheritance. I will be watching every step you make. Don't even think about absconding.
I'll make you regret this conversation yet.
Okay, that went about as poorly as it could have, but we still got one more chance. Maybe we can talk reason into Katerina. I mean, a mistress has got to be someone wise and worldly, right?
Oh God, why is this happening? I need a shot. Get away, go away. I want to give myself a morphine injection.
Understandable. Have a nice day. To hell with this, let's just go get our inheritance from Aspity. Aspity is the owner of the local hospice, as well as a member of the kin. If anyone should welcome us with open arms, it's her.
I managed to preserve your inheritance, if only by a miracle. You can take it all now.
By a miracle? Why?
It was almost taken away from me. The orders of those who are in power. They've still managed to snatch some papers I missed. You would have received an empty box, and a pocket full of debts, of course. But today the box is heavy. There, behind your back. Did you get the key?
What were they looking for?
I think they wanted to check his notes. To sleuth the killer out. Do you believe that your father was also killed by the disease?
They say he had a strange wound in his chest.
So you know already. He did. The general consensus is that the wound was left by a Shep-necked deer's claw. That's how the hunt after the man-eater started. You've been told already, haven't you? A bad idea.
What's a Shep-necked deer?
A demonic creature made of clay, bones, and blood. It looks like a person stuffed with bones. The steppe belches it out from its depths when Earth needs a weapon to fulfill the original design.
And who are you?
I am an evil spirit. That's my origin. My name is Aspity. I am quite harmless compared to a Shep-neck. I wreak anxiety and fear, bringing the strangling feeling of the times changing. But you make my heart go round.
Are you joking?
Sometimes.
Can I trust you?
I'm not sure yet. What I am sure of, though, is that Fat Vlad is not to be trusted. Unlike his daughter. She will achieve greatness. Even though she was born of a foul root, her mother was wonderful. I hope she takes after the mother. But Vlad is a swine.
This conversation reads like the internal dialogues Harry Dubois has with himself. Anyways, that greeting was definitely as warm as it was confusing, and I'm not sure why she's so distrustful of Vlad given how much he's helped us, but at least we finally got something valuable to our names. What did Dad leave for us? Why can't I open this box? I left the key for it at Sabrov's house, didn't I? God damn it! You see, this is the downside to collecting so many human organs. It just absolutely clutters up your inventory. This is undoubtedly the greatest drawback to organ trading and nothing else. Okay, back for real this time. What's in the box? Just over 4,000 monies, a collection of herbs, 2 recipes, and a brand. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with any of this, and I'm currently lugging around too many pieces of X people to carry all of it, so for now we'll just grab the coin and this. Whatever this is. What is this?
The steppe people use irons like this to brand their livestock, but the symbols are sometimes also used to mark places, events, and even living creatures. This type of brand iron is exceedingly rare.
Interesting. Feels like it might be life-defining for me, but one thing at a time. For now, all of this feels like the kind of thing Danielle would want to know about. Let's do some quick grave robbing for food, get another letter from Ruben that I read in Helga Pataki's voice, and then head back over to the dork.
So, did you find any notes inside?
I did.
May I have a look?
No need. I can tell you what they are. These are Twire infusion recipes. Seems like Father didn't actually treat the sick with them, but rather used them as drug components. So?
Curious. So Isidore Barak relied on some sort of natural agents. He abstracted the working components from them somehow, I guess. Or even used those agents to obtain serum from blood? Damned if I know.
There are many people that would give their lives for these mixtures' secret formulas, Oenon.
I thought there would be more. Never mind. Try to figure out how those formulas work. They might be of some use to us. I do believe you and I will produce better results if we turn this into a collaborative project.
Yes, that is true.
If you learn how to synthesize those reagents, or at least get a sample, bring it to me, please. I'll try to examine it and find out how it can be used. If at all.
Deal.
Looks like we're going to mix some infusions, which I'm guessing means we're going to be needing that hideout after all. Also, Daniel, I don't want to be a dick about this or whatever, but seeing you through Artemy's eyes now and... Wow, you're short. Sorry, just had to get that out there. I'll be seeing ya! Anyways, seems like the hideout's in the... Factory District. Well, as good a place as any, I suppose, though it's hard not to question how this town even has something like it. For a town which so often feels archaic and mystical, something as industrial and modern as a factory of this scale feels almost out of place. Much less one placed directly next to the ancient abattoir. Feels like seeing that Pizza Hut next to the pyramids. Then again, I guess somewhere out of place would be the best spot to hide someone like Artemy. And helps that this place is pretty cozy and well equipped by Pathologic standards. Dorm room bed, storage space, alembic, brewery, no roommate either. Everything a budding homeopath could ask for. We can make this work. This can be a good home. Take a quick moment to clear out our inventory and pick up the herbs and recipes we left behind. Hi, Aspity! Bye, Aspity! Okay, cool. Got everything I need. Now what the fuck do I do with it? Both of these recipes call for 3 herbs, though not sure what those numbers at the bottom are. I'm sure that will be a fun surprise. Either way, this thing only has 2 slots, which means you're the new friend I'm looking for. Time to give this a shot. Let's see. 1 stem of black twire, 1 stem of brown, some swevery, and... Hey, we did it! Boosts immunity by 52% and boosts health by -9%. Ah, I understand what those numbers are now. Sure, there will be some fine dilemmas to be had with that later. For now, I've got no doubt Daniel will be enchanted. Time to get this back over to him. Here you go, Danny. 1 fresh vial of whatever the fuck this is. Have fun!
So, what is it?
Just as I thought, a natural agent. I'm beginning to work on getting a sample of the microbial culture from dead tissue tomorrow. I could also see how the tissue would react to this situation. Perhaps it can be used to fractionate blood. If it can, we may find a way to cure even a terminal patient.
I'll get down to that then.
If we had tissue-treating equipment and a distillate process the herbs, we could try different components. We'd get what we're looking for, sooner or later.
That's not as big of an issue as it seems. Consider me having everything we need.
Oh, then get down to experiments, Barak. Study the recipes, make infusions, and treat organ specimens with them. In the end, you should obtain something resembling antibiotics. Bring your samples here, we'll check their effects. Come back when you have the first sample. I'll start working on dead tissues.
Trial and error? That's no way to make a panacea.
What do you suggest, then? I'm not a bachelor of savage arts. I'm only taking this seriously due to being scientifically open-minded. A. Make a couple of effective infusions. B. Treat several different organ specimens with them. C. Study the effects.
You think any infusion will do? They're all different. Very different.
How should I know? Aren't you supposed to be the expert on this? Not all of them are equally effective, I suppose. Stick to the best and go from there.
So those antibiotics are like panacea prototypes? Alright, I'll bring you good samples when I obtain some.
And that's another milestone down. Now I just need to make some more of those tinctures, both for Daniel and because this game is a plague simulator, we both know what's coming. Still need to figure out where we can get more herbs. Oh, hey, a letter! From... who the fuck is Andre? Okay, so this drunk in the bar wants to trade me 10 stalks of these sacred herbs for 4,000 monies so that he can get some twirine for his drunkard brother who refuses to leave without his psychedelic of choice. You know what? Sure. Why not? I was about to go herb picking anyways, so I'll entertain this for now. If I have some left over after my save the town research, then maybe we can talk. And tell your brother to stop being such a rude asshole. Alright, there's some stalks of twirine out in the steppe, so we just need to head out there and grab some. I have been walking back and forth through the steppe trying to find something, but thus far have come up with only the slightest handful of herbs, most of them not brown. Bodo, help me. Would literally kill for an easier way to do this, starting to get eye strain from this chore. Hey, is that a yurt? With a worm man and a girl dressed in tatters. This feels like something I should know about.
We are the worms inside Bodo's body. We gather herbs. Brown twire, rusty twire, black twire and bloody twire, and swivery and wege and white web speak to us.
Give me some herbs, worm.
This brings us to the second, mercifully simple way to get herbs. The worms in the steppe all eagerly trade meat and animal byproducts for anything they've harvested. Meat and byproducts from any animal. We've been doing a lot more black market organ trading than I think I expected, but maybe that's on me. Milk is definitely the best return on investment though, since it's dirt cheap and actually drinking it does near fuck all. And just like that, I've got a surplus of herbs. Though I've still got some spare organs I wouldn't mind offloading and haven't checked for herbs by the river mouth yet, so might as well check in with the other worms. Hey buddy, care to trade?
Here comes our warden. You knows the lines. Do me a favor, warden. I'll pay you back in kind.
What do you want?
I am a gatherer, and I am an oinon. I am known for my wisdom, and I have the knowledge of herb conjunctions. My daughter is a bride. She knows how to summon herbs from the earth. She does it well, too. Just look at how generous a summer we had. I've sold my daughter at a good price. I've sold her as a wife to this gatherer.
What price did you sell her for?
He is a hero. He has dealt with the traitors, with the apostates. He has returned them to the earth, the people who have been selling my secrets to outsiders. But my daughter didn't come to his house as a wife. She doesn't want to bring him riches. She doesn't want to summon herbs for him.
So she doesn't listen to you, but will listen to me?
You are a warden. You know the lines. Tell her that this is where her line of fortune lies. She will listen.
Hey chat, how the fuck am I supposed to respond to this? I'm joking, but I'm also not. I am at this moment talking to you, the person watching this right now, specifically. What are we supposed to do here? Let's be clear about this moral dilemma. We are currently being paid to collect a young woman who ran off to escape being sold to someone. In the log for this quest, Artemy notes quite bluntly that this is not considered inappropriate. The herb brides are the worm's property. For the kin, this is normal. The same kin we are not only a part of, but will eventually lead. This is wrong, right? Particularly considering that we eventually learn that the bride does actually love the worm she ran off with. She is desperate for agency, even if it's at the cost of her community and its traditions. By my own ethical standards, this is cut and dry. Hot take, but I'm a woman and I wouldn't want to be sold as property. at least not without a safe word. But this isn't about my personal feelings. This is about what's right for our role as a Menku, as a keeper of tradition tasked with upholding the values and practices of the kin, no matter how distasteful they might be to our modern sensibilities. I'm still a functional outsider to this culture. I barely understand its foundational values. Am I truly right to unmake the ancient laws of a people I know nearly nothing about, even if I am their ostensible leader? Is that not simply me doing the work of people like the Canes, who want everyone to fit inside the small box of what they consider civilized? There is an undeniable undercurrent of cultural imperialism about it, the exact kind of civilizing force that we know from Daniel's route will destroy as much as it saves. I say, about not wanting teenage girls to be bartered like cattle. This is a cultural relativist bear trap. One of those thought experiments designed to make progressive people put their money where their mouth is as they squirm around in the Catch-22. It's messy, to say the least. No matter what choice you make, there are heinous implications lying beneath each. Perhaps more importantly, though, if we're feeling this kind of push and pull, imagine how the hell Artemy must be feeling. Freshly returned from the big city and handed the reins to this entire culture as a functional outsider. He knows this is normal, but does he think it should be? He's lived in the outside world for a long time up to this point. Did that change what he thinks about the kin? Does Artemy want to be a reformer, or will he be just as unwavering as his father? Is he here to usher the kin into modernity, or to shelter them from modernity's crushing influence? All good questions, which this choice inherently traps you with. There's no way through this quest without considering them all in some form or another, and in the process, answer the true question underpinning all of them. Who is Artemy Barak going to be? Who are we going to make him into? I don't want to spoil the rest of the story, but I am going to aggressively recommend that you keep that question in your back pocket. It will continue to come up in some form or another as the days roll on. For now, we're going to Schrodinger's cat this, because the reality within the game is that there isn't really a wrong answer. If you tell the bride to return to the worm who bought her, Artemy's thoughts in the quest log make it clear that this is actually more than it seems. The brides don't belong to themselves, but neither do the worms. They are all nothing more than servants of the earth, each and every one expected to sacrifice themselves for the greater good of the kin at a moment's notice. The collective always comes first and foremost, at any cost. If you decide you can't stomach that, however, then instead Artemy's thoughts take a more predeterminist bent, effectively saying that if the Earth didn't want this, it wouldn't have happened. The brides are the most sensitive to the Earth's wishes, so if she wants this, then the Earth wants this. Both interpretations are relatively reasonable and deeply upsetting in their own ways, yet both still feel undeniably true to the heart of the kin's beliefs. Fact is that most beliefs of all kinds can be used to justify whatever you like, provided you interpret them in the right way. There are no wrong answers, merely different perspectives. In other words, any choice is right, so long as it's willed. Oh, that's what he meant by that. Oh, okay. Learning. We're learning. Speaking of, this seems like as good a place as any to call attention to one thing that's pretty obvious, another that's only kind of obvious, and a last thing that's less so. First, the portrayal of the kin is pretty loaded, to the extent that if anyone is made uncomfortable by all of this or even finds it racist, then I would not blame you. Ooh, some decisions have been made here. There is decidedly some nuance to be had, some adjacent themes around exploitation, modernity, and cultural imperialism. But whatever intellectualizing might be done about this is rendered pretty fucking laughable when we remember we're talking about a group of people portrayed largely as seductive dancers dressed in evocative sexualized tatters, and the literal inhuman worm men 3 times her size that are willing to barter flesh for herbs. We will unpack all of this in more depth later, But it does merit saying here in this early stage all the same. Just because the kin are ultimately correct about everything all the time, and are generally viewed sympathetically, doesn't change that their portrayal here is pernicious, and feeds into a lot of anti-Indigenous stereotypes, in a way that I would describe as its greatest singular failing. This is worth being aware and critical of as we continue to examine the themes around it, and we do well to keep that in mind. Which brings us to the thing that's only kind obvious. The anachronism of it all. A town which contains both the fantastical polyhedron and the ancient abattoir is self-contradictory, isn't it? A town which houses both the kin and the Canes is absurd. The physics-defying stairways make no sense to begin with, but make even less sense when placed aside the ancient stone barrows scattered throughout the town. So diligently constructed and easy to take for granted, so much so that I never even mentioned them in the last route and no one questioned it. No one questioned what the bone stake was doing! We arrive on a railroad driven by a worm which feeds into a temple. The tension lying beneath every interaction between Daniil and Artemy is the question of whether enlightened modernity can offer what we need to heal us better than what we had before civilization stopped taking no for an answer. There is a perpetual three-way tug-of-war in this town between past, present, and future. The past is an argument with the future, is an argument with the past, is the part, is the whole, is the part, is the whole. The anachronism creates a feedback loop which demands shifting interpretations. We saw this in the Bachelor's route with the shifting definition of immortality, going from literal eternal life into a concern for the pervasiveness of spirit and influence. We'll see it in Clara's route with Clara, boy is that a fun one, and we will see it here with this brand. Because Pathologic is, at its heart, a game about the less obvious thing I want to call attention to. Hermeneutics. That's right, it's time for Intro to Literary Theory. Everyone take your seats and bust out your notebooks. This will be on the test. The book is $200. Do not Google Z Library. Do not. Okay. Hermeneutics. Hermeneutics is the theory and study of how we interpret different texts and uncover their meanings. It's hermeneutics because of Hermes, i.e. the Greek god of messages and language, among many other things. It started as a field of study with religious texts, but now in our postmodern world where every work of fiction is a holy book in its own right, philosophical hermeneutics gets applied to every kind of text, as well as every form of media, communication, and information, including our favorite piece of jank here. When I ask you, what do you think the polyhedron means? I am prompting you to engage in a hermeneutic exercise. You start with a pre-understanding, context, prejudices, and literary tradition. The polyhedron isn't a Russian video game that loves symbolism, so perhaps it's symbolic of something in Russia, or maybe even Russia itself. So you continue to work your way through the individual parts of this text narrative, noting every piece of info you can find to support or contradict your initial reading, until you've finally finished everything and seen the work as a whole, complete with all of its parts, all there is to be learned about it. More succinctly, hermeneutics is the systemic method by which we critically interpret and understand the meanings of messages, by looking at the intent and context. From there, you might come to the conclusion that, yes, it's a symbol of the kind of utopian fantasizing which led to the most heinous failures of Soviet communism, but even that is still kind of selling it short. There's some loose ends to that interpretation. Why are the kids specifically so obsessed with it? Why is it so intertwined with the concept of the future and our human souls? What do artists like Peter Stamatin have to do with any of this? So, with new knowledge of the whole, you revisit the parts again, as we are in fact doing right now. A lot of the information you're examining hasn't changed, but your understanding of their context within the whole means that you may come away with a completely different interpretation of those parts. This begets a new examination of the whole, which then encourages a re-examination of the parts, which demands a re-examination of the whole, which requires a re-examination of the parts, etc. This is the hermeneutic circle, an attempt to reach an understanding of a text as a whole by trying to understand its parts, and by trying to understand those parts as they relate to the whole. It is an ever-ongoing cycle of recontextualization. If that sounds confusing, yeah, very much so. Good literary analysis is actually really hard, but you can do it though. I believe in you, I mean it. This is also why trying to pin down what any of the symbols in Pathologic actually mean can feel like trying to catch a laser pointer. They are all custom built from the ground up to keep you examining and re-examining and re-examining. Because, once again, any choice is right, so long as it's willed. There's way more to hermeneutics than that, and I have no doubt that I have quite justifiably pissed off someone out there who knows more about this than me by skimming over it so rapidly, but for the sake of not derailing this performance/class any further, I'll just say that these are things you'll want to keep in mind. The intertwined relationship between anachronism and hermeneutics is going to become very important very quick. Also, if you're someone smarter than me and are hence wondering why I'm talking about hermeneutics right now instead of semiotics when we're literally going to be decoding symbols, because this symbol is ultimately just one small part of a greater whole. We are talking about the entire game, after all. See what I did there? Alright, that's all the time we have for today. Be sure to do your reading, stay safe walking home. Been hearing a lot of stories about weird things in the steppe. I'm looking at you, Clara.
Boo! I told you that was my sister.
Don't believe you. See y'all Tuesday. With the Herb Bride's moral dilemma effectively sidestepped, we're finally all set to head back to Andre and see if his offer is actually worthwhile. Oh, white woman! I mean, hi, ominous lady I definitely know nothing about because we're meeting for the first time right now. You're new. I'm staying in character. How are you?
You must be an outsider, aren't you, man of the kin? Haven't seen you here before.
You have. You've simply forgotten.
Doesn't matter. I've noticed you were headed for the architects. Are you the men they asked to gather rare herbs for them before they hit the road?
Yes.
What are you, an udon? How did you manage to avoid the massacre then? I thought all of you were killed by the zealots 3 days ago and the rest were locked up in the termitary yesterday.
I come from a Menku family.
Hush. Quiet. Listen to me, Olgoy. The architects are planning to leave our town. I want them to stay. Tell Andre you've managed to discover the secrets of old Isidore's brews. They're quite sought after now. Rumor has it Sabarov has seized Isidore's belongings.
But they can see us two whispering.
I'll give you one of the recipes if Andre demands proof. It costs a fortune, but I'm prepared to go to great expenses for a deal like this. I'll also reimburse any lost profits to you, of course. You must be aware that I come from a rather wealthy family. Well, deal?
Hey Andre, didn't find shit. Hey Maria, give me my money. Hey Herbs, you're staying with me. Big W, this surviving the plague shit is easy. Plus, we got a nice bonus from Maria, with absolutely no meaningful negative consequences to ourselves, nor anyone else. One despair-inducing ethical dilemma aside, this day wasn't too bad. I mean, the local economy might still be in shambles, and the soon-to-be leader of the police force has personally vowed to beat our heads in for a chance he gets on the basis of a prophecy, and the plague is almost certainly going to be in the streets within the next 48 hours. But at least Dan, you and I are friends now. And we get to finish the day with a single dry fish in our pocket. So things are on the up and up, I'd say. So long as the looming threat of authoritarianism and mob violence don't rear their ugly heads again, we'll be fine.
Crude Sprawl houses 2, 3, 5, 7 through 11, 13. As of 1600, 118 sick, 3 deceased. As of 1900, 281 sick, 99 deceased. Houses 1, 6, everyone died, everyone except the Korov, Pon. Children unknown, quarantine. Houses 12, 14 boarded up. The disease is rapidly spreading. The mortality rate is nearly 100%. Only a miracle will save us. Should be localized with whatever harsh measures required. The Black Quarantine. Skinner's district houses 2-7 adjacent to crude sprawl. Uncharacteristic indication boarded up. Crude sprawl as of 2:30. 51 sick. 217 deceased. No one uninfected. Did not contract after taking Petrel formula. Myself, Uprin, Rubin. Contracted after taking Quick Brew. Oborin, Nuruk, Bodea. Cured with dead gruel, Nuruk. These signs indicate her proximity to walk. The time will come when the starving ancient mother will devour her offspring. The depth of her gullet cannot be measured. The searing heat of her cavities cannot be quenched. The soil, the mud, the dense darkness, the horror.
By the way, every midnight we get a new letter from Isidore. The description of the main quest on day 2 implies that all of these letters were in the box alongside our inheritance, so each of these are likely Artemy taking what little spare time and emotional resolve he has in the evening to sort through them. It's almost like Dad's still here. Also, as you likely already know, there's a play going on at the theater across town. But, well, we saw all of those in the Bachelor's route, and they are literally, word for word, exactly the same. So, on your next rewatch of those videos, just imagine everything being said to Danielle is instead being said to Artemy, if you're curious. That sounds like a joke, but I kinda mean it. A lot of the more cryptic narration and imagery in those scenes will suddenly make a lot more sense when you see it as being spoken to Artemy, particularly depending on the day. Let it never be said I deliberately pad my video's runtime. Welcome to day 3. The plague has finally crept into the streets, with the northernmost district now fully locked down. No one in or out, save medical personnel, of course. Dealing with that feels like an any second now kind of thing, but for the moment, we have once again gotten a letter from Vlad Olgimsky, offering to explain the meaning behind that brand we found yesterday. Cool. I'll take 1 free exposition, please.
I see no point in hiding the truth from you. The brand this mysterious subject is marked with belongs to the secret step code. Can you read Longmark? The so-called circles or copious brands?
No.
You've been away for a while. Pray forgive me. Yes, you were but a child when you left. Longmark is a kind of alphabet, the signs that the bulls were branded with. Each of them has many meanings. Each sign is a song, a magical story told in lines, a spell.
Yes, I see what you mean.
I don't know the secret code. The kin does. Maybe some of the udong worms or the butchers. And I have to admit, it is me who stands between you and these secrets. I've locked up all the inhabitants of the termitary.
Fucking what?
A cruel decision.
Pray forgive me, there is an epidemic, a quarantine. I cannot violate it. There are about 8,000 inside. What if the disease finds our way in?
What if it already has?
Most respected Bachelor Dankovsky has already harassed me with these pointless questions. If the disease is already inside, there is all the more reason to keep the door shut. But enough about that. I want to help you. You want to know the meaning of the brand, don't you?
I'll admit, forgot who you were for a couple days, Vlad. Lots to pick through here, but starting with the most personally impactful first. Holy shit, Artemy finds out about the outbreak in the termitary this early? And yet, it's still hard to argue with him, particularly as he still has all the power in this situation. Rejecting him is not an option. Fortunately, he gives up the next lead pretty quickly, pointing us towards a kinwoman living in a shack at the edge of town. With her connection to this land's culture and faith, not only will she be able to help us, but will be eager to do so. Though, that does beg the question.
How come?
Well, you're Isidore Barach's son. The eldest Barach now. It means a lot to them that you're from a Menku family. Menku aren't just surgeons or butchers. They are healers. An almost sacred role. A spiritual one, so to say. All in all, the lady will honor your request and tell you about the runaways.
Why, yes, I did include this line purely to get you thinking about what Menku are. Thanks for noticing. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Anyways, Vlad, go fuck yourself. Let's go meet up with Aspity, because of course he was referring to Aspity. It was always going to be Aspity. Hey, Aspity, need your help.
I can imagine. You're looking for the runaway. Oh, it's such a shame that Fat Flab managed to weasel his way into your circle of friends. That friendship will do you no good. Oh no. But you're too late anyway. An outsider fop, a bachelor in a snakeskin coat, came by poking his nose everywhere. I've let the runaway butchers into the step. Otherwise he'd have shot them all dead.
Oh my god, I can't believe the Bachelor would do that. There's no way. Actually, I'm lying. I completely believe this. It falls perfectly in line with literally everything I've ever learned about or felt as Daniel. Wow, I was a terrible person in his route. With the termitary lockdown and the rest of the survivors now deep in the steppe, the only butcher left hiding out in town is in, quote, the only place that anyone with two legs runs from today. Which could be anywhere, really. So no reason to, god damn it, he's in the Plague District. Where else would he be? Why do I ever pretend to not know everything? Alright, time to dust off that quick save button. Oh my god, I'm really putting myself through another plague house. There's something fundamentally wrong with me. Oh god! Nope. Fucking plague! Quick load! Nope. Holy shit, someone taller than Artemis.
Why did you come, child of Bodo?
What are you doing here?
We were hired by the outsider Oinon. He gave us a task. We had to open the dead up for him. He was looking for the disease inside them. There were 4 of us.
How did it go?
Patrolmen came, killed 2 of my brothers. Now they're after the 3rd one. I've hidden here. The body that I opened up was taken away to be buried. I opened it up early, brother. I'm ashamed of that. I did manage to cut the small lines and prepare the thin tissues for the Oinon, though.
Are you aware that Ogimski is after you?
Boss Vlad? Yes, I know.
Get away from here as quickly as possible. I promise to lead him to your hideout if I ever find you.
As you wish. You've made a wise and honest choice.
Will you help me?
What do you want?
Tell me what this brand means. Look, I've drawn the sign for you.
You are an Oinon of a Menku kin, are you not? I've seen this brand before. I don't know its lines. I've seen it in a terrible place. There is a corridor in the depths of the abattoir, the route that Supremes take when they come from the steppe to be celebrated. Oyon, the foreman of the abattoir, can explain the meaning to you.
Supremes?
You don't know who Supremes are. You're joking.
Tell me.
You are joking. They cannot be called by name, for they are not to be talked about. What next? Are you going to tell me you don't know of the one that is called Boss Turok?
Are you talking about gods?
Yes, among other things. Don't take jokes on me, Oinon. Don't make fun of me just because I'm a simple man.
What else can you tell me about this sign?
If something is marked with this sign, then it is neither a man, nor a child of Bodo, nor of Suok. It's a supreme. What you need is not a man, Oinon. Your father had something to do with those who walk the corridor. It scares me. The brand is drawn there for a reason. They are not men. This is all I know.
Be careful.
I was lying before, by the way. I have gotten exceptionally good at dodging those plague clouds. Easy peasy. Helps that their hitboxes are deceptively small and that you trust me more than you should. And thus we find our first legitimate blind spot, even for those who have seen the story through Daniel's eyes. If we want to figure out what this brand means, then we'll have to speak to the foreman of the abattoir, Oyun. Which will almost certainly mean getting inside the temple. Somehow. That won't be happening today, though, as when I ask Vlad to let me speak to Oyun, the man who earlier admitted to locking away 8,000 people suddenly gets very cagey. In his fray to deflect questions, though, Vlad lets it slip that Oyun not only has the answers for what this brand is, but possibly who killed Isidore as well. Noting that Oyun has been one of the few to actually benefit from the events of the past couple days, as it secured his power over the kin. Luckily for Vlad, and unfortunately for us, this is a moot point. Oyun isn't even here at the moment. The foreman went off into the steppe the night before we arrived and is yet to return. Until then, we're on our own. Vlad makes no promises to introduce us, but when the time comes, neither I nor Artemy will be taking no for an answer. For now, though, that wraps up our main quest for the day. A pretty short one, all things considered. Perhaps too short. I apologize if this screws with the pacing somewhat, but we need to talk about something that I'm sure you completely forgot about. The actual flaws of Pathologic 1. Because this game isn't perfect. Yes, I know, very funny and ironic to say, some might say obvious. But also I preface this because I don't want to paint too broadly. I don't consider things like the slow walk speed, unsatisfying combat, or cryptic dialogue to be flaws. Those are features. Those are why I'm here. For reasons we'll also get to. On the other hand, things like the game never explaining the letter screen to you, blocking in combat legitimately not working due to a bug in the code, or the various little pieces of janky geometry around town which cause you to get caught on literally nothing, well, I think it's safe to say that those are the kinds of things which could get patched out of existence, and I would only ever be happy. And a couple of them are quite impactful. In this case, we need to talk about an honest-to-God plot hole. Because, spoilers, this brand is not actually going to come back up in the script again till day 6. And when it does, they're going to start talking about it like they've already established what it is. Pathologic 1 never really has a scene where someone sits down Artemy and says, "Hey, you see this brand? This is its name. This is what that name means. Do with that knowledge what you will." Believe me, I've played through this route multiple times, even before writing this script, asked the subreddit, and exhaustively searched the game script in both translations. I'm also definitely going to end up replaying the game a couple more times in the process of making this video, so if you're still hearing these words from me by the time the video is live, then know I say this with unwavering certainty. This is a sincere plot hole, and it brings me no joy to say something so fucking petty. I hate me for this joke too. Normally, I'd be content to brush off something like this. I am far more invested in thematic coherence than I am with a world and its concepts being 100% perfectly explained and believable, because no shit, where do you think we are right now? Look at the staircase to nowhere. This is an especially unfortunate oversight, however, because, as I've mentioned a few times now, much of the plot in this route come the late game is going to be about desperately trying to understand what this brand means. And does in fact go about answering that question in a deeply compelling way. Pathologic 2 retells much of Artemy's story, or at least uses the same starting point. The plots are very different, but Patho 2's core premises still very much echo Patho 1. There, the name of this brand gets revealed the same day Artemy receives it on day 2. Which, you know, makes sense. Since the real mystery of this brand, both there and here, is less its true name, and more about how we're meant to interpret it. This brand is, at heart, an exercise in trying to figure out how many parts we need to make up the whole of its author's intent. The author, of course, being our father, Isidore. The name isn't an answer, but rather, it's the initial question. So, with that in mind, and for the sake of making sure you know what the hell they're talking about when the time comes, I'm going to make a call as the director of this show and say that day 3 feels like a good time to tell you what I think the game should have said here. This symbol represents the Udurg, the sought one, the body which contains the world. Now, what does that actually mean? Who or what is the Udurg? How can we save it without properly identifying it first? Those are very, very, very good questions. Questions which I'm sure will not inevitably become a series of blades for us to be torturously thrown upon again and again over the course of the story. Sure, it will be fine, because nothing bad ever happens to the Barocks. Now, with that well established, Capella's next door, and it's been a couple days since we checked in on her, so let's go say hi. What's that? You've had a psychic premonition that Nockin's in trouble. Welp, know what I'm doing with the rest of my day. We'll go see how he's doing. Oh, that's 2 muggers standing outside of a shack. Okay. Let's talk to him. Yeah, no, it's totally cool, buddy. You go pick those kids' noses with your knives. I'll just get back to what I was doing. Best of luck. Just going to duck around this corner real fast. Pull out this knife. Sneak up behind this guy. And... oh, hey, a letter! And it's from Daniel. Looks like he still needs our help researching a curative for this plague. Because, of course, adorably useless. Definitely well worth our time. We'll head right over. After this. Easy. Free knives, free organs, GG, no re. Better check on the kids. Hey, Nockin! Who'd you piss off this time?
Who do you children think you're dealing with? Have you lost your marbles?
Watch your tongue. We ain't no children. We are soul and a halves. And there's more than enough of us back home. Multiply that by 2, too, because our pets fight alongside us. We are a force to be reckoned with.
Well, the guys by the door weren't exactly trembling with fear.
And where are the crooks? How did they let you through?
They're dead. All of them.
Cool. Did you do that all by yourself?
All by myself.
Take this weapon. It's handmade. Granddad said it used to be a fowling piece.
Great mother, does it shoot at all?
It does, but you have to find suitable ammo.
And what ammo is suitable?
Ammo is rare. It can be found here and there, always in small quantities. We've ordered our girls to go out looking for it. You could ask them. They'll probably trade ammo and cartridges for their girly treasures.
Oh, that's why the girls all have ammo to trade. That makes so much sense. Also, wasn't expecting a shotgun from that, but most certainly won't say no. Now with that wrapped up, off to Daniel's. Oh shit! Yeah, that's on me. Got too comfy. Also, objectively funny. Hey Capella, save Nockin. Hope I was helpful. I will take that as a yes. Much obliged. Listing you as a reference in my resume. Hey Danny, back from the dead. How goes the Panacea hunt?
So, you've begun studying the disease, I gather?
I have. And you, actually, you can help me with that. Tell me, is it true there are special people in the local community, the only ones who have the moral right to pierce others, even the dead, with tools?
Yes, you're talking about Menku. They're butchers and wardens. That is their right. But it's not about morals.
What is it about, then? Allow me to kindly remind you that there are a lot of people here who do not shy away from piercing others with knives in the street. Yet, during an emergency, the people who look more or less modern and civilized are disallowing me, a fully trained medic, to dissect bodies.
It's an ancient tradition. Its roots are religious in nature, or even mythological.
Bloody brilliant. Well, I don't profess any local religion. I'm fighting an epidemic. Or rather, I'm trying to save a couple thousand people, even though they turn themselves inside out, doing their best to get in my way.
They won't let you dissect the dead.
Exactly. I need tissues of a person who died of the sand plague. I need them today, right now. I've tried to get them at the cemetery, but failed miserably. The patrolmen are vigilantly watching over the dead.
Would you like me to get you some?
I'd reward you generously for that.
Deal. I'll do what I can, even though I still don't have the right to.
Why? Aren't you one of the... what do you call them? Well, your father was a surgeon.
Nobody knows me here yet, but I've said my word. I'll do the best I can, if I can.
Oh, wow, so that's what Daniel looks like from the outside when he's losing his mind. I don't sound like that, right? I'm more dignified than that, right? I'm just going to assume you completely agreed without qualification. Anyways, if we need infected organs, then, considering the rising death toll, I have to assume we'll find some at the graveyard. Yep, a funeral pyre and a guard. Exactly what I was hoping. Wait, why does this feel forebodingly familiar?
I need it for my work.
Ain't that right? Well, doctor's work is vital work, alright? It's not like your body's touching fun, right? You're working in the interests of the public.
Spot on.
10,000 money, and it's yours.
Are you out of your mind? You will give it to me since that is my order by the name of Governor Saburov.
Governor Saburov? Governor Saburov is not my commanding officer. I'm a volunteer. Do you get that, Doctor? Or do I need to spell it out for you?
You know, on second thought, let's go try the infected district again. I get the sense that will be a better time. Oh my, he's chasing me. Well, at least we can do some errands on the way. Starting to run a little short on food, so would probably be wise to stock up. Isn't that right, buddy? And given that this day actually runs kind of lean in terms of actual plot points to recount, this seems like the perfect time to take a moment and actually explain another major flaw. Let's talk in depth real quick about this game's economy, and how to break it so that this game becomes easy. A crash course in Gorkonomics, if you will.
Wow! Are you proud of that one?
Oh, more than words can describe.
Boo!
Quiet! Class is back in session. Time for economics. So, for all intents and purposes, this game has 6 currencies. Coin, weapons, food, medicine, junk, and time. All of these can be traded in some way or another for something else. Do not mistake junk for things that are useless. It just means they have no mechanical use whatsoever other than being traded. Unlike food or medicine, which you might want to actually consume. In practice, this means that this broken watch is, in and of itself, a currency just as valuable as 1.5 bottles of painkillers. Not every person in town wants every piece of junk, but every piece of junk is wanted by someone. The teenage girls want needles, jewelry, and flowers, and will give you bullets and lockpicks for them. The teenage boys want blades, watches, and needles, and eagerly trade medicine for them. The town guards will exchange weapons and booze for food and the time it takes to reach them since they're only ever outside lockdown districts, etc. The hardest part of the early game is just memorizing what every NPC wants and learning to plan accordingly. This is doubly true for Artemy, who doesn't naturally come into very much direct money, but has access to the herb and organ market, as we've seen. Shout out to Andre for trading herbs for ammo. Dude's a lifesaver, even if he still sucks. All this means that actual coin is often not that vital of a resource. It will always be the most time-efficient and low-effort way to get most things, especially food, but the point is you have options. This only becomes more true once we factor in the second part of Pathologic's economy: violence. As you've likely noticed, killing the knife-wielding bandits nets solid rewards. Typically around 500 to 1,000 coin, often a knife that will sell for a couple thousand, and always these metal knuckles which can be traded in sets of 5 for food or individually for bullets. And organs, of course. Each of these kills also nets you a pretty decent reputation boost for doing a civic service. This means that a single night of bandit hunting alone is enough to put you streets ahead economically and socially. All that effort I put into fixing my rep on day 1, I could have easily gotten more or less the same outcome if I just spent the whole night murdering random criminals. Add to this that every healer also has the ability to restore their reputation by giving medicine to the sick, and suddenly there's almost no problem which you can't buy or murder your way out of, so long as you have the time to spare. However, if you find yourself with a surplus of resources, you will also inevitably find yourself with a surplus of time, because what the hell else are you going to do but gather more resources? These two resource pools, time and everything else, feed off of each other. Running out of one snowballs into not having enough of the other, as well as the inverse. This is important, because it means if you tilt the scales too hard in your favor, it will likely stay that way indefinitely. Which is to say, Pathologic's balance is pretty wanting. I have a confession! There are 2 truths which I must reveal to you. One about our current playthrough, and a second about the game itself. Truth 1, all the gameplay you've seen thus far is actually me engaging in a self-imposed challenge run. That's right, I looked at this and said, actually this needs some more spice. The rules I've been playing by: no buying from tailors, no robbing houses, no random murder of the innocent, and, most impactful of all, no foraging trash cans. The reason I'm doing this comes down to our second truth, and it's one I know that many will balk at, but I want you to hear me out on this because it is a truth. Pathologic is actually pretty easy, at least in terms of its survival mechanics. I am sorry that I and basically every other YouTuber has lied to you.
Miss Ruby, don't you have several hundred hours in this game? Of course it's easy for you.
Granted, I am a fucking absurd person. A clown frothing at the mouth as she wave dashes. Of course. However, it didn't take me several hundred hours to learn how to break this game. Indeed, it didn't even take me a full playthrough, as evidenced by this screenshot of the perfectly fine Haruspex which I took during my first playthrough. Because breaking this game's economy over your knee is genuinely a pretty trivial task. The reality is that I've instituted these rules not as a flex, but as a desperate attempt to balance this into something that might give me some amount of challenge. To see what I mean, let's take a look at why I chose these specific rules. No tailors. Clothing is useless, but every day tailors get a fresh supply of needles which they sell for literal pennies, meaning you can easily amass a pile of needles so long as you hit up each shop over the course of each day. A simple matter while doing quests. After that, they can be traded to the kids for ammo or medicine, including one of the only true cures for the plague, schmouters. They're low value individually, but with these shops you can collect them by the fistful. They're basically just free money every day. Damage to the economy? Moderate. Robbing houses and murdering randos. The reputation cost is a thing, but it isn't actually as bad as you might expect. And much of it can be easily restored, especially by using all the excess resources you'll get from robbing and murder. This is cool, as it means we do actually have a strong mechanical incentive to become Artemy the Ripper and Artemy the Healer, a legitimate mechanical reason to give and take life in equal measure. However, it also means you'll have an overstock of organs, food, coin, everything. Basically everything, really. This can cost time, but on days like today, you have plenty of that to spare, which makes it a tempting offer. Damage to the economy? Severe. And lastly, trash cans. I've alluded to these a few times now over the course of this series, but I truly cannot overemphasize just how much checking every trash can you find in town each day breaks everything. This alone irreparably shatters the economy. Every trash can is a treasure chest, which has the chance to drop valuable junk which the kids will be eager to trade for. Most commonly, though, you'll find 1 to 3 empty water bottles in each of the dozens of trash cans scattered around town. Bottles are the best type of junk in-game. 5 of these can be traded to the town drunks for bandages. These bandages can be consistently sold for enough monies to buy basically any food, often being traded at a ratio of 2 to 1 for a piece of smoked meat. This is before even mentioning that those bandages can be used to significantly heal you from any damage caused by fighting, hunger, exhaustion, or plague. And given that drunks infinitely respawn from the first day to the last, it is quite possible to end up with piles of expensive bandages, which thereby render every other survival mechanic pointless. Damage to the economy? Game breaking. And just to prove that I haven't become completely biased, Pathologic 2 is, in fact, exactly as hard as people have made it out to be. Not going to say there aren't ways to break the economy there either. Here's a good video talking about how to do that. But I have around 300 hours of playtime across 2 platforms, and I can safely say that there's still a point during every playthrough where I find myself perfectly willing to murder strangers after being consumed by a starved panic as the primal beast which civilization has been hiding within me finally claws its way out in the name of the dark god, survival. Besides, there's always ways to break any economy. Insert topical humor here. This joke becomes funnier when you realize I wrote it in 2024. What really matters is how difficult it is to break. Breaking Patho 2 has proven a struggle for me, even all this time later. I broke Patho 1 before I decided to even make a video about it. Pathologic is more forgiving than has been reported. This does not mean, however, that it is exactly inviting. Obviously. Just because I'm acknowledging that Pathologic is easy on a mechanical level does not mean that it lacks friction within its gameplay, as we'll see very soon. Indeed, no amount of bandages is going to mend the wound of watching an entire town turn on you. Nor will it make time move any slower, nor your walk speed any faster, nor decisions like whether or not to support selling women any easier. This is something we'll be unpacking over the remainder of our journey. Games do not need to be sincerely mechanically challenging in order to make you fucking suffer. Speaking of, yoink! I'm dead inside. Hey Daniel, ripped out an infected heart for you. Trade for some painkillers? Pleasure doing business as always. And that wraps up everything. The spreading plague is a concern, but the outlook feels sunny all the same. Multiple doctors working on the case, no politicians in our way to backstab us, and plenty of human organs just waiting to be turned into money. Things are only looking up. Oh, hey, a letter from Ruben. New quest? Nope, false alarm. Just another threat. Boo, get new material. Well, I guess that well and truly covers everything. Oh, hey, a letter from Notkin. Yo, kid, what's up? What's that? You want me to use 30 of those herbs in order to make 10 of those herbal brews for you in exchange for the chance to later buy maps of the infected districts with brews? No! Okay, good night.
Behold the sought one, the named one, marked by the brand. He is sick. He is dying. The earth has come up to his waist. I must complete the task that my father left unfinished. I have yet to find out the identity of my patient, but I already know the answer to how his life may be prolonged. There's talk of a sandpest outbreak. I don't know who is dying yet, but I know what they are dying of. The enemy that was once defeated by my father has returned with a vengeance. I wasn't left this box for its mundane value. There is more inside it than this unfinished deed, this unfulfilled duty. There is knowledge inside, the formulas, the compoundings, the keys to create the only solution by which the sought one may be cured. A panacea. I don't know yet who is at their deathbed, but I know how he may be brought back to life. 2 journeys await me. The first will lead me to the sought one. The second will teach me how the panacea can be made. It's time to depart.
Welcome to Day 4. A new set of districts have been consumed by the plague. Meanwhile, the district which was infected yesterday is now burnt out, leaving only empty houses and those eager to loot them. Things are getting real dicey real quick, but are still salvageable. Particularly since, by this point, we're actually doing pretty good. As a matter of fact, hey, psst, you, person watching this, check this out. Behold, my greatest creation, the perfectly fine Haruspex. Artemy with flawless stats, a perfectly repaired shotgun, and a deeply felt sense of peace, purpose, and stability. Which is immediately disrupted by a letter from Daniel complaining about our mutual friend?
Master Ruben, who doesn't trust me and is concealing something important, has an unusual source of infected tissue. He's using it to conduct his first experiments. It is not a vaccine, of course, but it's something. I think it might be of interest to you as well.
You have my attention.
Seems like Ruben is working with a mysterious carrier of the disease that has weakened microbial culture in their blood. I doubt we could make a vaccine from it. Your reagents seem to deal with it all too mercilessly. I wonder what had weakened the infection, though.
Who's the carrier?
Beats me. Ruben is keeping tantalizingly mum about the whole business. You're closer to him than I am, though. Perhaps he'd be willing to share with you the information that he is concealing from me.
Ruben hates me.
He absolutely doesn't. Last time we talked, I described your feats in detail and proved that his suspicions were completely baseless. You're his hero now, and he's deeply ashamed of his tantrum.
Where do I find him?
That is something I cannot tell you. I gave my word.
Telling me would be in your best interest, though, wouldn't it?
Sating your curiosity is not in my best interests, no. Reuben shares his findings with me, and for me, that's enough. Even if the microbes turn out to have come from his own saliva, I don't care. You are the one who does.
Okay. How did you manage to find him?
I was introduced to him by a lovely lady called Lara Revel. She is a very kind, gentle creature. I suppose it would be very hard to be accepted as her guest without a stellar reputation. But you'll probably fight your way in somehow.
I see where you're going with this. It's this thing people call a joke, right?
Really appreciate that Daniel stands by his strict moral code. Will forever love that he's as principled as he is fucking annoying. Alright, so we need to go talk to Lara Ravel, one of the women living in the north side of town. Easy enough, but just going to check in on Notkin real quick on the way there. He seems to be going through it recently, so I want to make sure there's no other swords of Damocles dangling over the kid's head. Oh cool, Sticky's in danger, because of course he is. His house is in the Burnt Out district, so we can check on him there. Notkin also promises a nice reward for anyone who brings him 4 crowbars pried from the cold dead hands of burgling marauders. I'm about 50% of the way to being in favor of legalizing murder, so hell yeah, sign me up, buddy. Lara Ravel's place is on the way, so we'll check in with her real quick and find out where Reuben is, hit up Sticky, commit multiple homicides, and then we'll see where we're at from there. Cool. Sounds like a plan. This game makes me talk to myself just so very much.
Who are you? Did the harpist send you? What are those stains on your clothes?
Where? Oh, right. Everywhere. That's blood.
Can I help you?
I'm looking for Stock Reuben. Where can he be?
It is your good luck that I know where he is. But what do you need him for? You want to take vengeance on him?
What for?
He threatened to punish you. He believes that it was you who killed Isidore. He's wrong, though. Isn't he?
Of course he is.
So why do you need him?
I want to talk to him. About my father's death, for one.
Your face is terrifying. No, I can't tell you. I don't think you're up to any good.
Fine, Lara. I'm making a remedy that helps with the sand plague. I need his advice.
Can you promise me that you'll never reveal his hideout to anyone? Can you swear on your father's memory?
I can.
There was a fight at the abandoned warehouse by the works. The townsfolk discovered Barley's lair. Barley is the bandit whose men were the first to go about cutting, God have mercy, cutting people. Reuben has secretly infiltrated the area. He was called to help the wounded. Look for him there.
Thank you, Laura.
Oh, that was easy. Though it doesn't always play out that way. This meeting with Lara is actually a reputation check. If Artemy's reputation is still low, then she will flatly refuse to tell you where Reuben is until you raise it to around 80%. However, if, like me, you have decided to make Artemy into just the goodest boy on the Gorkin, then today's main quest barely qualifies as a speed bump. Otherwise, you're left with the rest of the day to mend your reputation, lest one of your bound become infected. This is the advantage to those new burnt-out districts and their abundance of bandit-shaped reputation pinatas. The other major perk is that you can often find guards hanging around. So if you wait for the bandits to kill the guards before putting a bullet in their back, you can double the amount of organs you farm and still be seen as a hero. It's only really now occurring to me the kind of person this game has already made me into, even as things are going great. Upsetting. Oh well, damage is done, and probably means nothing anyways. A girl can just be a big fan of organ collecting, God forbid women do anything, etc. Overall though, this hasn't been too bad. For all the talk of how hard Haruspex is, these first couple days have been pretty simple to navigate. So easy in fact that I, Ruby the person writing this script, ended up having to use them to dispel the myth of how hard Pathologic supposedly is. We're still waiting for Oyun to get back to town, but our name is cleared, we've got a surplus of everything we need, and feels like the panacea can't be too far off, right? None of the major powers have thought about me in days, local plays have been nice, me and Danny are becoming besties. What more could I ask for? This has honestly been kinda nice. Feel like I've got a handle on everything for once. Maybe this won't be so bad after all. Anyways, that's officially 4 crowbars, so I think we're done here. And Sticky's right next door, so we can go say hi right now. Sure, he won't be as grumpy about the fresh blood as Laura was.
No, that's just dirty. The soul and a halves, those pricks. Say I lick God's boots? Call me a traitor? Now they won't take me with them to mug the barbers? Those stinkers.
What barbers?
Hello there? Living under a rock or what? The angry guys that split off from Grease gang to cut people on the streets. We ain't listening to you no more, they said. The king's gone, the old life's blasted, so we ain't got nothing to lose. Big words, huh? So they went slashing and robbing everyone. Those sons of bitches.
And so your friends are planning to attack them?
They ain't no friends of mine. Arrogant bastards, stinky turncoats. Ooh, I hate them. What did I do to them?
That's not an answer.
Well, yeah, they are. As if they'd have a shot at it. They planned on arming up them weapons stored at a certain place. Well, I'm gonna ruin their party. How about we snatch their weapons away? And we'll save the dumbheads from the barber's knives as well.
Why not?
Oh my god, there's not many things I can think of to make the situation in this town worse, but the dogheads running around with sawn-offs is definitely up there. We'll wrap up the other 2 quests first since they're on the way, but we gotta snag that shotgun before those kids can. Weird rocks. Wonder how long they've been here. Feels like a kin thing. Honestly, every bit as fascinating as the stairways to heaven. The stairways might be more impressive to our modern eyes, but the level of knowledge and ingenuity to lay rocks that big must have been astounding. Here's hoping Oyun gets back soon. Hey Knockin', got your crowbars. Got my goodies? Dear God, that's a lot of ammo. Damn, you just had this lying around? Concerning, particularly considering the final errand I've got planned today, but pleasure doing business all the same. Ooh, Twirine. Yay. Next is Ruben, and then we'll meet up with Sticky's friend. Got this in the bag. Damn, someone did a number on these dudes. That's really impressive, to be honest. Surprised I'm not among them after all the letters you've been sending me, Ruben.
I owe you an apology, Artemy.
I will accept it if you tell me the truth.
There was no doubt in my mind that it was you who had killed the master. Until recently. He was obviously killed for the inheritance. It was connected to the kin admitting the spiritual leadership rights of the Barracks for the 2nd time, and there is other evidence that fit together to support the assumption.
What evidence?
Firstly, the wound. The thing they're calling a Shabnak's claw had inflicted too precise a wound. A wound following every rule of the secret line, as though the criminal had an intimate knowledge of the inner ways. No butcher could make a blow like that. Secondly, the news of your arrival.
Who told you I was to come shortly?
Katerina Saburova. Alexander is the governor now. Beware of him.
Am I being hunted on his order?
No. The order is Georgi Kane's, and he is even more dangerous than Alexander.
What have I done to upset him?
It's all gotten so confusing. I've been told a strange story not so long ago. I think you are being hunted for something that I had done. For Simon Kane.
Yes. I've heard that Simon had been killed.
You've been attacked, remember? At the station. They were there on their own accord, I've learned. Tried to ambush Simon's murderer. Thought he would try to escape by hiding in a carriage when the scheduled train arrives.
What does that have to do with us? I thought Oynon and Kodsky had established the truth. Simon's killer is still among us, and we can't punish them yet.
And so we are being hunted by fanatics for desecrating Simon's remains. Well, unlike you, I deserve it. When I realized the nature of his superhuman blood, I had a desperate decision to make. And I've decided to make sand plague medicine from Simon's remains.
Why didn't you explain yourself? Your choice would have been accepted.
Like hell it would. Explaining myself to the Kanes is pointless. They fetishized Simon. They'd rather place their bets on his sacred power or the power of his name or hell knows what else. They're a family of high-handed esoterics who only believe in dark arts. Can I count on you?
That depends on what you're planning to do.
I'm not planning. The deed's already been done. The sacrilege is complete. I've cut his body open by every line and squeezed everything I could from it. I pulled the bacteria from it and have made a few protective vaccine samples already. Old Simon has fed mankind with himself once again.
Have you looked for antibodies in his blood?
That was the first thing I did. There was nothing of the sort. I am a skeptic, you know. Yet each time I come across the Cain's mysticism, I'm filled with fear. It's like the disease began to wither away within him, all on its own. But it didn't die.
All on its own? What do you mean?
His blood is of a completely different nature to anything I've seen before. It isn't quite human. More than human, I'd say. In any case, the blood is gone. I used every drop to make the vaccines. I don't regret it, though. It wouldn't have helped you anyway, I think.
Okay. Thank you for the news.
I'm sorry I can't be of more use. And don't harbor ill feelings against me. Please.
I wish you luck.
Well, that sounds really, really bad. But nothing we shouldn't be able to sort out. We'll go snag that shotgun and then go touch base with the Cains and Sabrov. In that order, sure we can sort this out. Oh shit, the scene happens here? The Seagull's horrendous premiere would eventually cool into a modest success, with later performances being much better received as the actors found the nuances and depth hidden within the play's subtext. It was, however, too little too late for its author. Whenever anyone would try to tell Anton Chekhov of the play's later success, he would assume they were merely being kind. And so, he would walk away from the world of theater once and for all. This was until he received a letter from Vladimir Nemirovich Danchenko, the co-founder of the then recently established Moscow Art Theater. A man who had not only seen the play's original production, but had offered feedback on the earlier drafts of the script. Feedback which, if Nemirovich Danchenko is to be believed, led to the creation of Chekhov's gun as a literary device. No shit, but that's a discussion for another time. In his letters, Nemirovich Danchenko begged Chekhov for permission to perform his play, confident as he was that his newly established theater would be able to do Chekhov's subtle writing justice. A new, restrained breed of acting and stagecraft for a new, restrained breed of play. A perfect combination to move theater as an art forward, if ever there was one. Chekhov said no, so Nemirovich Danchenko sent another letter and asked again, and again, and again. It actually got pretty pathetic. If you look over some of these letters, you can practically hear Vladimir begging Anton on hand and knee, even as he admits that his fledgling theater company can't afford to really pay him for the privilege. But you know what? If you want to make history, sometimes you gotta be pretty pathetic. Please support me on Patreon or I'll die a chimney sweep. And like and subscribe, I need a silver play button. After enough endless prodding, Chekhov acquiesced and granted the Moscow Art Theater the right to perform The Seagull. However, within the unique opportunity also lay the unique challenge of living up to the play's potential. Luckily, Nemirovich Danchenko knew just the person to bring it to life, as it always should have been. He turned to his creative partner and the theater's other co-founder, a man by the name of Konstantin Stanislavski. Konstantin Sergeyevich Alexeyev was born on January 17, 1863, in Moscow. Born into one of the richest families in Russia, he grew up fascinated with puppets, ballets, and circuses, something he was free to explore himself within his family's 2 private theaters. Upon reaching adulthood, Konstantin quickly took on the stage name of Stanislavski in order to keep his theatrical endeavors secret from his parents. As he continued developing his craft, however, Stanislavski quickly found himself disenchanted with the then traditional approaches to stagecraft. This would lead to him having a legendary 18-hour-long conversation in 1897 with Vladimir Nemirovich Danchenko, where the two of them would collaboratively create a new style of theater, one founded on a philosophy radically different from their peers, rooted in realism and a fixation on unified aesthetics, pulling inspiration from the Teatr Libre and Menening ensemble. This was the Moscow Art Theater, and it's from here where so much of modern drama as we know it would emerge. There is a good chance that the name Konstantin Stanislavski rings a bell even for those of you with only a passing interest in the craft of drama. If you have ever heard of method acting, sometimes known simply as the method, then you've likely seen his name nearby. Method acting is an acting style where you use your emotional memory to call on your own personal past experiences to relive the emotions of them while on stage, thereby letting the character subsume your personality by attempting to perpetually feel, think, and believe one-to-one with the character for the time that you're playing them. All of which is to say that the aim of it is, in no small part, to pull from your own very personal and possibly traumatic feelings so that you might live them out again on stage. Unlike most acting approaches, the method takes it as a given that you will well and truly become your character emotionally while you are performing them. This sometimes goes as far as actors insisting on staying in character even when not properly performing. Though it must be noted that this is not proper method technique even by the standards of adherence to the form, and is often just a veil for prima donna shenanigans, see Leto, Jared. I bring this up purely so that I can make it clear that this isn't what we're talking about right now, because Stanislavski is where the method both does and does not come from. What the hell do I mean by that? Quite simply, and to keep it as brief as I can, Stanislavski wrote his initial book, An Actor Prepares, to describe his own method of educating and instructing actors circa 1936. The group theater's American founder, Lee Strasberg, read it after seeing the Mat tour through New York in the 1920s, as well as training with one of Stanislavski's students, before then teaching his misinterpretation of Stanislavski's system to his theater company. The group theater found massive critical success and renown in utilizing the method, though with only minimal financial gain. Because the problem with the method isn't that it doesn't work, but that it hurts actors. One of the group's actresses, Stella Adler, eventually left to Paris to study under Stanislavski personally, before returning to tell everyone that Stanislavski had told her directly that Strasberg's interpretation was incorrect and misguided, leading to him screaming that he didn't care what she or Stanislavski thought, insisting that he was right, and thereby triggering a decades-long feud which resulted in the death of the group theater, most of its actors becoming acting teachers, a mass fragmentation in American acting styles, and the eventual rise of the actor's studio. Yes, the inside the actor's studio, because I mean it when I say that basically everyone in the group theater immediately became acting teachers. If you are an American actor, this is your lineage. I'm sad about it too. In spite of all of this, Strasberg went on to be hailed as the founder of the method in America, with their theater later being hailed as America's first true theatrical collective, and the bravest and single most significant experiment in the history of the American theater. By people who I have to assume really did not want to think about the Lafayette Players and its founder Anita Bush, nor the Krigwa Players and its founders W.E.B. Du Bois and Regina Anderson, or the Harlem Renaissance at large. For some reason, I have opinions on the group theater and method acting. I'm also being reductive here. I should be calling this Strasberg's method of acting, because even if his is the most popular and dog shit, there's actually quite a few methods of method acting which are pretty good and healthy, such as the Adler method and Meisner method, as well as many non-American methods. India in particular has its own robust history of this form, but we're already way off topic. Again, discussion for another time, but I promise this will all be very important later. So, back to the matter at hand. If that's Strasberg's method, then what makes Stanislavski's approach innovative for his time? Well, first and foremost, he directed his actors. Konstantin Stanislavski was, in fact, among the earliest people taking on the role of directing actors as a central responsibility. Which is to say, as someone with the authority to demand certain performance changes from an actor for the sake of generating a more emotionally cohesive experience. He was not the first, of course, but he was absolutely among them. At this time, the vast majority of productions were overseen by either an actor-manager or a regisseur, a bit of a half measure between the modern roles of director and producer, which, critically, did not traditionally gather the actors together for rehearsal, nor took the time to make sure that they actually understood the play and knew their lines, nor gave them feedback after their performances. Prior to this, actors would often have their own distinct approaches, which may, or may not, fit well with the material and performances of other actors, yet meant that the actors themselves weren't always adaptable beyond a specific archetype. So Stanislavski set about trying to make them more adaptable. After a series of experiments to figure out what did and didn't work, the primary method he would ultimately land on was a blend of analysis and action. The cast would sit down together and figure out who a character was, what goals they strived for which justified their actions, what task they were specifically looking to accomplish from moment to moment, and then act out their answer in real time, with complete emotional commitment to the role, which would thereby make the character feel more real for both the performer and the audience. As Stanislavski famously put it, the best analysis of a play is to take action in the given circumstance. Thus, he would go about expanding the range of his actors by having them build the character through analysis and then step into them using action. Regisseurs also didn't have the power to make demands of set designers in order to refine the mise-en-scène of the stage design. Mise-en-scène being a $5 word for scene vibes for those not in the know. This was particularly important to Stanislavski, as he strongly felt that the stage set was not there for the audience's benefit, but rather for the actors. A good actor could convincingly mime a set into existence, but a good set could do a great deal to immerse the actor into the role and thereby create a more authentic performance. Many of the tools of creative control which modern directors of all stripes expect to have so that they might bring unity of vision to the productions they helm can be traced back to here. From the stage design to the costuming to the lighting to the sense filling the theater to, of course, the actors themselves, every element was brought together to work in tight collaboration with every other. A pointed and deliberate attempt to make something where the parts of the work would become greater when taken as a whole. A great deal of this likely seems intuitive, maybe even obvious by our modern eyes, but you only feel that way because we are already living in Stanislavski's world. Regardless of whether or not you've ever heard his name before now, you have been influenced by his conceptualization of what good acting is supposed to look like. If you have ever stood in awe of how an actor can so naturally embody a character, if you have ever been amazed by just how psychologically real a performance is felt, then you have graded an actor by Stanislavski's standards. This cuts both ways. I can tell you personally that I've met more than a few actors in my time who are using Stanislavskian technique without even realizing it. It is just simply that pervasive. Stanislavski's goal was not to get an actor to merely perform a character, nor was it attempting to get an actor to feel precisely what the character feels. Rather, his aim was to have the actor experience a character as a living, breathing person, as a psychologically real human who was discovering all of the events in front of them in real time as you or I would, and react accordingly. Despite how it might sound, this is actually where Strasberg and his method went very wrong with their interpretation. Stanislavski strongly insisted that truly becoming the character was actually the last thing an actor should do. Never lose yourself on the stage. Always act in your own person, as an artist. The moment you lose yourself on the stage marks the departure from truly living your part and the beginning of exaggerated, false acting. Therefore, no matter how much you act, how many parts you take. You should never allow yourself any exception to the rule of using your own feelings. To break that rule is the equivalent of killing the person you are portraying, because you deprive him of a palpitating, living human soul, which is the real source of life for a part. In time, Stanislavski also abandoned the use of emotional memory entirely, which is to say that his approach had nothing to do with pulling from personal, possibly traumatic memories, and instead focusing exclusively on building the character using interpretation, analysis, and understanding. He would go on to describe those who did truly get lost within a character as, wait for it, pathological. Can't make this shit up. To put all of this acting theory in a more modern framing, his approach is actually not all that different from how most people engage with games which place you into the narrative role of a single well-defined character. You are not Cloud Strife, and you know that at all times, but you can still experience Cloud Strife, and, in the process, show him to an audience in real time, even if that audience is just you. Like I said, this approach is deceptively common these days. On the stage in late December of 1898, however, this was a revelation. When the Seagulls' opening performance at the Mat concluded, there was naught but silence in the theater, for long enough that some of the actors began to fear that the audience had turned against them as well. That was until the silence was broken by an eruption of applause, which Nemirovich Danchenko described as being like a dam breaking. Though the actors' unease may owe more to the fact that most of them were varying degrees of high on valerian drops in order to deal with the stress of publicly attempting this new theatrical form, as well as, being in Russia during 1898. Relatable. After this, the strengths of Stanislavski's approach became undeniable. Fixating on and refining each individual part had elevated the whole in a way which allowed for something restrained, yet somehow even more powerful. This subtle, immersive approach allowed the actors to bring Chekhov's nuanced subtext to the surface from the very start, while ensnaring the audience in a performance which felt so real that many reportedly struggled to look, feeling as though that they were voyeuristically spying on something that they had no business seeing. For perhaps the first time in their lives, members of the Moscovian audience weren't seeing actors on stage, but regular people, just like them, living through a series of intimate tragedies, just like theirs. Chekhov, for his part, was also deeply impressed by the performance, but did take issue with Stanislavski's own personal interpretation of Trigorin, which, I promise, is actually absolutely hilarious and ironic as fuck if you know who Trigorin is. Please watch The Seagull, it holds up unreasonably well, I promise, especially if you're an artist. The play was a runaway success, simultaneously making both Chekhov's name as a playwright, Stanislavski's as an actor, dramatic theorist, and theater practitioner, and the Moscow Art Theater as the epicenter of a whole new style of Russian drama. Given the Mat's proclivity for touring internationally, it wouldn't be long until theater practitioners not just across Russia, but the entire world were seeking to emulate Stanislavski's success. To this day, the Moscow Art Theater still bears a seagull as its logo. Likewise, the initial covers of Stanislavski's essential educational texts, An Actor Prepares and Building a Character, sport that very same seagull, which made all of this possible. Both Chekhov and Stanislavski had hit their mark, and in the process, brought a new age and style of theater to the world with a performance that changed everything. Not bad for a story about some artists being sad.
Eureka. It seems that the nutrient medium that may produce the antibodies we need is the real deal. There is one way we can attain it. A rather gruesome operation, which is, nevertheless, rather customary for someone of your background. Come see me, and we will discuss everything in detail. I urge you not to linger. Put off any other business you have, if need be. My situation is precarious, to say the least. There is not much time left.
Hold Holy shit, where are we? Where are all my weapons? Why is my reputation so low? Oh my god, I've been knocked out so long it's now 2 p.m. on day 5. Is that a dead body? That's a goddamn plague cloud. Please have something useful. Yes, gun, I love gun. Shit. Equip it. Reload. Oh my god. I am officially pro-murder again and a sovereign citizen. I may leave this room infected, but you are leaving it as meat in my pockets. I forgot. That's on me. I admit it. I forgot just how cruel this game can be. Let my guard down. And I get the sense I'm about to regret it even more. Well, I think it's safe to say that we're past the point of talking reasonably with the town's leaders. Better get to Daniel and hope that he can protect us. And given that our reputation is now once again low enough that we will be attacked on sight, it would actually likely be best for us to travel through the steppe, lest we become the town's literal punching bag. Again. Hey, didn't something major happen on day 5 in the bachelor's route? Yeah, overthinking. Need to get to Daniel. After I swing by my hideout and grab what little I have left out of storage. Oh, also, on a more meta note, welcome to the real Pathologic. This is where Artemis' route truly begins. Cutting through the steppe wasn't uncommon while playing The Bachelor, but it definitely takes on a different character as Artemis. What was once a barren wasteland now presents a chance for survival. Fortunately, one of the few things the guards didn't take was all of the organs I've amassed, for some reason. Which means that this is not only an opportunity to forage for naturally growing herbs as we travel, but that we have enough flesh to trade for an excess of herbs. Particularly useful, considering that, with our reputation, we're probably going to be needing some bullets, and Andre Stomatin doesn't strike me as the type to be picky about where he gets his psychoactive herbs from. Will also be essential later to brewing enough medicine to repair our reputation. This is disastrous, but we can recover. We still have a chance to get back on our feet. There's still hope. Oh shit, a letter. From Vlad the Younger about that well-packed full of rocks inside his shack. He's on the edge of town and thus easy to reach, so fuck it, as long as he pays. Wow, it took longer to get here than I hoped. Can you help? The town wants me fucking dead again.
So, you have luckily escaped custody. I wonder if that's for long.
Who on earth was so eager to get to me?
It feels like the style of the governor. Alexander respects me, so I'll do my best to protect you from any further persecution. But I can't guarantee anything.
Thank you. That's helpful.
I've been looking for you.
I think I know why.
We need a sample of infected tissue with a high concentration of the bacteria. A heart would work best. A living one, in fact. No more than half an hour can pass after you extract it, and the donor has to have an early non-critical stage of the disease.
You're a funny man, Oinon. Do you think I walk around cutting people open for my own pleasure?
And quite the contrary. I need a heart to make a protective vaccine. I think it would serve our common interests.
I'm trying to make a panacea, a serum. A very different thing. Why a heart? Why not something else?
The bacteria die or become unreasonably weakened as soon as they're extracted from their nutrient medium. We need to find a way to capture the disease at an active stage. Dr. Rubin's experiments with a subject have shown that the heart is the medium where the bacteria reproduce most actively.
What does that mean?
I need the disease itself. You need the useful antibodies produced by a living being. I think both can be found within the same medium, the blood of a person infected but not yet devoured by the plague. The antibodies suppressing the bacteria's development are precisely the reason for that person to not having been devoured yet.
Do you really think, Oinon, that people can fight the sand plague?
Rumor has it that native steppe people are actually unlikely to die from the disease. I'm not sure there have been any lethal cases at all. Dancers, butchers, those bowl people of yours, what's the word? That doesn't mean the infection passes them by, but for some reason the disease doesn't seem to reproduce within their bodies. Perhaps it has something to do with their blood.
I see your point. Butchers, dancers, and odong. I wonder why.
There must be some kind of pattern here. It's a shame those people are all locked up inside the termitary right now. I wonder if that locked-up horde could still be alive and kicking. I'd love to find out, and so I will. But that's my job, not yours.
You won't find any butchers in the town. Everyone had escaped the termitary has fled.
Not every single one. As far as I know, someone is still being harbored by a certain sharp-tongued lady. Her name is Aspity. You can also find dancers in the pub, but the pub is Andre Martin's domain. Hell if he allows you to open any of them up in front of him. The dancers may go out for a walk from time to time, though. Right?
Okay. I'll find someone.
Let me just check real quick, and yep, that's today's main quest. Of course it is. Nothing can ever be easy. So, let me get this straight. We're back on the shit list of both the governor and the town itself, but our job for today is to find a member of the kin, our kin, and cut them open, thereby inevitably confirming whatever heinous rumors are swirling around about us right now. Yeah, this feels like the worst case scenario. If I survive this, I'm busting out the Twirine when we're done. Fuck everything. At least the kids are still wanting to speak to me. Thank you, sweetie. Much appreciated. You are so much more reasonable than your three fathers whom start trying to beat my ass. Ow! Okay, that tears it. I'm sorry, honey, but you're going to have to become an orphan. Most impactful of all. God damn it. Why am I like this? Whatever Vlad wants better be good. Vlad wants me in his hole. To go in his hole. I mean, this one. Some workers cleared this well of all of the rocks, briefly went down, realized it was groaning and singing. Relatable. So they decided it was a piece of Mother Bodo and fled. Vlad himself doesn't want to go down because shit, would you? Which leads to him offering us 7,000 coin. And you know what? I am just desperate and curious enough to agree. All right, Vlad, you got a deal. What the? Are these walls made of meat? Some of the reddest dirt I've ever seen. Something tells me that these walls would be upsettingly moist. Plus, this whole place is a maze. I have no clue where I'm supposed to go, and a sense that only luck will take me there. As convoluted and intertwined as arteries. This is all certainly not helped by the meager lighting, nor the spectral whispers? Huh. It sounds really similar to whispers I've heard in the steppe, too. Fingers crossed I find this exit soon, because my new case of sand plague is just begging for some delicious homemade remedies. Remembered I had a lantern, making this the one place it's useful, and oh thank Bodo, finally a way out. What the fuck is that? Is that a politician? What the hell? You weren't in Daniel's route. Who the hell are you?
Isn't it Barak? Barak it is! I wonder what you were expecting to see.
Wait, what kind of a creature are you?
Me? I'm a prophet. The prophet.
Well, go ahead and prophesize then. Tell me my future.
It's as straightforward as a shrug, and also very, very sad. Are you sure you want to know?
Speak.
You will be loved. You'll shed rivers of blood. You'll think hard as to what sacrifice to make. You will inevitably make the wrong choice. You'll try to distance yourself from the bachelor's path and back the wrong horse. Then you'll disappear. That's it.
Welp, that was short.
Can you not give your father?
I can hear him all right, but I don't believe it. It's a trick.
Really? A hiccup on my part, I guess. Try listening some more.
What do you want? Why are you mocking the dead?
Mocking? Who's mocking? Look me straight in the eye.
I can't breathe.
Listen to your father's moaning. Or do you not want to find out who took his life? Listen closer. Isn't that his voice?
Wait, this was beneath the theater the entire time? As upsetting as it is convenient. Aspidy's a stone throw away. Let's head over. Oh, shit. What? That doesn't violate my rules. He's not an innocent. He's a guard. Basically a cop. Even got a badge. And I already killed 2 today, remember? Whole reason ammo's going to be useful, especially since it's not like our reputation can get any worse.
The kin is ready to follow your lines, O eldest of the barracks.
Is that so, sister?
I never waste breath saying things I don't mean.
My lines have brought me to a bloody path.
Oh, you are looking for your sacrifice, aren't you? I know. How can I help you?
You can't. You are too worthless a creature.
Whoa. I never expected to hear something like that from you. You were throwing me away too early. Even a mouse managed to help a panther once. But the choice is, of course, yours.
Yes, the choice is mine, and I will make it.
Will you tell me?
You know that I'm making a panacea. I need the tissue of one of the Bodo's children.
What a ridiculous idea. It's not my place to judge what the other families do, but you are a different case. You didn't grow up here, you only came back recently. I fear you've fallen under the Bachelor's influence. The prickly prick that'll bury us all. There's no way in hell I'm going to help him. Or his minions.
Don't you judge my actions, woman. I follow the lines of my father's will.
You might as well open one of the worms or a bride dancer. That will be of more use. And if you try getting into the termitary...
I don't even want to try. Dying would be too simple an out for me right now.
I see. It is indeed not my place to judge. Do you want me to show you where the butchers are hiding?
Yes.
There are no more runaways in the town. The last ones were let out secretly this morning. They are planning to perform a rite to make a sacrifice of their own, though. And so they went to the gatherers. Those moronic animals. Do they really believe they can guess the lines required for such a feat? Unthinkable.
Thank you, Aspity.
Hey, psst, Artemy, buddy, come here. You're supposed to be more likable than Daniel, remember? He's supposed to be the pretentious asshole, and you're supposed to be the relatable, polite one, the grounded good old boy coming home in search of family. And I'm trying really hard to sell you as that, even sidestep many of your most fucked up dialogue choices up till now, as I largely did for Daniel as well. Fair is fair. But if you keep talking to women like this, then the audience is going to realize that you're actually a deeply unhinged traditionalist who gleefully carves out every human organ they are granted access to, and, once that happens, it's going to be a lot harder to win them over to your side. So, chill? Mayhap? Okay, cool. Good talk. Now, let's go figure out which innocent woman will be more emotionally and practically convenient for us to slice open and rip the heart out of. Caught a rat outside because I really feel like I need some emotional support right now. Also got jumped by a cop. Okay, cool. Finally back at the broken heart. And you must be who I'm here to meet.
Would you like me to do anything special for you, young Barak? As a daughter of Bodo, I have to obey you. The locals call me Willow.
Obey me? Why?
I am a dancer, you see? It's a very special trade. An ancient trade. The rite is obligatory for us, even more so than the butchers.
What does your trade have to do with religion?
Are you joking, Barak? A dancer knows the lines. Only a dancer can bend and extend them. It's a sacred art. These days, we're not dancing because of the mourning, but when happier days come, you will see how far we can extend the lines of body.
I hope happier days come very soon.
I can't kill this girl again. God damn it. God fucking damn it. I'm walking into the step. Don't look me in the eye, Andre. Just put the bullets in the bag. On the way over to our next candidate, we'll swing by Vlad the Younger and pick up our reward for diving into those meat tunnels because I deserve something today. Isn't that right? Hi, Anna Angel, got your letter, but no, I'm not killing Willow no matter how much you pay me. Also, it's really fucking weird how you slut-shame her. Dear God, how do you have so much beef with a child?
She was brought here by a kidnapper 11 years ago, when she was but a little child. She's been indulging in every sin possible ever since. Passionately, voluptuously, even. It's more than anyone can bear. So it's time for her to go.
Do I look like an idiot to you?
Get her ass, Artemy. Me and Vanya are cheering you on. I named the rat Vanya, by the way. Anyways, getting late, can't be wasting time here. Stop picking on kidnapped children. Let's go turn in that quest to Vlad.
I've been there. Came out on the other side, as you can see.
Congratulations. So, what is it?
It's a tunnel someone's dug from under the theater. A rather old cave. You were right. Its bottom doesn't look like soil at all.
Who would do something like that?
I think I've met a weird creature there, but it could have been a hallucination.
Did it look like a man-like rat, by any chance?
Yes, do you know what it is?
Curious. Very curious. I think it's an illusion. A specter appearing to very different people on some creature's will. You've fallen prey to hypnosis. What did it say to you?
But who was the hypnotist?
Well, no idea. Some people say it's rats. They have special powers, you know. Others say it's the earth, swax vapors, more nonsense. Yeah. Still, it's known for a fact that the illusion appears to the town's inhabitants from time to time. It's a well-known specter. We call him the Rat Prophet.
It's hard to wrap my head around all that.
Here is the reward for your courage, Master Barak. Thank you. Let us never mention it again.
Now that is curious.
So, if I may, let me sum up the past 60 seconds. Ahem. Hey, I saw a rat man. Everyone knows about the rat man, dude. Take this money. Never again mention the rat man. Very glad to have gotten that bit of levity. Now time to go commit one of the most heinous acts of my fucking life. Quite the crowd, it seems. What do you three want?
You are your father's son, you who know the lines. You know how to liberate flesh. Open this woman up for us.
What for?
Her juices nourish the steppe. She is full of Mother Bodo's warmth. We want to quench the earth's thirst for blood with hers, to stop the death.
Whose death?
Sons and daughters of the vein of Bodo are dying in the Termitare. The Mother Superior is still young. Her warmth is not enough to keep the plague at bay. The dead mistress's daughters haven't come into their power yet. We need a sacrifice. Opening a herb bride will help.
That's not true.
You haven't heard of it, Oinon, because the Termitary has been locked up. It is guarded. Behind the guard, inside, is the disease. And no salvation.
This girl's death will do you no good. It won't stop the disease.
You have been brought up away from home, Oinon, and you have forgotten the laws that your wise father has always abided by. If you open her up by the right, as you can, it will do good. It will help, and we will respect you as we respected your father.
So I'll have a better reputation if I kill this girl?
Yes, you will have the best reputation possible. Bring Mother Bodo's warmth back to her, and the vein will reward you.
Will you accept me as my father's heir after the sacrifice?
If the sacrifice helps.
Is that so?
We respect your knowledge, Oinon. We know the simple lines of bull flesh, but the secret lines of human flesh are concealed from us.
Okay. I will open this girl up for you.
Guess that's some added incentive to do what I was... well, you know. We have less than an hour to get Daniel this heart. My reputation with the ethno-religious group I'm the ostensible leader of is at stake, as is my ability to walk the streets, and thus my ability to save our home. I'm not sure there is a choice here.
Are you the only son of Oinon Barak, the elder of your kin, an heir to the leadership in the kin?
The first statement is true. As for the rest...
Have you come to open up my flesh along the Raggy line?
What do you mean?
They want to feed the steppe with my blood and stop the plague. But I'm not strong enough for the earth to accept this sacrifice as sufficient. Please, make them go away.
You have the boon of fertility, don't you?
The steppe loves me and grants me herbs. I can call white whip with my songs, and brown twire is lured by the warmth of my breath. Black twire is abundant if I give my juices to the earth in winter.
Will twire become rarer if you die?
Of course it will, now and forever. I wanted to give birth to a daughter in 9 years so that she'd take my warmth and become a bride in my stead. I am the only one Took all herbs out of Suok's gut until then. Don't kill me, please. I will be of more use to you alive.
I'm not so sure about that. Let them take their blood, and I will take something else. You are about to come back to the earth. Prepare yourself.
It's been subtle up to now. Or, more accurately, we've had the freedom to make it subtle up till now, but it's impossible to really ignore at this point. There is an underlying darkness to Artemy, a willingness towards brutality and cruelty that the other healers can engage with, but only indirectly. Daniel will decide he needs the heart, but he'll never kill the innocent woman it's attached to. Artemy will get his hands dirty in a way that can be very difficult to stomach. And yet, is there really any alternative? What else is to be done here? Disregard the traditions, the laws of our own culture, and leave the town to be consumed by an ever-evolving plague as we succumb to the elements, all in the name of what? Protecting our own petty sense of morality rooted in modernity and privilege? But that doesn't make having innocent blood on our hands any easier, does it? Is this all the world has to offer? Just a choice between hiding behind layers of ethical distancing from heinous actions done in our name, or being the one who enacts the violence on behalf of others so that we might spare them from the guilt? Isn't it more honest to be required to do it ourselves? Did Sung actually have a fucking point?
Had we refused, someone else would have completed the task. We have spared that someone the burden of a guilty conscience. Perhaps that will ease yours.
Yeah, nope.
Artemy can do this. I'm not sure I could. Turns out even I have ethical limits. And I get the sense it will only get worse from here. Hey Daniel, I completed our mutual mortal sin. Hope it was worth something, and if it wasn't, please be kind enough to lie to me about it.
What did you see?
This is exactly what we were looking for. It's still alive. The bacteria are in there.
What of the antibodies essential for making a serum?
I don't know for sure yet. I'll send you a report in a few hours. Don't go about cutting people's hearts out for your panacea until then. It's a controversial solution, you know.
What? Do you even hear yourself?
Sorry. I meant no offense. It was just a momentary lapse of... well, you know.
None taken.
And just so that you know, I'm bloody thankful for you, Barack. I don't know what it means to you, but for me, this heart is a treasure. Wait for news from me. It'll most likely be good. Well, 50-50.
Okay. I'll be waiting.
So, remember when I said that a game doesn't need to be sincerely mechanically challenging in order to make you feel like you have a gun to the back of your head? This day is a case study in that. I want to have a nice long talk about this exact kind of difficulty and friction. But I think I am quite exhausted after today, and none of you can blame me for that. Suffice to say, though, this gets to the heart of it. Regardless of how easy it is to break this game mechanically, Pathologic is still a very hard game, because there is no difficulty slider you can come up with which will ever make experiencing something like this day any easier. Nightmare of a day, even by the standards of the worst days this game has to offer. We're morally compromised, still broadly, if vaguely hated. We never got our weapons nor our bountiful supply of ammo back, and only found a sliver of public acceptability after committing one of the worst acts I'm sure I'll ever collaborate in. This day has been a stark reminder. Hopefully we can get some chance, any kind of chance, to decompress just the tiniest bit. Rat races in the warehouse district. What do you think, Vanya? Yeah, Vanya, go, 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 go!
She is coming towards me with celerity greater than the howling wind. She gathers her brittle fingers together as she goes. She braids her intricate bones and breaks her lissom limbs. There are no eyes on her black face, and her white face has no nose. The two of her heads are ever in conflict. This is what the tale says. I will do what has to be done before her Shabnak rises up from beneath the ground. Udoruk is the only one who must survive whatever the cost. Enough gruel must be made for his enormous body to be fed.
Welcome to Day 6. There is no turning back. Arsonists have appeared in the street, eager to burn out the plague and those who carry it. Those like us. Oh, so Vanya lost the rat race last night, so the dogheads fed him to their dogs because I can't have shit in this town. And I'm hungover. Got another morning letter from Daniel because I guess he can only ask me to do stuff rather than just do it himself. Whoever's playing him sucks ass at this game.
Yesterday's experiment produced mixed results. It was helpful to me. We've managed to grab the bacteria by the tail, so the vaccine will become available to the general public soon. But the usefulness of living blood for serum production is partial.
Are there antibodies in it?
There are. They are even quite efficient at exterminating the disease. But the antibodies get annihilated in the process too, and the disease reproduces rapidly, so they are not enough. The final result is rather disappointing. In order to overcome the sickness, cells need to either suppress the development of the disease or produce 1,000 times more antibodies.
So what do we do?
Let's try the proven method. We should introduce the disease to bulls and see what happens next. I've been eyeing the animal kingdom for a while now. Epidemics have been connected to cattle since the dawn of time, and the local cattle are so inaccessible, they're guarded so vigilantly that I'm not even sure where to begin.
One can only get a bull from one side.
Very funny. Tell me, have many bulls died lately?
I haven't come across any dead bulls, but it may have something to do with the local customs. The rite.
Well, perhaps they don't get sick at all. All the more reason to check them. Do try it. Make a blood extract and introduce it to a bull. We'll see how its blood reacts to this unexpected turn of events. Thankfully, we do have a bacteria sample now.
Why don't you try it yourself?
Whenever I try to get into the abattoir, or at least the termitary, I fail miserably.
Yeah, I know.
You, on the other hand, are more likely to succeed.
So, what's the plan then?
Just let us repeat yesterday's test. Make an extract, infect a bull, wait a bit, and get a blood sample. I think the result is going to be quite enlightening.
I'll try to find a bull. Hopefully they haven't all been eaten by now.
Alright, one step closer to a vaccine. Just need a spare cow. A big ask, particularly nearly a full week into a quarantine town isolated deep in the steppe. Fortunately for us, though, we're basically in charge of the people who are in charge of cows. Should be gracefully doable. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to keep my fucking mouth shut and not jinx it. Nothing's ever easy. Time to discover a new frontier of anguish. Oh, hey, a letter. From Anna Angel. What the hell?
You must be very angry with the poor singer. So unfair. Regardless of what libel the Bachelor is spreading about me, I am simply too afraid to plot any manner of mischief. There is a lot going on right now. This terrifying child, this angel of death has descended to my humble abode. She won't leave. I think she is hiding somewhere in the house at this very moment.
Yeah, we should swing by and check in on that, if only to help me better understand her brain. Still can't believe she asked me to kill a teenage girl yesterday. There's something deeply wrong with someone who can feel that much hostility towards a random teen. Ah! Hi, Clara? Nice to meet you?
Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. Woe is me. Is it possible that even the deceitful creatures, the evil Darksiders, those who are always seeking to provide a disservice to man, is it possible that even they have turned their backs on me?
What are you talking about?
I've had a disagreement with the Rat Prophet. And so he's hiding from me now, telling me nothing. And I need to hear a few words from him about me, now that I'm persecuted and hated. I need it more than ever. What is my fortune? What is to become of me? Why have I come to this world?
What do you want?
Let's outsmart him. Go see him as though on your own. He won't say no to you. Pretend to hate me and ask him about my fortune. What happens to me tomorrow? But most importantly, who am I? Why have I come to this world? Got that? Will you help me?
I don't even know where to find him.
He lives under the theater, or even inside it. Barack, Haruspex, sir, please. Please be kind. Please get to him. Oh, if only you knew how I suffer. I'm lonely and in pain.
Okay, I'll go ask him.
Clara, you have this incredible ability to sound like you're lying even when you're actually telling the truth. Anna, calm the fuck down. She cannot turn people's souls inside out. There are not two of her, and there is no Shabnakadir, despite what Sticky says. That's absurd. What is your fucking problem?
Of course, she hasn't even come close to a mirror. Otherwise, she'd have seen what she looks like and tidied herself up. Should I get her some mascara, maybe? She looks ugly as sin.
Look who's talking.
Holy shit. Artemy on Drag Race when? I need to laugh through this or I'll have to admit this is another instance of Artemy being misogynist, even if it's against someone who really fucking sucks. Okay, bye. Guess that means we're meeting the Rat Prophet again today. Might as well knock that out real quick. Oh, hey, a letter from... What?
The time has come for us to look each other in the eye. Come to Grace's lodge. I will be waiting for you there. It came to my attention that you intend to open up a bowl. Curious as to what's inside?
It's just pathologic. Don't overthink it. Just go see Grace. Don't overthink it. Probably means nothing. Don't give Anna any credit. Don't overthink it. Might even be a glitch for all I know. Trust nothing and hate everything. Where did you come from? Grace, where did she come from?
Her? She was right here from the beginning. She came from below the ground.
Thank you, Grace. Every word in those sentences made me more upset than the last. Oh my god. Hi, Clara. Nice to meet you. How is your day?
So here you are, and yet my chest hasn't been cut open. Or would you rather just turn me in?
Neither. Why are you so angry?
That's good. All my friends have denied me. The Sabarovs were calling me their daughter yesterday, and yet today I'm banished from their home? So what do you say?
Is this why you wanted to see me?
No, I wanted to see you because I know what you're planning to do. You know the lines, don't you? Listen to me then. 2 lines have crossed today. You want to kill a bull, don't you?
I don't, but I do need one.
I can even tell you why you need it. You want to introduce the disease to a bull and see who wins, right? I foretell you a draw.
Are you a fortune teller or something?
I'm not sure about that myself, but my feelings rarely deceive me. The eternal drama will unfold here today, but it will be performed poorly, Barack. Have you read The Tales of the Daughters? Remember how Bosterok have created the wheel, time, and fear?
I think I heard it when I was a kid.
Listen then. There was a time when there were neither day nor night, neither top nor bottom, neither sea nor land. There was but one thing in the world, and it was the great bull, the father of flesh, the carver of lines, the bearer of horns, Boss Turok. Up from the abyss came Suok, and she filled the world with herself. She devoured all the stars and all the light.
And who was she, this Suok?
Oh, don't interrupt! And she devoured the sunlight. Neither fire nor water could harm Suok, neither old age, not the abyss itself. It was darkness then. Boss Turok The great bull had frozen in the darkness. His cry was strong enough to pierce it, but it couldn't pierce Suok. She spread herself further, and there was darkness once again.
I think I know of this story.
And so, Boss Turok, in his despair, opened his mouth, horizon to horizon, and started devouring Suok. Oh, how she struggled, trying to flee back into the abyss. And yet, she came to be devoured by Boss Turok, bit by bit. To this day, she is inside of him, trying in vain to consume him from within his tight embrace.
That's some story.
Intriguing, huh? There's more to it. I can feel you molding this tale out of clay. You want to feed the disease to a bull to see whether it can overcome it or not. That would serve me well. If you succeed, everyone will leave me alone. Want me to help you?
Fine.
Then your way lies toward the short block of the termitary. A very important person will be waiting for you there. She is the Mother Superior, the focus of the kin's life and will. It is only she and no one else who's in charge of the termitary these days. If you two manage to get along, she'll give you a bull.
See you at the short block then.
You know what? After the past 24 hours I've had, fuck it. Sure, I'll place my fate in the hands of the creepiest girl I've met in my life. Boss Turok and Suok. As the Bachelor, I never really had any reason to put too much stock into local myths, but, well, it's been 5.5 days as Artemy now, and I think we can safely say that the kin has been on point about a great many things so far. For better and for worse. Also, given that I have Visit Ratman on my to-do list for the day, keeping an open mind is probably the only reasonable option left. Last thing I'd want is to be like Danielle. One thing at a time, though, as ever. Closer to the termitary, so head there first and meet with Mother Superior. The main block is still locked down, but she should be in the short block across the way. Hello, Mother Superior. You are much shorter than most would assume given your title, though your bodyguards are still quite intimidating. I also believe you're one of my bound. Hello, how are you? I'm here for a bull. No, I don't actually have any vitamins. Oh, you mean those yellow immunity boosters? Yeah, I've got a couple of... What do you mean you want 50 tablets? Look, I have other pills, better pills, can even brew some tinctures for you, and you'll need fewer of... Oh my god, they will be less harmful. Just because they hurt less doesn't mean they're less effective. I am beefing with a child. Bodo, help me. Fine, nothing matters anymore. If you get me that bowl, then I will get you your 50 tablets of dog shit medicine. Anna Angel, I'm sorry. Okay, so the good news is we can definitely financially afford this. We've actually gathered a bit of savings over the past couple days because, hey, it's not like anyone was accepting our fucking money anyways. Additionally, we've amassed a bit of a stockpile of these things because they are ass. I can brew better medicine for nothing, DIY till death, and these things sell for pennies, so hey, we got that going for us. The bad news is that supply is the greater part of demand. Which is my way of saying that we will be very lucky if we can find any given pharmacy that has even a dozen of these. And there's only 6 pharmacies. Well, guess we're taking a road trip across town and back to pick up as much of this trash as we can. Can even say hi to our rat friend on the way. You know, just a couple days ago I was at peace. There was so much hope to be found. But now... Don't think about it, nothing's happening, nothing's changed, just keep moving, eyes on the prize, and also jump back into the swell. Hello, my second favorite persona. How are you?
Did you come to listen to your father? He won't talk to you, you've displeased him. And I cannot summon him, that's not within my power.
Who are you?
Definitely not who you think I am. Positive about that.
Are you a prophet?
I am a rodent. Can't you see?
There's a girl in the town, Clara. Tell me, who is she? Why did she come to this world? What's to become of her?
Oh, I see. So it was she who sent you here. Her fault. She should have known. It's no good trying to force the development of the plot. I'll tell you who she is. She is, as a matter of fact, the disease. The Sand Plague personified.
I thought so.
But, heads up, she doesn't know it. And so she performs miracles, branding herself a miracle maker. Because she believes that she is one. She's got great power in her. Everything she believes in comes true. And so she'll forget how to do it as soon as she learns the truth. That's why I'm doing my best to avoid her.
You lie, you schemer.
Whatever. I'm not the one coming here and asking questions. You've asked, and so I've answered. Like I'm some kind of fortune teller. Whoever has eyes, let them see. Whoever has ears, let them hear. Whoever has the heart, let them make a choice. Leave me alone.
Bro, it's not even noon and I'm fucking exhausted. So, Clara has power over what? The narrative? Who the fuck does she think she is? Me? If Clara is the Sand Plague personified, then why doesn't she infect anyone? Why would she be fighting against it? And what does this have to do with the fact that there seems to be two of her? Oh, very good questions, which I suspect are only answered in another route. For now, we just need to keep searching for all those pills. Oh shit, another letter. From Victor Kane? Apologizing and asking to speak with us. Also sounds like they killed Ruben. Rip to a real one. Feels like a trap, but you know what? Being murdered right now sounds just fucking great. And he's just right around the corner, so why not? Hi, Vic. Apologies accepted, I guess. And yeah, the fire starters in the street sure are obnoxious. Really sucks that they're threatening to burn down the mistress's grave. Someone with considerable political power should do something about all of this, given that it's their fucking job or whatever. Also, sure, I'll go talk to Maria. Hi, Maria. What do you mean you broke quarantine to talk to your mother's ghost before forgetting the book you wrote her responses in back at her crypt? God damn it, fine. I'll go grab it so long as you pay me. It's like a 30-second walk from here. I'll be right back. I know crypts don't exactly have a reputation for being inviting, but damn, this thing's haunting. But I fully expect those pills to melt my savings, so nothing ventured, nothing gained. Oh, neat. Didn't even have to try to find it. What the fuck was that? I get the sense that someone is waiting for me outside. Yep, seems bad. But you know what? I don't need to deal with this. My favorite fights are the ones where I can just leave. God bless. Hey, here's your book back. I hate your fucking family. Pay me. Not worth it. Thank you. What I get for dealing with the Canes. Snakes, the fucking lot of them. Knew it was a trap. Fucking knew it. With my daily backstabbing now out of the way, time to get back to those pills. Still have a couple more pharmacies to hit on the way back across town. On the way, though, this feels like a good time to take a moment and talk about what the hell I'm doing right now. Which means it's time to have that discussion I keep putting off about difficulty and friction, which are, in my opinion, very different things. And this whole quest proves it. Hi, welcome back to class. Hope you enjoyed your weekend. So I hate the way we talk about difficulty in games. The same as basically every video game essayist rightfully seems to. Rest assured, though, that today I do not quite want to talk about difficulty. More accurately, I want to talk about what difficulty isn't. Ho hum, about to get real pretentious. Strap in. Boilerplate disclaimer. One thing difficulty definitely is subjective, and often deeply personal. What's easy for me might be impossible for you, and vice versa. But what is a difficult game? What do we mean when we say a game is difficult in a good way? Most people's definition of good difficulty seems to come down to being able to succeed at provided challenges with things like reflexes, complex pattern recognition, strategy, resource management, game knowledge, or an ability to tip the RNG in your favor. Things that are ideally easy to learn, yet hard to master for an individual's given skill level. Any more or less than that, and people tend to get bored or frustrated pretty quickly. It's a delicate balance, so whenever people try to visualize this balance, they usually end up with something like this. Pause your MMO for a minute and look at this. You see, on the left here you got challenge. and then down here you have your own personal skill, and somewhere along the center of this graph is the sweet spot where things are challenging, yet still feel fair and doable. When things are working as intended in most games, you should be able to consistently get experiences which exist right in here, where things will be challenging enough to not be boring, but balanced enough that you don't snap the controller. In educational psychology, this would be called the zone of proximal development. The skill level where you can do something without much extra help, but still find it difficult, and hence, you have the potential to learn more. This is perhaps the thing which most defines video game difficulty. It's all about your ability to learn and complete the challenge without aid on the basis of your own skill, though with the likely option of additional assistance if you need it. Through this view, a lot of common conceptions about difficulty start to make a lot of sense, particularly around the concepts of fairness. In their paper, Empirical Review of Challenge Design in Video Game Design, Michael Bradsey and Kiyoshi Tomimatsu propose that there are 6 qualities which make up good challenge in games. 1. The challenge has to be related to the game's core mechanics, i.e., no super difficult progress gating minigames, and why I'm never pure platinuming Bayonetta. 2. It needs to be implemented properly, i.e., there's no game-breaking bugs or broken mechanics contributing to the difficulty. Steve. 3. It needs to be dependent on player action, i.e., you can win or fail because of something you are dependent on the game to manage. Escort missions. 4. It has to give you all the information needed to complete it, i.e., you aren't stupid for thinking this bottomless pit is a pathway, it's just poorly communicated. 5. It needs to make players aware of how it might affect future challenges, i.e., how was I supposed to know there was a second phase? I already used all my ethers! And perhaps most obviously, 6. The challenge can't have an unfair advantage over you, i.e., Millennia's bullshit waterfowl dance that seems way stronger when she uses it than you'll ever be able to make it hit. This, to me, rings as intuitively true. Or rather, I feel this accurately describes the way that the vast majority of games are currently trying to achieve a satisfying level of difficulty, and the ways they can often fail to live up to the goal of making it feel fair, of making it good difficulty rather than just fucking bullshit. But these qualities of good difficulty still leave a lot out, don't they? There's something incomplete about this view. After all, what do we make of gaming mechanics which deliberately exist outside of that much coveted sweet spot in the zone of proximal development, both for narrative and mechanical reasons? Most people's definition of difficulty is ultimately rooted in what we typically call skill. But here's a question. What even is skill? Let us consider, for a moment, the legend of Dick Tree, which is to say, the legend of Circle Master, the hero who grinded to level 99 in Final Fantasy VII before even fighting the first boss. An undeniably impressive task, one which could quite reasonably be described as grueling. But was it hard, by video games' typical definition? Again, can't stress this enough. It is a sincerely impressive accomplishment. I'm not at all trying to diminish it. It was not pointless or meaningless. However, it also doesn't take reflexes, or practice, or even game knowledge, does it? Particularly once the level gap starts to kick in and your team becomes functionally invincible. You, the person watching this, could almost certainly pull this off if you really wanted to. This is because skill, as we traditionally think of it, doesn't really come into play here. It was the purest kind of grind, the most blunt force type of mechanical resistance a game can provide. It's difficult, no doubt, but I think it's safe to say that it's a very different type of difficulty than beating the roars of the Outer Worlds in Rebirth. What Circle Master did was easy to learn and easy to master, but difficult to endure. It is a task which deliberately exists outside of that line which supposedly defines a satisfying challenge. Because there is a difference between these kinds of difficulties. difficulties rooted in skill, and those rooted in endurance. So, what is that difference? A very good question. This, right here, is my own personal bugbear about how we talk about difficulty. The language we use here serves to flatten everything we're trying to describe by forcing all of it to exist inside the same box. You hear me say, "This game is hard," and you immediately imagine a game where it's easy to fail, and almost always with some strict reflexive or strategic skill requirement that you can overcome with learning. But this, what we're doing right now, running all over town, draining our bank account to collect these worthless pills for a bullshit reason, it's pretty easy, by usual definitions. Might be harder if you're dead broke coming into day 6, but again, it's not too hard to break the economy in your favor, especially as Artemy. Now realize that we've basically finished the 2 other side quests today has to offer, and it's not even 1 PM yet. You have the time and means to get everything you need, no problem. Sorry for lying to you again. And yet, despite that, I long for death. This fucking sucks. It's tedious and exhausting, and I resent having to do it because the narrative framing of this task leaves me with those emotions as basically the only reasonable response I can have while staying immersed. This is bullshit. A frustrating, boring waste of time hoisted upon me by a literal child who has way more power than she should because the plague killed her dad. It's a miserable chore beneath our potential, even if the actual mechanical challenge of it isn't what's making me feel that misery. So what's happening here? Why does this and other moments like it trigger such a strong emotional response in me, and seemingly everyone who plays Pathologic? Why might you be recoiling at the idea that you should volunteer to do this to yourself? What do we make of games which very deliberately live within those extreme corners of boredom and frustration, gleefully frolicking outside that sweet spot we typically crave for the sake of inspiring, let's be generous, some incredibly intense feelings? If only there was another game that pulls the same trick to evoke the exact same emotion. Desert Bus is a driving sim released as part of the cancelled Sega CD game Penn and Teller's Smoke and Mirrors. Yes, we're analyzing Desert Bus now, fuck you. In it, you take on the role of a bus driver traveling along a straight, empty road from Tucson to Las Vegas by driving in real time for 8 hours straight. There are no obstacles, the game cannot be paused, and the bus will constantly veer just a little to the right. This means that Desert Bus is, effectively, a 2-button game. You hold down the gas while hitting left within a very forgiving time window, off and on, for 8 hours straight. The whole thing is explicitly a joke. A piece of ludonarrative absurdism meant to highlight how much a truly realistic game would suck. So, with that acknowledged, is Desert Bus a difficult game? If we're defining difficulty by its traditional definition as the intersection between mechanical challenge and player ability, as a quantification of how much skill is required to succeed, as the amount of learning and planning required to perform successfully at the game, then I think it's safe to say that most would have to admit that Desert Bus is not just an easy game, but one where the skill floor and skill ceiling are basically touching while being exceedingly low to begin with. You could beat this. So do you want to play it? Fuck no, right? Have to bribe people with charity to get them to play this shit. Desert Bus isn't high on difficulty as we'd usually define it, and yet there is something undeniably daunting about it, isn't there? Something which makes the idea of playing it spark the same anxiety one might get when forced to consider attempting shit like this in Celeste. Like, dear God, that seems exhausting. Do I really have to put myself through this? There is a shared emotion there. But if that's true, and these feel the same emotionally, then why are more people willing to spend dozens of hours clawing their way through the seasides in Celeste than they are to endure the requisite 8 hours of suffering needed to get a point on the scoreboard in Desert Bus? Now, you might be saying, well, Ruby, I don't think that's fair. Celeste has a meaningful skill ceiling and a near-flawless difficulty curve which makes mastering it fun. Desert Bus is a game built from the ground up to offer no skills to learn and not be fun. So they're actually very different kinds of difficulty, which is exactly my point. One is mastery, the other is endurance. They feel very similar at first blush, but evoke very different emotional experiences in the long term. So why do we just call them both difficulty? We are using the same word to describe two very separate phenomena. It's reductive. It flattens out two very distinct experiences in the same way that calling both samosas and The Last Stab spicy would. We might as well be treating Clueless and Sorry to Bother You as the same because, hey, they're both funny movies, right? This terminology does little to clarify or define what we're actually trying to point at with the level of nuance which the conversations around art demand. This is what I mean when I say a game doesn't need to be strictly mechanically challenging in order to make you feel like you have a gun to the back of your head. I'd also wager this is why it's pretty universally agreed that the worst kind of hard mode a game can have is one which just increases numbers, and hence the time required as you grind towards completion, without truly increasing the level of skill required. It's increasing friction, not challenge. Friction is a term that gets thrown around from time to time in art game nerd circles to describe games willing to inconvenience players, but rarely with any kind of proper definition beyond, you know, the thing that makes walking sims hard to get through sometimes. It is a useful idea, begging for more clarity. For this reason, I personally like to describe this specific kind of ludic tension as friction. Game mechanics which deliberately exist outside of that zone of proximal development in the name of intentionally inspiring boredom and frustration, particularly when consistently sustained. The sensation of a game pushing back against the player in a way that is simple and largely bereft of skill demands, yet becomes unpleasant and tense all the same when given enough time. Contrast this with what I'll simply call challenge. Those forms of mechanical tension rooted in the player's ability, which should ideally exist inside that sweet spot we were talking about earlier. You know, the fun part of games. The part where you can learn something. Challenge and friction. The two halves that make up what we will call difficulty. Neither driving to Vegas nor collecting these pills is challenging. It's just very boring, with occasional spikes of intense frustration. It's frictional, no different from a grind. Grinding is perhaps the quintessential expression of friction. I say this as someone who really loves grinding in games. Grinding, as an act, does not want your skill. It just wants your time, attention, and energy in the face of something tedious, repetitive, and arbitrary. Hitting level 99 before hitting the first reactor in Final Fantasy VII isn't challenging. It just demands you waste a lot of time and endure a lot of tedious friction in the process, which is why we call it grinding in the first place. Likewise, you don't feel frustrated as you grind because you failed to learn something. This is not the same frustrating as getting bodied by Virgil. Rather, it's frustrating precisely because of how little your skill even matters in the face of something which demands none of it. The absence of challenge is part of what creates the emotional impact. In this way, friction is actually almost the opposite of challenge, even as it inspires very adjacent emotions. Challenge wants your learning and mastery. Friction demands endurance and patience. For this reason, most of the time we're pointing at friction, we're doing so as a critique, to say a game is boring or ill-balanced. And yet, it's not as simple as challenge good, friction bad, is it? Much like challenge, we seek out friction all the time. It just needs the right context. When people ask for more quiet time in games, for more long-term goals to grind towards, for more unexpected randomness, for more gotcha, they are asking for more friction. Once you start looking for this divide, you'll begin seeing it all over the place. Fighting games like Guilty Gear are trying to be all challenge, no friction. Just go, 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 next round, go! Life sims like Animal Crossing are heavy on friction and minimal on challenge. Take things at your own pace, but be sure to keep that pace consistent. Casual Super Smash Bros. Smack in the middle. The level of friction at play is the difference between Call of Duty and Arma, the difference between Devil May Cry 5 and Devil May Cry 1, between Persona 3 and Etrian Odyssey 3, between Dishonored's high chaos and low chaos runs. There's likely a whole political compass to be mapped out here. But I'm not here to try and present a complete theory of how we should be viewing all forms of difficulty forever. My goal isn't to get published, but rather to simply, A, get you to think about the tension caused by game mechanics in more nuanced terms than simply, this is hard versus this is easy, and B, make sense of one of the biggest contradictions which lies at the heart of Pathologic 1. We've acknowledged that Pathologic as a game is fairly unchallenging at its core, largely coming down to simple rote memorization of roads, shop prices, and quick saving. But if it's secretly so easy to break, how do we square that with its reputation for being the kind of difficult game which threatens to drain the souls of most who try to approach it? So many people who talk about Pathologic will fixate on how difficult the game feels, while simultaneously admitting that it's not actually that hard. Even H-Bomber Guy did this.
Even though the game doesn't get that much harder, and technically the game isn't that hard if you know what you're doing, this sequence of experiences fills you with dread for what might happen next. The point isn't how hard the game actually is if you measure it objectively, the point here is how the game makes you engage with it. The game has a reputation of being depressingly punishing and difficult, and while all this is true in places, and it does get very hard in brief bursts, the fact the game manages to create this reputation without always being that hard is a serious credit to its execution.
Why is that? How can that be? Because Pathologic is Desert Bus for people with opinions on Tony Kushner. They are both difficult in the same way, because they are both very frictional experiences. These are games which are profoundly draining, verging on boring, and deeply frustrating in a way which is distinct from how Dark Souls, Hollow Knight, and Ninja Gaiden can be frustrating. Because unlike all of those games, these games aren't actually asking that much of you. Just keep walking. Just keep driving. Just don't leave. Just endure. It is daring you to balk at it and walk away. This is what I meant when I said in the last show that you have to demand your right to stay. Thus, refusing to leave becomes a frustrating act, because willing yourself to continually do something that's boring is draining in a way that could quite reasonably get someone to say, "Fuck this, I have better ways to spend my time." Because that is what it really comes down to. These are games which just like making you waste your time. On some level, I think most players sense this and are somewhat justifiably insulted by it, something these particular developers anticipated and leaned into. These are both jokes at your expense, after all. Thus, we have connected this back to the rivalry between player and developer, which we talked about at length at the end of the Bachelor's route. So much of that rivalry is rooted in bitterness at being fucked with. But that's not an emotion which we arrive at in every difficult game, is it? As hard as they might be, I never felt like the developers were fucking with me in DJ Max or DMC. Maybe I had my salty critiques around balance or design, but in otherwise well-balanced games like those, instead I just felt like I sucked. Like I wasn't yet skilled enough to live up to their challenge. Within that, however, I also felt a glimmer of hope. A starry-eyed optimism that some mix of experience and luck might save me yet. That it was still within my own power to change my circumstance other than simply disengaging. But this isn't a matter of skill, so this doesn't inspire hope, just prayer. This critically means there's no real catharsis to this kind of difficulty, merely relief from the very real mental pain it causes. There is no thrill of finally defeating a hard boss, just the subtle release of tension that comes with the completion of an unfulfilling task. Yet, by leaning into that, we gain access to a very broad range of emotions that games otherwise do their best to avoid. Strikes me as untapped potential, as well as one of the reasons this game has my soul in a vice. What else can make me feel like this? Kenshi, maybe? Still need to play Kenshi. Looks good. Let me know in the comments if I should play Kenshi. So we do well to remember that next time I'm losing my shit in here. Because sure, Pathologic's not challenging. Yet you're still gonna keep watching me play this instead of playing it yourself for a reason, aren't you? Come on, didn't you hear? Pathologic's not actually hard. So come on, stick your hand into the fingernail remover from Higurashi. It's super easy mechanically. Just one swift movement, one simple input over the course of 10 rounds, and you'll have won the game of hand and fingernail remover from cult classic visual novel and anime Higurashi no Naku Koroni. Come on! What do you mean I'm being unreasonable by locking you in this room with only one torturous, miserable way out, other than acknowledging that I defeated you? That's not very sporting of you. Aren't you a real gamer? This is difficult just like Bloodborne. Come on! Okay, I've made my point by now. And more importantly, we now have enough pills. Thank you for bearing with me. I have a disease which forces me to intellectualize all suffering in order to give it purpose. No, it does not help, and completing this task has not made me feel any better. With that settled, time to do some cleanup on our way back to the termitary. Hey Clara, the rat in the suit who can see through the narrative said you were a she-plague. Also, I'm adding she-plague to my Blue Sky bio. Anyways, you inexplicably don't have any further thoughts on the matter, so pay me. Good enough, I guess. Off we go. Hello, child. I spent 5 times my father's life savings in order to get you these pills, and am not so furious about it that I put a video essay inside of my video essay to explain why this errand pisses me off so much. Please give me a cow before I attempt to overdose on them. Thank you. Chat, cut this thing open so I can take its blood. Nice to know all that frustration wasn't for nothing. Hey Daniel, here's your blood. 3rd time's the charm, right? Don't have time to watch this animation again. Cows are immune because their antibodies prevent the bacteria from reproducing. On the flip side, human antibodies can kill the bacteria, but not faster than it reproduces. Which means we need a man-bull hybrid, like a minotaur or a chimera or something. Huh. Well, at this point, I firmly believe the impossible is possible, so maybe tomorrow will bring better luck. For now, let's just get back to the hideout and rest after a deeply, deeply weird day. After all of this, I'll take any kind of stability.
Kin are dangerously close to rebellion. The beasts anticipate the catastrophe. 58 brown bulls had to be slaughtered because of this. I am going to challenge the foreman. Rising against the order is a crime, but it is twice as criminal for me to keep avoiding my lines. Oyun should not be allowed to rule the Kin any longer. This helmsman was unable to pilot the ship in calm waters. Many a squall was risen because of his ineptitude. In a storm like this, he will drown us all. I am going to let him know of what I have decided, and then I will go to the steppe to hear what the Swevery Fields have to tell me. I hope that while I am talking to Bodo, Oyun will acknowledge the truth of my way and will speak to Boss Vlad of necessary changes. He will have to vacate the stones for me by the time I am back. Otherwise, the Kin will rebel. Why isn't my son by my side yet? Where are you, my boy? Who other than you will offer me a hand in these times of horror?
Welcome to to day 7. The Inquisitor has arrived. Those who know, know. Those who don't, well, don't worry about it. It'll be fine. Not like this town couldn't benefit from a bit of wrangling. After all, how bad can an Inquisition be?
Well, seems like it's time to say our goodbyes. I don't know if we'll ever see each other again, Barack. Both of us have failed. You failed to produce a panacea. I, too, have nothing to appease the Inquisitor with. And for me, that's suicide. By going to the cathedral, I'm putting my head on the chopping block.
What reason does the Inquisitor have to take your life?
The Inquisitor has no power over me, although they do have power over everyone. They need not concern themselves with legal details. If they need to kill, you die. If they need you to go, you go. They know the ways. But that's not what I'm talking about.
What are you talking about, then?
I've made up my mind. If I am not to go back victorious, then I'd rather blow my brains out with this very revolver. I'm cornered. I'll never be able to look the people I've failed to protect in the eye. My allies will end up in prison or exile. My research in fire.
So what is it that stands between you and your victory?
I've failed to find the source of the disease, and yet it keeps coming from somewhere. There is a will behind this, but I've failed to find the carrier. Moreover, it doesn't feel like that's a matter of time. It's like the carrier isn't human at all.
Funny, I keep coming back to the same problem.
Inhuman creatures often play human roles in our lives, wouldn't you agree? Oh, but you've failed to find one. A hybrid of man and bull. Creatures of this kind inhabit myths rather than natural environments. They're not real.
And so I won't be able to make a panacea. You said that we could try artificial synthesis, didn't you?
No, it's useless. And impossible without Reuben anyway.
Perhaps there is another way for me to fulfill my duty. If only I knew who my father had marked with that damn sign.
Oh? Have you given in to despair? Whoever this mysterious patient is, there's only one thing that can save him. The panacea. If it's not too late, I mean. So many have died.
I need to go to the abattoir now, to see the foreman.
The abattoir is off limits. You won't get in there unless the Inquisitor lets you. It's the Inquisitor who is now in charge of fighting the epidemic. And everything else.
I can do just fine without it.
You're going to need their clearance for movement anyway. I advise you receive it sooner rather than later. If your ill fame precedes you, well, it would be better if you came of your own volition. Outrun ugly rumors and let them know that you're dissecting bodies for a reason.
Will you come too?
I will go there. Not with you, though. Go. I need some time to collect my thoughts. And, Barack, I'm glad we haven't had time to become enemies. Good luck.
Good luck to you too, Oinon.
Okay, message received. Headed off to throw myself at the mercy of the Inquisitor before she hears about too many of the murders I've committed. Oh my, I am increasingly confident I am about to get my ass beat. Again. Hi, you don't seem like the Inquisitor. Where is she? Oh, she's meeting Taya in the termitary. Yeah, she's not going to be thrilled about that. Alright, I know the infection has gotten inside. I fully expect it to be bad. Just need to brace. There is no way anyone can brace for this. Still one of the most upsetting locations I've ever seen in any game, bar none. Need to find Taya. The only well-lit room in this building seems like a safe bet. Hey Taya, any terrifying women with an aura of unceasing malice passed by recently? Just left, you say. At the town jail, you say. Furious beyond description at the mass slaughter of all those inside of the termitary, you say. Going to personally kill whoever's responsible for this, you say? Well, at least it will be a justifiable execution and also not mine. Tough shit, Vlad. Better hurry if I'm gonna catch up. Oh, hey, a letter! From Capella. Oh, finally some good news. Looks like the Inquisitor already dismissed the rumors of my many, many crimes. Questionable judgment on her part, but we take W's where we can get them. The bad news is that the Canes think she's still going to kill me anyways the moment I tell her I'm close to making a panacea. So, bit of a frying pan into fire situation there. Capella is also asking us to keep an eye on Taya! No, we just talked, but realized I forgot to ask, how are things with you? Wait, Foreman O'Yoon is back? And he sacrificed a magical bowl in the steppe to try and stop the plague, but is claiming that another bowl sacrificed by a pair of worms at the same time interfered with the ritual. Now, I don't know if these are the same worms as the ones who helped me yesterday, but, odds seem good. Yeah? Feel like we owe it to them to help them out before we continue chasing down the Inquisitor. Still have some ethics. They should be where Taya was yesterday. Huh. This plague cloud ain't moving. Glad I'm already infected, or this would be a really upsetting dilemma, I say, having suffered through this dilemma in the past. What do you mean these are different worms from yesterday, and it was actually referring to a completely separate, unrelated bull murder? I don't know these guys shit! Seems like they did it to try and summon an inhuman envoy to restore justice and become the true sacrifice this town needs. Kinda funny timing on that. They summon a divine arbiter, the Inquisitor shows up the next day. Could mean anything, though. Anyways, my moral culpability here is taken care of, so I'm heading to the jail and crossing my fingers that I'll be allowed to leave again after I get there. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Ow. At least I saved 20 minutes ago. Our princess has yet again left for another castle, though not before she found some crimes against humanity even we didn't know about. It seems the jails have been overpacked and left to wallow as hotbeds of disease. Execution chambers in all but name. Needless to say, the Inquisitor is decidedly not happy about this. Boy, I sure would not want to be one of those people in a position of authority right now. Or ever, really. Seems terrifying, thankless, and miserable, even if it doesn't excuse their negligence. Sure, that will never come into play in later routes. Anywho, Aglaia is now on her way to Bar the Usurer, aka my personal organ vendor. Cool, I'm sure that will be a fun conversation for her. And hopefully a long one. Wow, this is a lot of dead arsonists. Not that I'm complaining. Great work, guys. A+. Especially since it seems like you actually missed VAR. Also, no, there's no way I'm going to help you jump the Inquisitor, but good luck with that, buddy. You're going to need it. Anyways, seems like Victor Kane might have some advice on how to keep our new queen from hanging me on sight. This just keeps getting better and better. Fingers crossed. Hey, Victor, heard you might be able to help me out. What do you mean the Inquisitor is your sister-in-law?
I fear that too many personal interests will get in the way of Aglaia's duty here. None of these personal interests being remotely favorable to us. I think Aglaia Lilich regards this expedition as a mere pretext for revenge.
Since when are Inquisitors allowed to have feelings?
Some are. You see, it's only getting stranger from here. I've been informed of another strange detail by a person from the capital who I trust. According to him, the High Tribunal of the Inquisitors Collegium has sentenced Aglaia Lilich to death.
What?
There are 3 possibilities here. 1, my information is incorrect. 2, she has come here of her own accord, having disposed of the real Inquisitor and usurped their authority. If anything, she has nothing to lose anymore. But that's too hard to believe.
Well, what about the 3rd possibility?
The 3rd and most likely possibility is that the powers that be have granted Aglaia Lilich a last chance to redeem herself by giving her an all but hopeless mission. It makes sense. Her chances of survival here are quite low to begin with. This version seems to be the best one for us, and the worst one for you.
Why?
Because the last thing she needs is competition, my friend. An Inquisitor's job is to find a bold solution to an impossible problem. A solution so smart, so outside the box that its very outlandishness, provided of course that it proves efficient, would more than justify their acting with impunity. That's why they are needed in the first place. You've robbed Aglaia of the chance to prove her worth, and I'm afraid she is already aware of that.
I'm no competitor to her.
What about your panacea? The Bachelor has told me there's only one tiny step left for you to make. If that is not the solution to the problem, what is? Were it not for these unfortunate tribulations poor Dr. Rubin had to go through because of us, you would have created it already, wouldn't you?
No, I wouldn't have.
Well, then you can stand before the Inquisitor with a clear conscience. You won't be able to avoid it anyway, unless you're considering fleeing the town, of course.
I'm considering nothing of the sort.
She is probably already at the cathedral. All I can do is wish you luck. Fortune has been kind to you of late. Perhaps it will continue to shower you with its abundant gifts. If you go to the cathedral, I'd say the odds of your survival and non-detainment are 3 to 7.
Wow, thanks, Victor. Not that you actually did anything to help, of course, but at least I'll get to know why I'm being executed without trial. Okay, let's just calm down. Victor said she's back in the cathedral now, so we can at last introduce ourselves. And we've behaved! We've done good! In between the murders! It'll be fine! After all, what's the worst that can happen? An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of bullets, or whatever the saying is. Alright, for real this time. Deep breath.
The power that makes some of us submit to the will of another is overwhelming, isn't it? Who can call themselves free in our time? Each of us is a mere pawn in someone else's game. Each is blind and deceived.
Deceit isn't so easy.
The proud bachelor who had just been speaking to me is absolutely convinced that he is free, but my worst misgivings have come true. He was nothing but a puppet in the hands of the powers that be. The target he's chosen at someone else's advice was worthy, but his righteous arrow returned to strike him in the back.
I didn't expect to find the Inquisitor so agitated.
Abusing someone else's integrity is despicable. Despicable. But I know who's behind all that. Those that have secured my fate will not hesitate to condemn the other envoys. One of them has already entered the stage. The other is making the final preparations. I can already hear the clanking of his battalion's guns.
And so the Inquisitor finds herself trapped between a learned man and a destroyer. Is this whole scene nothing but an act? I've heard that Inquisitors always have a hidden agenda.
And what can he, who is called a Haruspex, a warden, and the Ripper, offer me?
I wanted to explain myself.
Explain yourself. Your very self. How curious. Speak. I found myself rather preoccupied with matters of identity lately. Seems like I've abandoned those matters all too early, seeing what they've done to me.
Our conversation is taking a strange turn. I thought this was going to be an interrogation, but is this a confession?
No, it isn't. Your father had invited you to his own funeral, and so you arrived, only to find him murdered. You then came into an inheritance saddled with an obligation to save a creature that you know nothing about by making a panacea. It also warned you of a sacrifice it will inevitably require. Is that correct?
It is.
So, they made you invent a panacea. An unexpected move.
Made me? It was my choice.
You were masterfully led to this conclusion by the circumstances. You consider the creation of a panacea your principal goal. And do you really believe that it was your idea all along?
There is no other way to cure the one I must cure.
Who told you that? You don't even know who it is, and I suspect it's not even human. This is where metaphors come in. I've been preparing for this visit, you see. I've studied these rituals. They're all symbolic.
Makes sense. But why go looking for someone to blame?
Oh, please. No one is blaming anyone here. Who in the world would call you guilty? The powers that be tricked you. You were set up. Who led you onto this path? Who was this malicious influence? You are but a pawn in their clumsy hands, a tool for someone else's execution.
I do as I see fit. I choose my own path. If someone wants to use my choices for their scheming, so be it. Let them foresee my steps and use them in their scheming. That doesn't rob me of my freedom.
That's some nerve. Or am I missing something? Listen to me, you silly man. You've been played, manipulated. My position comes with perks, facts, access to information. Don't you believe me? Do you need proof?
Do you expect me to change my decisions just for the pleasure of spoiling someone else's schemes? My choices are driven by familial obligations and love. That is reason enough for me. If someone works my part into their play, that's on them. I am only responsible for my own choices.
Oh, the answer?
You seem visibly shaken. Why?
It's strange. I never thought of it like that before. Is it really that simple?
Being yourself isn't simple.
Incredible. Let me take a closer look at you. Perhaps you were sent to me by fate? Wait, I need to think.
Take your time, and no need to worry about formalities. I prefer honesty to politeness.
Yes, here's what I think. The Bachelor told me you need a man-bull hybrid. I have a theory. Go to the abattoir. It won't be closed. All entrances and exits are open on account of my arrival.
No way.
Everyone who survived the Termitary lockdown is going back there. Use this to your advantage. Go to Foreman O'Yun. Ask him about Oryxes. Demand a part of the bull I know was slaughtered there yesterday. Go. Why the long face? Go! Go! Before it's too late.
Okay, I have no idea what just happened, but I'm on my way.
I know who you are, Kindred One. Do you know how to address me?
Tell me.
You are to call me Elder One. You have been brought up away from the vein of Bodo, yet you have decided to come back. You are nothing here until the kin takes you in. Obey the customs. Obey the right. Obey the line of succession. Obey.
Who killed my father, Elder One?
Silence! Who gave you the right to ask me questions without my permission?
The one who sent me here, Elder One. I do it in their name.
Then ask.
Tell me what an Aurochs is.
Aurochs is the name given to a kindred bull by merchants of old. We call him Bos Primigenius, to honor the knowledgeable one that had shown him to us.
I know of that name.
He is Mother Bodo's flesh and blood. His form congruent to the universe. His lines are the lines of the world. There is nothing in the world that is not contained within the body of a supreme. His white flesh tells the march of time. His blue flesh rules waters and rains. His brown flesh keeps the heat in.
I am aware of that.
Aware? What are you aware of? Are you aware that his ribs are mountain ridges? That his skull is the firmament? His juices are rivers. His hair is herbs and grass and roots. His voice is the song of Bodo. His seed the joy of Bodo's veins. His black blood the time and memory of our earth. Are you aware of that?
So you've opened up a Supreme not so long ago, haven't you?
I have, as was my right. Who else but I, a warden, the foreman of the abattoir, is to open a Supreme's lines up?
Give me a gulp of his blood.
You are impudent, son of Bodo. Aren't you pushing it?
I act in the name of the one who sent me. You know what emissary came to the town last night.
I know that all too well. Let it be so, then. I will give you as much blood as you can carry away in a cupped palm. This is the price I am willing to pay to buy us peace and get rid of the emissary. I know neither of you nor of your name, and so you will get not a single drop more. Give me your hand.
I am Artemi Barak, son of Isidore Barak. You know both me and my name.
Please let this work. Please let something good happen for once. Fuck yes. Fuck yes! Oh my god, I forgot what relief felt like. Time to get back to Aglaia.
Why are you giving me that look?
I'm back. I've made the panacea. Here it is. The foreman provided me with a handful of steaming aurochs blood.
It's beautiful. Let me take a closer look. I never thought it would be like this. I pictured a file, but the contents. Who could have known it would be filled with medicine rather than poison?
What are you talking about?
Death. What else?
So Victor was right. It wasn't you who made the panacea, and now the powers that be will use this as an excuse to execute you, won't they?
Oh, forget it. Where there's a will, there's a way. And Victor... Are you talking about Victor Kane? Nina's husband. He has a keen mind, but he still loves his wife way too much. She never deserved a husband like that, and I mean it. Nor do I deserve your gratitude. What's done is done.
I'll tell them it was you who made it. You led me to the man-bull hybrid.
It's a coincidence. Moreover, Dankovsky has told me all about your work. All I had to do was add the information I have to the mix. You alone deserve all the credit. Don't you ever deny your creation. You get the laurels, you get the responsibility. Your path hasn't come to an end yet. And perhaps neither is mine.
It is your victory.
You have nothing to thank me for. And the source material you've made it from is very rare. The town will be gone long before they produce an artificial equivalent in the capital. And I'm describing the best possible scenario here.
Wait, if it weren't for you, I would never have fulfilled my duty as a son. You can't possibly imagine how much it means. To me.
I can. But don't be rash. Perhaps the panacea has nothing to do with your Uturg.
Do you believe in the Ordug?
I believe in you.
That is not an answer. Do you believe the sought one to be an Ordug? Do you take steppe superstitions seriously?
Definitely. Everything has a hidden meaning. Lies do not exist, and neither is it possible to invent a fantasy. Myths are always true. All you need is to find the right interpretation. As for your panacea, it will yet be of use to all of us.
You have my gratitude, Aglaia Lilich.
So, good things can happen. Possibly. We do still need to test it after all, and, well, who better than us? Bottoms up. Oh, thank God. Miracles are real. What was that blood? Hope that wasn't human blood again. Hey y'all, welcome to this quick intermission. Figure I have to give a breather to those watching this as a premiere, which also works well to let you know how busy we've been. And by we, I of course mean me. Hey, did you find it weird that I didn't do anything for the release of Pathologic 3? That would be weird. Which is why I actually marathoned the entirety of my first playthrough over on twitch.tv/CodexEntryTV. The VODs of which can be found over on our new side channel, the Codex Cruelty Theater. The game itself might actually be my new favorite Pathologic game, had a rotating carousel of friends to help voice it, and my real life sanity slowly degrades in real time. If you've ever wanted to see what the most true version of what one of these videos would look like, then I cannot recommend it enough.
Think about it. If the rod already pierced the tunnels, what choice do we have?
Oh no.
Stop! Please, I'm dying here. I'm being tortured.
You're being okay.
Oh dear.
Lock in. Lock in.
I just find this very funny.
You would!
Acting. Okay, if we take down the tower, blood will ooze.
Oh. Lock in!
I'm sorry. Chat's making this difficult. You can't please.
There's nothing funny about a rod piercing tunnels. It's fine. It's a normal thing. Maybe he just tripped and fell on the bullet. Maybe the bullet was just decided to do that. Sometimes bullets just do that.
That's so crazy. That happened to my friend Dave.
Oh, that's wild. I'm so sorry to hear that. Is Dave okay?
No.
All right. What do you mean? I've been streaming pretty regularly since then, only really taking breaks when I need to lock the fuck in on the monstrosity before you. It's been a really good chance to finally burn through my impossible backlog, as well as forcing chat through some of my own personal favorites. We've also got one day a week dedicated to me and my friends voice acting some narratively and thematically dense games in between fucking torturing each other. It's great. Just wrapped up my first playthrough of Outer Wilds, and the fucking phenomenal Of the Devil, a visual novel that you are going to download the demo for right now and play through if you trust my opinion as a critic, and also like visual novels. Or Yuri. Episode 0 is free, look up nothing about it, go play it the moment you're done here. No, this isn't a paid sponsorship, only you guys pay me. But sharing art I love is basically what I do here. Anyways, with those out of the way, we'll be starting playthroughs of Deltarune, Clair Obscure, and Disco Elysium very soon. Like, the week this comes out soon. Sure, we'll also have some more marathons soon too. Really need to replay Pathologic 2 after all of this anyways. You should come hang out! Is this a safe space?
My sister in Christ, it is your stream.
Additionally, a quick PSA, the end of Evangelion is not a happy ending, got taken down for copyright. And it is the most thorough blocking I have ever gotten on a video. Shit sucks, this is why I talk about games more than anime. Fortunately though, if you are one of the many people who have asked me about it, rest assured that it still lives on over on Patreon. Free of charge! Sucks that that's where we're at, but when I am ruler, copyright will be the second thing to go. And if you haven't seen that video but like Evangelion, go check it out! Thing's 3 hours long, fully sourced, and filled with beautiful nerd rage. Easily top 3 videos I've ever made. Which brings us neatly to the most important thing, which makes all of this possible. The kind support of viewers like you over on Patreon. This video is the end product of literal years of work, countless hours researching, drafting, and editing to make it all as educational, entertaining, and, believe it or not, concise as it can be. But labors comprised of this much love aren't suited to the ever-hungry content maw of YouTube. So for as little as $1 a month, your patronage can help make all the difference in allowing absurd shit like this to keep happening in stark defiance of God's will. And not for nothing either, patrons get a wide range of perks. Updates, standalone writings, previews on upcoming projects, naming credits, and more. This project actually got posted more or less as each day was completed for patrons for the past year. and it's nowhere near the last super long form video I have planned, so you should come over and join us. Might also be reworking some tiers soon with updated rewards, so keep an eye out for that too. We also now have YouTube memberships as well. Got some nice emotes for those who support, and if you support $5 here, I'll make sure your name is in the credits too. We also have a Ko-fi for one-time donations as well. And if direct support isn't quite doable for you, which is totally fair, go check out the Death of a Wish video when we're done here. Most underrated video I've ever made, and the ad revenue goes to the Trevor Project. Go give it some love. And also, do something nice for yourself. And with that, I think we're about ready to go check back in on Artemy. Thank you so very much for your time and patience. Now do me a favor and catch this, Kevin. With the successful revival of The Seagull having thoroughly secured Anton Chekhov's place as not just one of Russia's greatest living short story writers, but also one of her greatest playwrights, the Doctor at last returned to writing plays in full force. These would all be formally commissioned by the Moscow Art Theatre, before premiering under the direction of Konstantin Stanislavski. Their next play, Uncle Vanya, also found wild success, and is particularly notable as it's where Chekhov's gun as a literary device was popularized, because of a literal gun. Uncle Vanya is also in no small part responsible for every stereotype you have ever heard about Russian theater being bleak as hell. The kind of story where even the exploitative landlord is just barely scraping by through destitute poverty. All the women feel unlovable, all the men feel useless, and the final moral of the whole show can be accurately summarized as, well, at least one day we'll be dead, and God will be forced to take pity on us for having lived in Russia, thus finally allowing us to rest. I love me some miserable art. This is a hard watch, even for me. Speaking of, this was followed by the equally successful Three Sisters, the tale of 4 women finding love, or at least a loveless marriage, and how love ruins their lives as hopeful dreams crash into the brutal reality of men's cruelty, pride, and selfishness. It is here I remind you that Chekhov's father abandoned him at the age of 16, leaving the teenager to take care of his mother and sister on his own. I personally find Three Sisters to be a few shades lighter in tone when placed next to Uncle Vanya, but this is still a play which ends with a woman lamenting the impermanence of all things and begging God to know why they must suffer so. Lots of really strong roles for women though, even by modern standards. In no small part because he wrote the lead role specifically for the Moscow Arts Theater's greatest actress and his wife, Olga Nipper. Chekhov didn't love women as much as Ibsen, but he sure as fuck wasn't Strindberg. If you know, you know. And then last, but certainly not least, was Anton Chekhov's magnum opus, 1904's The Cherry Orchard. The Cherry Orchard is only almost as historically significant as The Seagull. It is, however, in my humble opinion, the more historically interesting of the two. Another supposed comedy, according to Anton, this is a play about a family, a land, and a country caught existing between different eras. A story equally about the abolishment of serfdom in 1861 and the consequent destruction of the landlord class they enabled. A tale about the creeping realization that Russia as a whole was about to undergo a radical change, which would undoubtedly leave the country, and perhaps the world, unrecognizable. The titular Cherry Orchard is an estate owned by the soon-to-be former landowner, Madame Renovskaya, and her family. The orchard has long since fallen into disrepair after the death of the Madam's son, her own suicide attempt, and the emancipation of serfs. Thus, the estate is set to be auctioned off to pay her family's debts. The prospective buyer would demolish the cherry orchard to turn into cottages to be rented out to the then newly created middle class, much to the family's dismay given their personal history with and love for the orchard. It is the world they grew up in, after all. The same one which granted them so much joy, peace, and privilege, at the hands of their serfs, one of which is still in their employ. Much of the play revolves around Renevskaya and her fellow fallen bourgeois either bemoaning the tragic demise of what they consider to be a prelapsarian paradise, or simply doing their best to pretend that nothing has ever, or will ever, change. This becomes more difficult, however, after a self-described student, the tutor to the Madam's deceased son, arrives to both comfort and confront the family. The old family friend has a great deal of sympathy for them all, and is quick to offer them kindness and courtesy as a friend. Yet as a vocal socialist, he does not let his compassion stop him from delivering an impassioned polemic on the plight of the common worker, the failures of humanity to save itself from people like them, and the vital need for proletariat unity, being the only character in the play honest enough to tell Renevskaya's family that, yeah, sorry about your loss, but also this place was only ever sustainable because you had generations of slaves, so, you know, fuck your nostalgia, your orchard was watered in the blood of the workers, I refuse to feel bad for a landlord. Wow, can't believe Chekhov wrote exactly that word for word 120 years ago, so ahead of his time. The cherry orchard is eventually purchased by a former serf turned successful merchant, who used to be enslaved to Renevskaya's family. A fact he gleefully, vigorously rubs in the faces of everyone like the proletariat hero he is. A true rags-to-riches story. The socialist student despises the merchant for his capitalist exploitation of his fellow emancipated, saying that the merchant is necessary in the same way a carnivorous beast is, but isn't to be admired for the same reason. They're animals of pure, instinctive consumption. Renevskaya mourns the destruction of the world she knew, as she takes every excuse she can find to linger just a little longer inside the hollowed-out opulence she grew up in, before bursting into tears. The technically former serf who openly loathes his own freedom and refers to the emancipation as the misfortune because he is nearly 90 and serfdom is the only life he's ever known, gets locked inside the estate as it's being bulldozed. He lays down on the ground and accepts the fate of the cherry orchard as his own. Curtain. The past was terrible because people are terrible, and we are only allowed to disagree with that fact after we have made the future into something good. There's no more time to keep patting ourselves on the back for taming fire and plowing fields. The future is coming. And if we don't do something, it will bulldoze all of us unless we fight tirelessly to tame it and make the future into what we demand. And even then, if we're being honest, the odds don't look great. Suffering reigns eternal. Probably. So says Chekhov. A second reminder, Anton Chekhov was born in 1860. Russian serfdom was abolished in 1861. His grandfather was a serf. The only reason Anton was born into freedom was because his grandfather had labored extensively to amass 3,500 rubles to purchase the freedom of himself and his family in 1841. Third reminder, Chekhov really insisted this was a comedy. So much so that after seeing the Moscow Art Theater perform it for the first time, he was genuinely horrified at how much of a tragedy Stanislavski had turned it into, and like, bro? Did you read your own script? You bulldozed an elderly serf, bro! By the end, it's hard not to be left with more questions than answers. Will the 20th century be the bright future of a liberated working class? Or merely a changing of the guard, as power moves from one set of wealthy landowners to the next? A very good question that I'm sure we're all excited to learn the answer to. However, this of course begs the questions which naturally follow. How is it possible to improve things for the lower classes in a way which doesn't simultaneously abandon many of them to be swallowed by the all-consuming tides of cultural change? Are people ready for any kind of better future? Are we even built for that kind of future? Is there still hope for Russia? For humanity? It's difficult to say, and that's the point. As Chekhov himself famously put it,
the role of the artist is to ask questions, not answer them.
The Cherry Orchard premiered in January of 1904 to a divided critical reception. The Russo-Japanese War was just about to officially begin, so critics felt it wasn't patriotic enough for the moment. Which is, historically speaking, fucking hilarious. Despite the backlash though, the play would nonetheless still go on to be a roaring popular success, quickly being presented in many towns outside of Moscow. 5 months later, at the age of 44, Chekhov left Russia for Germany to receive treatment for his tuberculosis in the spa town of Bottenweiler. While there, as Olga Nipper recounts,
Anton sat up unusually straight and said loudly and clearly, although he knew almost no German, "Ich sterbe," and dying. The doctor calmed him, took a syringe, and gave him an injection of camphor, and ordered champagne. Anton took off a glass, examined it, smiled at me, and said,
It's a long time since I drank champagne.
He drained it and lay quietly on his left side, and I just had time to run to him and lean across the bed and call to him. But he had stopped breathing and was sleeping peacefully as a child.
Anton Chekhov's body was returned to Russia in a refrigerated rail car meant for oysters. After arriving in Moscow, he would be buried in the Novodevichy Cemetery next to his father. Yet, though he might be long gone, even a cursory look at his plays will make it abundantly clear that his spirit has continued to live on in global culture. And, with the right kind of eyes, he can still be clearly seen, even today.
Man can make progress. Struggle for perfection. There is a discernible future in which we'll find solutions to the problems that confront us now, but we'll achieve it only through unremitting struggle. By working with all our strength to help those who even now are seeking the answers. Here now in Russia, very few are embarked on that course. The greater part of the intelligentsia seek nothing, do nothing, and appear congenitally incapable of work of any kind. They bask in the term intelligentsia and treat the servants like an inferior species, peasants like beasts of burden. Their scholarship is banal, their level of culture nil, their grasp of science non-existent, and their feeling for art trivial and irrelevant. Oh, of course they can look as grave as anyone and talk about important matters and make metaphysical speculations with the best. While all around them, right beneath their eyes, the workers eat scraps of rancid meat and sleep on bare boards, 30 or 40 to a room. Bed bugs. Shit. Leaking roofs, moral degradation. And then it becomes obvious that all our philosophical salon chat has only one purpose, namely to distract ourselves and everyone else from the real issues. What happened to all those creches we talked about so far into the night, year after year? Those libraries, those workers' housing schemes. You'll find them in novels, they don't actually exist. What we have achieved is widespread misery, bourgeois vulgarity, and moral barbarism. I fear those grave faces we pull, these earnest discussions we endlessly embark on. Fear and despise them.
Your visit to the foreman has drawn me towards a fascinating conclusion. The blood is still warm, is it not? It seems alive, as though it was extracted moments ago. However, the blood that we're speaking about belongs to a bull that was slaughtered the day before. Foreman Oyun has travestied the ritual. Why don't you ask him where the blood comes from next time you see him? P.S. Lend your ear to the bachelor, if you please. He acts in accordance with my instructions, and I consider him worthy of my trust. He will help you finish what you've started, provided you require any assistance. B.P.S. I got wind of your forthcoming appointment as the new leader of the kin, who will establish the new order in the town. This is a reasonable, subtle conclusion that I am very likely to welcome. The time of the three families has passed. We need to think about the future. Am I making sense to you?
Welcome to day 8. We have a cure. Now we just need to figure out how to make enough of it. Fortunately, Aglaia has some ideas.
Listen, I'm going to share my plans and goals with you now. Strange though it may seem, it just so happens that you, a person of a completely different background, somehow understand me better than anyone else. That is worthy of my sincerity.
Speak.
Of all the goals I may have, saving this town is the most crucial one. I'll be honest with you, I do not love it, and I do suspect this hopeless mission is my last chance. Yet my choices have nothing to do with self-preservation. They are about integrity and ambition.
Why is it hopeless?
Not for me, but I think they deem it hopeless. This town is little more than a grave they can throw anything into and watch it rot. I do have a suspicion that it's precious to them, though. Yet they wouldn't have sent an artillery squad here unless they had other towns to have fun with.
What are you planning to do?
The source of the disease will be found, and it will be destroyed. It's a matter of time, and it will only take a few days. The sick can be cured with your panacea. The plan is all around great, but there's a huge hole in it. The panacea is scarce. Its main ingredient is a relic, a fossil almost. There are fewer Aurochses left in this world than Leviathans, as far as I can tell.
That is so.
Still, I'm confused. I've been told that only a true warden can handle an Aurochs. Is this the reason why Olgimsky manages the kin personally, but requires a middleman in any matter that has to do with the abattoir?
An interesting conclusion. I never thought of it like this.
The foreman oversees the rituals and performs the rite from time to time, cutting a bull in a way that has been the true way since the creation of the world, for the perpetuation of the world. That cosmic bull is an Aurochs. It contains every element, every line, every tongue, every connection, everything. Have I been informed correctly?
Yes, sounds about right.
But the rite didn't work out. The kin is disappointed and unhappy with the foreman. This means he did something wrong. The kin had been locked up in the cemetery, so I assumed there were few witnesses. Could it be that the foreman was unable to handle the Aurochs? Perhaps there was no mactation at all.
Where did the blood come from, then?
That's exactly what's bugging me. The rite was performed the day before yesterday, so many hours must have passed since then. But you were given steaming blood. It was full of oxygen. It was alive, as if it had just been extracted from a living body.
That is true.
Ask the foreman where the blood came from. I think the abattoir hides many secrets, and you are the only person that can get into its depths. The further we go, the more convinced I am that we are on the right path. Even in our enlightened times, we are to be saved by the legends of ancient herdsmen.
You know little about these matters, woman. Your conjecture is unlikely to be true.
Tusk. I don't think anyone has ever dared call me woman.
I didn't mean to offend you.
Hey, Artemy. She is killed for less and will do so again. Idiot. Go stand in the corner and think about what you've done. At least I have a clear goal, though. Just need to talk to Oyun. That said, simply walking into a literal slaughterhouse, which a deeply suspicious man twice our size has complete authority over, feels questionable. And after day 4, I trust nothing. If we want our safety secured, we're going to need the support of Taya Taichik. Well, we've been good to her lately, so hopefully she'll be eager to not send us on another fucking goose chase. Here's hoping.
Mother, I need to get into the abattoir. They say that you can reveal the way in.
Well, they are right.
Do it then.
I'll reveal the gate for you if you reveal something to me as well. Fair barter. Deal?
Hope is a type of lie we tell ourselves. Fuck everything!
It depends on what you want.
That Clara's very sly. She started to tell me a story about a crystal flower. Very engaging, but she didn't finish. She wants to elicit something from me in exchange for the ending.
And what does she want?
Something. You should hear her tell stories, too. I'm completely at her mercy now. I feel like I'll have to do whatever she tells me to. I don't get it at all. And I think I'm giving my life for her.
What? Oh, please, don't cry.
Yes. Either that, or she'll demand something that shouldn't be given away. She'll come here soon. She'll get back to her riddles. Oh, what can I do to stand up to her? Perhaps Capella could help? Then again, maybe not.
It's just a story, though.
No, it's not. Don't talk like you know anything about it. Clara has inexplicable power over me now. I'm so scared of her.
Is there anything I could do to help?
Reveal the ending of Clara's story to me. Remember, it's a story of an icy prince and a crystal flower. How does it end? I need to know. Then she can come here all she wants. I'd be ready, knowing everything. She wouldn't be able to force me. I'll get unhooked.
Magic is real. Magic is real. Just accept that instead of having a beef with a child. Do not be Anna or Danielle. Magic is real. Very well. I shall postpone saving the town from the plague in order to find out the end of this cursed fairy tale psychically controlling you. I'm going to be an incredible mom someday. Now in Capella, she's probably got a lead. Ah! Wait, right. You guys only attack people who are infected with the sand plague, which means I'm safe from you now. Hell yeah. That's so cool. Yet another reason this economy is actually pretty easy to break over your knee. Anyways, off we go. Capella points us towards Notkin, who, after noting how goddamn creepy Clara is, points us towards Murky, a young orphan girl who lives inside of an abandoned train car on the edge of town, and the second to last of our bound whom we have yet to meet. And Clara has been telling her scary stories.
What's so scary about it?
A lot of it is. I asked Clara if she could speak to my parents and ask them how I can protect myself from getting infected. And she said she'll tell me a fairy tale and they'll come back to life. And I'll be able to speak to them myself. And she began talking.
Speak to them yourself? So, is she planning to animate the dead?
I don't know. You can't tell by the fairy tale because she hasn't finished it. Oh, it's gnawing at me.
Why?
Because she called Mummy and Daddy. That's how it was in Tale. What if they come and I miss them? I don't know where they're supposed to arrive to. You only find out about the location in the ending.
Seems like Clara has been using fairy tales to manipulate the kids. Which means I'm not going to feel at all bad about manipulating her myself, if we ourselves are to suffer deception and all that. So, another secret I've kept from you till now is that most conversations don't actually have super serious consequences to them. Most options which fail conversations, and therefore quests, are usually things to the effect of, "Go to hell, I'm not doing that for you." You will note that insulting Aglaia earlier did not lock us out of the main quest. Another point on the scoreboard for things not inherently needing to be difficult in order to feel difficult. I bring it up here, however, because this is one of those few conversations which you will have to approach with a deft hand. If Clara gets the sense that you're bluntly asking for the end of the story so you can relay it to Taya, she will instantly clam up, failing the quest. If, however, you pretend to be unshakably confident in your very wrong explanation of the fairy tale's plot, then she just cannot help but correct you, spilling the beans in the process. Thus, by the time she realizes she's been tricked herself.
Why do you ask? Hey, you're cheating! You're in cahoots with the mother!
No, I'm not.
Get lost! And don't you ever cross me! I don't interfere with you cutting livers out of living people now, do I? And just so you know, I feel sorry for them. I could very well complicate your life quite a bit.
You little bitch.
Okay, Artemis, she sucks, but calm down. Especially since, you do currently have enough meat in your pockets to revive Fallon. Anyways, can finally go back to Taya and tell her the rest of the story.
It's nice to see you're still alive.
Here's how the story of the Icy Prince ends.
Oh, do tell!
As time went by, the crystal flower became the greediest in the garden. It drank all of the earth's juices, but most importantly, it also snatched all sunlight. The garden became so dark that even the air turned cold.
And what did the prince do when the time has come to pick the crystal flower?
The prince executed a crafty plan. He engineered it so that the gardener would pick a different flower instead of the crystal one.
Yeah, sounds right. It's all been coming to that. So did the flower end up all alone in an empty garden?
Yes, it blossomed, spread its seeds all over the place, and a new garden grew, 100 times more beautiful than the one before.
So that's how it is. Yeah, that sounds right. What a bad prince. Why do you have to kill the simple flowers?
Let me into the abattoir, Mother.
Huh. I wonder if this fairy tale has any narrative parallels, she asked, stating the obvious. You know, I've been bemoaning having to play politics with Taya, but honestly I'll take having to deal with this over any of the other rulers any day. At least Taya's demands are straightforward and honest. Sincerely, whimsically ignorant, instead of maliciously, willfully ignorant. Speaking of, here's hoping Oyun is feeling more cooperative today. Unsurprising update, he is not. Oyun refuses to talk to us until we have accepted our father's inheritance. And if you're wondering, hey, didn't we accept that like almost a week ago? Then you and Artemy are in the exact same headspace. An Uday should have been among our inheritance, a bone necklace worn by Menku and used to draw lines on the earth before opening it up during rituals, and the symbol which denotes us as the head of our family. But it wasn't in the box, and so Oyun has his excuse.
This means I didn't claim the entirety of my father's inheritance. Symbols, symbols. Everywhere I look, there are signs to be deciphered. Did Aspity lie to me? Can't believe it. But then, why do they all avert their eyes whenever I mention my inheritance? Look me in the eye, Aspity. Did you hand over my father's inheritance to me in full? Every bit and every part of it?
No, I didn't. I confess.
Explain yourself.
I've fallen in love with you, Oyun. I care too much. I so desperately want you to live. You were brought up away from here. You've forgotten our rights and customs. You were in need of a friend here, a mentor. It was easier for me to keep your belongings for the time being. Easier than trying to explain why they are dangerous to keep. And even more dangerous to use.
Fallen in love?
Like a slave falls in love with their master. Like a thing falls in love with its owner. It is dog's affection. I know it's forbidden for an Udang to couple with a woman from the kin. I am simply devoted to you, Oyun.
I see. So what was it that you preferred to postpone sharing with me?
It's a bone. A Boost Primigenius' horn. Here. It confirms that you are the eldest of the Barracks. That you know the right and preserve the art of a copious tackler.
Why did you hide it from me?
Intuition. Also, I have a strong feeling that this is the exact horn that appears your father's chest. I managed to snatch it from under the nose of Sabarov's crazed henchmen while they were inspecting the crime scene. Had I given it to you, you would have been walking around the place with the murder weapon in your pocket.
What you did was right.
The Barracks are a copious tackler. You know the lines, you know how to cut a body open. The right is your right. There are but a few families of the kind left. I had no right to make this choice for you.
Give me the bone.
It is rightfully yours. Take it and forgive me. I swear that I meant well. Had I not abused the situation, you would have been dead by now. You will now be once again accused of patricide by many. The week-old story will repeat itself. Be prepared.
It'll be different now. I will take care of it all. On my own. I'm getting closer to the answer. Aspity tries to take care of me. The foreman. He acts as if he's waiting for me to strangle him with my bare hands. I should return to him with this horn.
Speak.
I have accepted my father's inheritance in full. Speak.
I see. A worthy deed. I know now that you haven't had the bone before due to ignorance, not cowardice. It is henceforth yours. What do you want to know? Speak.
Where did the blood you gave me yesterday come from?
It is the blood of Bos Primigenius, an image of Bos Turok, who goes by the name of an Aurochs, an ancient steppe bull whose lines are akin to the lines of the cosmic bull. It was left over from a sacrificial rite.
But the rite didn't go the way you wanted it to. You couldn't get living blood from the beast killed the day before yesterday.
That is so, but I can draw it from the earth. It is the blood that feeds Suok's body, the blood that flows through her veins underground, the blood that we have been pouring there since time immemorial, feeding Bos Turok's body to be fed by him in return.
So you've taken this blood from below the ground? How old is it?
Warmed by Suok's body, brought to life by Suok's breath, the currents of thousands upon thousands upon thousands of bulls cut open lie underground. Its age should be of no concern to you. It has been the living blood of Suok from the moment it was poured into Bos Turok's veins.
Where exactly is the entrance point that the blood gets poured into?
I will tell you of this too. Here in the abattoir, at the heart of the house of Suok, lies a well that is connected to the veins feeding the earth.
Can blood be extracted from there?
Only by an Odon, the foreman of the abattoir, who belongs to a long tagler and knows the right. The blood rises from down below, heeding his call. But I will not call this blood for you until we are equal.
Why not?
Because I do not want you to have it. You are unworthy of even thinking about it, let alone taking it. It was not you, but Boost Vlad that I gave the blood to before, to help him, and on his orders.
So how can I get this blood?
By making the sacrifice and fulfilling your father's duty. By passing every trial, completing every task, and proving that you are worthy of making such a sacrifice. Not before that. Come tomorrow, we shall talk about it.
I will. So the bowels of the earth beneath the town are filled with the smallest arteries, transporting the sacred blood. The whole place is saturated with it. As far as I know, they could have been pouring the blood into the earth for thousands of years. But why is the blood still hot? What keeps it alive? I should talk to Aglaya about it.
I'm happy to see you here. Still, it would be better for you not to come here too often.
I've been to the abattoir. The things that I found there are hard to explain to an unprepared person.
I am well prepared, though. I know your people's mythology. I know the legends of these lands. Tell me what you've learned there. Tell me where the blood came from. I will believe the most mind-boggling report, especially if it's consistent with my own data and calculations.
There is a whole system of underground tunnels beneath the town, up to the Gorkon River. Sacrificial blood has been poured down there for hundreds of years.
No surprise there. I've read about it when I was preparing for the trip. Furthermore, I know for sure that other peoples have similar cults. They all belong to different ethnic groups. Some of them are northerners.
The blood there is alive. That means the town nourishes it, and it probably nourishes the town. That's inexplicable, but it's a fact. Well, is it consistent with your data and calculations?
Well, I'll be. It is consistent with the calculations. As for the data, well, it also is. This is why digging wells is prohibited around here. This is why the rivers are so shallow and the Gorkon is so clean. Yes. I'm impressed but not shocked. I was prepared to encounter something unique, even though I expected the mundane.
What were you expecting?
Something way less exciting. I thought the foreman was hiding an Aurochs somewhere, a wounded one perhaps. They could have drawn some of its blood for you. One Aurochs would allow us to produce a few thousands of portions at least. Enough for the remaining people. I've heard they are gigantic. Almost comparable to Brontosauri.
To what?
Wait a moment. This may be a rather fascinating natural phenomenon, but you should look at it from a different angle. If there is blood circulating in the town feeding it, then it's alive. This is your sort one. It all clicks, doesn't it? At least the size is fitting. What does a Dirk mean?
A body that contains the world.
I am simply interpreting Isidor's words. Here, I've written it down. He knew that said Adur was in danger. He knew that only a miracle could save its life. He knew that in order to cure it, one would require rivers of panacea, and so he decided to replace the foreman and regain legitimate control over the kin to get closer to the Adurg's bowels.
You're correct. Yes, it's true.
Well, I have a different point of view, but I think I'm reconstructing Isidor's thought process more or less correctly. The sign refers to some unnamed entity. It was silly of him to include this super being in his list among ordinary patients. Must have been boggling his mind too.
Yes, that's my father, all right. If I try to put myself in his shoes and look at all this through his eyes, that's exactly what must have happened. My search has come to an end. The answer is an Ordog, the body that contains the world. A living creature that my father vowed to protect. The settlement nurtured by animal husbandry. One thing seems dubious, though. What kind of sacrifice could possibly be proportionate to such a sought one?
Foreman claims that the earth is nourished by blood. Could it be that this is the Adurg your father wrote of? There are miraculous creatures all around us, I think. Some of them so great that we can't even feel their presence. How can we possibly recognize them? A man would only accept something that he is prepared to acknowledge as a fact. Nevertheless, the town is alive. It has a head, a heart, and a belly. There are veins running through its massive body. The town has its own memory. It breathes, it thinks, and it feels fear. Who knows? Perhaps the town can even feel love. A world in which towns have a heartbeat is the world that I want to live in. I want to feel the earth tossing and turning beneath my feet.
It is not simply the future of the town that we are to decide on. It's not merely the fate of a random settlement that hangs in the balance, but the fate of one of the last places left where this rapidly disappearing culture has survived. Societies that are able to direct their efforts to creating impossible things are obliterated within the merciless passage of history. The rulers lack even the nominal kind of authority. Aglaya's hands are tied. While she is still alive, she won't let the commander raise and demolish at will. However, keeping the military in check is a task that will claim the entirety of her attention. There are not that many people left here who are able to make meaningful decisions. This puts great responsibility on us both. I suppose, unless one of the chess queens is removed from the board, their conflict will end in a stalemate. This will give us the opportunity to influence the ultimate decision. This may also lead to our demise. Be very careful.
Welcome to Day 9. The military has arrived and instantly escalated everything to an unsalvageable point, as they are wont to do. Also, their commander wants to speak to us, presumably about the several hundred kilos worth of man-flesh I've got tucked away in my bedside trunk. Best meet at face on and check in with Commander Block.
Artemi Barak, surgeon.
I'm a Haruspex.
What does that mean?
Haruspex were ancient priests. They cut bodies open to learn and fulfill a higher purpose. Doesn't matter, it was a joke.
You were recommended to me as an extraordinarily talented doctor who is also knowledgeable in the practices specific to this place. Were you born here?
Yes, my parents come from the kin. And there's no need to roar, General. I can hear you just fine. I left the town when I was 16, so I've got an education in the civilized world, and have forgotten 2/3 of the specific local practices.
I've heard reports about you. Is it true that you've managed to make a cure for the disease?
Yes, it is.
Good. That is very good. You deserve a commendation.
Why?
Because now, thanks to you, the Inquisitor has no reason to be here. She can end her short leave and march back to the scaffold. She won't be getting in my way, and that'll make things easier for us.
To the scaffold?
She's sentenced to death. Her leave here was the final chance for her to rehabilitate herself. She'll be cleared of all charges if she finds a solution and wins. Otherwise, the verdict continues to apply. But she deserves it fully, so don't worry.
I never conceived it as a tool of someone else's execution.
I find it puzzling that the Bachelor disregards this fact so easily. He's not as spirited as you are. Is there a way to make as much of this serum of yours as possible?
There's a chance, but it's elusive. Send soldiers to the abattoir and demand that the foreman grant you access to the ancient blood.
I've already sent troops to the abattoir. Lost 2 platoons there. We barely managed to get the professor out. The Bachelor. They beat us back.
Naturally.
Well, that's all I needed to know. You're useless to me. Good luck with your police state. I will murder anyone who gets in my way. Moving out back to the abattoir. About face? March.
You dare come back, Half-Blood One?
Why would I not, Elder One?
You are not brave. You are thick. I can kill you with my breath. I can kill you with my touch. I can burn you with my gaze.
I have come to ask you, Elder One.
Ask once. There is no second question.
Why?
A question heard. You will have an answer, because you want knowledge. A suckling craving meat. A spineless creature begging for a heavy burden. You will not withstand big knowledge. I know what you want to ask.
Why won't I withstand big knowledge?
You have asked once already. Get out.
I made a mistake.
These conversations are getting thornier, I swear.
Is it true that the Ordug is everything that surrounds us?
You are becoming wiser, Kindred One. You have asked a good question. Fine. You will have the answer, and the gulp of both Primogenes' blood. I will know that you can withstand the answer if you pass the trial. You will be rid of your strength.
I agree.
Both Turak's house has been desecrated, a bad omen for unkind times. A snakeskin-coated intruder has got into here at night. It must have been he that has stolen leather bottles filled with living blood. I'll give you the answer if you find out where the blood is gone.
Have it your way.
Okay, so I drink a gulp of blood and go find the snakeskin-coated intruder who is definitely Daniel. Easy. Should be simple enough. After a few days of chasing our own tails, it does at least feel like I'm on the verge of getting some real answers. Plus, while she's vulnerable in her own right, it is nice to have the Inquisitor of all people on my side. So long as she's got my back, I feel a lot more safe and secure. Wait, why is my exhaustion meter in the corner, and why is it rapidly going up? I don't like this. Oh well, sure I can handle it. Nothing much to worry about. I haven't even left the abattoir yet, and my exhaustion is already 1/3 full. This is very much worth worrying about, actually. Okay, it's 2/3 full, I'm barely halfway to Daniel's, and remembering that every district between here and there is infected, so we're cutting through the steppe. This is about to suck in profound, innovative ways, a scholastic degree of suffering. Hey Daniel, I am fully exhausted and half dead, so I would really appreciate your help. Daniel? 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 Why is this the first time ever that you are not standing in this exact location? Oh my god. Woman who lives downstairs whom I know nothing about. Where is your gay roommate? What do you mean at the polyhedron? Like, yeah, I've been curious to climb it too, but I didn't wish on a monkey's paw for the privilege. You know what? Fine. Anger's useless. Let's just power on through. Using the strongest painkillers I got. Not like I can get any more exhausted. Just like 2020 all over again. Godspeed and help us all. Oh, thank God, there's a kid at the base of the polyhedron. Hey, any idea where the gayer doctor is? So let me get this straight. You kids arrested him because he promised you ammo, but he tried to trick you by handing over fake rounds. In character, won't deny. So you then took him back to where I was being jailed on day 5. Great. Love this for us, Artemy. Just adore it. More painkillers. Back to the step we go. Almost there, but these bottom shelf painkillers are just not cutting it. So you know what that means? That's right. Mommy need more morphine. Oh, I understand Katerina Sabrova now. Hey kids, sure you're doing this to get an A+ on jailing smug assholes or whatever the schools here teach, so I'm super proud of you, but I'm going to need him back before this high fades and I black out from the pain.
Howdy, Chief.
Is Bachelor Dankovsky here?
Captured, as you can see. He's our trophy. The man's taken his last few breaths.
That's inconvenient.
You remember me, Chief?
Do you think I can see who you are behind that mask?
You let me go a week ago. The day the old man died?
No fucking way!
Ah, I see. Well, hello there.
So, what do you want?
I'm looking for a specimen for my experiments. A bachelor-sized one.
Ah, sure you can have him. Tit for tat. Let me talk to the guys.
Thank you.
Holy shit! Good things can happen! Though, in this case, we truly are making our own luck. Because, not so fun fact, if you kill this kid back on day 1, then obviously he can't be here to do this solid for you right now. Instead, you get a kid who says they're going to torture the Bachelor unless you bring them 30 rifle rounds. Yes, 30 rounds for a gun we've never gotten, while we are standing here, literally dying of exhaustion. Which is to say, you are put in a position where you now definitely have to murder more kids. As ever, violence begets more violence. But being a good person can, sometimes, once in a blue moon, pay off. It really does make all the suffering worth it. This isn't even a bit. This might be my favorite moment in the whole game. I love it so much. Anyways, hey Danny, so nice to finally see you again. Help!
Thank you. If it weren't for you, those little buggers would have spilt my guts. However, you shouldn't have let yourself be run by them. The kids are arming up, and I have a strong suspicion these arms may go off at any moment.
What the hell did you want with that tower in the first place?
I have every reason to believe that the polyhedron plays a key part in the history of this settlement. It's not actually a part of town. It stands on its own. Yet they do have an inextricable connection. One cannot last long without the other.
Tell me, have you been to the abattoir?
I have. Why?
How deep did you go?
I haven't gone far. They seized me almost immediately. I would have died a grim death if not for the commander. The military came in the nick of time. I'm inclined to think of their intervention as of a miracle.
Was the commander inside too?
He was. We are best friends now. Why do you ask?
Has he taken anything from the abattoir?
No. But you know it was that little mite that had announced when the pass was going to open. What you may not know is that it opened because they have carried a parcel out.
Who has?
Butchers. And those hide-clad thugs.
All this effort to find out Danielle didn't steal anything. Oh my God, calm down. You finally got a hit of serotonin. Don't let it slip through your fingers so easily. A good thing has happened. Life is beautiful. Savor it and pray this will be enough to appease Oyun so he'll fix whatever's wrong with me. Fortunately, we're right next to the railroad, so getting back inside should be easy. And maybe, just maybe, we'll finally get some answers. This entrance doesn't work. There's no kindness in this world.
Oinon didn't steal the blood. I can testify to that. He saw 2 butchers and 3 bone breakers take something out of the abattoir.
Sounds true. 2 children of Bodo and 3 worms are missing. You have passed the trial. What do you want to know?
I want to know the truth.
Ask me then. Here, inside the vein of Bodo, no one will dare lie to you. That is why knowledge drips scarcely from me like clotting blood from a wound.
Who did my father have in mind? What is this Ordug creature marked by this brand?
A creature of the kind that is always around. The body that contains the world.
Any body contains a world.
Yours doesn't. Mine doesn't. The world in your head is not a world. It is mold.
What sacrifice am I meant to make?
You will learn that tomorrow if you pass the next trial, Kindred One. Don't get ahead of yourself.
I will come tomorrow.
Great work, team. Now, my exhaustion is still capped out, so I'm gonna go collapse into the nearest bed I can possibly find. I'll fight with you again tomorrow, Yoon. Artemy very, very eepy. Good nap. Slept for 3 hours, feeling at least a little better, and only have a minor existential craving for more morphine, which I'm gonna just go ahead and soldier through. Also think I got a text. Let me see. Yep. From Clara and Capella. Okay.
Saints and miracle workers are always covered in blood and filth. Their acts are not necessarily comprehensible to the common folk, who expect kindness.
Boring. What about Capella? Wants me to come speak with her, as ever. Alright, feeling pretty rested now. Let's go say hi. Thanks for letting me crash in your bed, Sabrov. Hope you get the Giles Corey treatment. Damn, it looks like a war zone out here. Feels like it's becoming rarer and rarer to see normal people out and about. Likely because the vast majority of districts without plague are those burnt out from having plague the day before. Martial law brought bread prices down, but it's hard to even tell how much longer the fabric of society is going to stick together. All the more reason to find a way to make a cure en masse, I guess. Fingers crossed that there's still people left to take it when all's said and done. Hey, Capella! And Aglaya. Oh, this cannot be good. Seems like someone put the signal fires on the edge of town out, which not only means that there's no way for anyone entering town to tell there's an ongoing outbreak here, but more importantly, breaks the orders Aglaya was given by the powers that be, and thus puts her life at risk if not addressed. Fortunately, feels like an easy solution.
Why not just light them up again?
Oh, please be so kind. Capella says some enthusiasts are on it already. She's angry with me, which is really telling.
Aglaya, I love you. You have been truly girl boss these past couple days, but why are you using your gaslighting voice with me right now? You don't need to manipulate me to get me to do things that are clearly a good idea. I will just do them. There is not going to be any gatekeeping reference here because this joke sucks. Looks like we got a plan. Anything to add to this, Capella?
Yes. That deal with the fires was a mess. Bad fortune seems to be at my heels, but it was most likely inevitable. It is always those who are part of my design that end up in danger. It's all a trial, and I've got no one to turn to but you.
And who are these parts of your design?
Several kids, I told you before, and your father before that. The outcast children, those who didn't fit in the polyhedron, and those who have left it willingly. Taya Taichik, Notkin, Sticky, Murky, Grace, and one more boy, but we'll talk about him later.
Why do you need these kids?
What do you think each one of them will grow to be? Can you guess? I can. Mother has whispered the truth to me in my sleep. The outcast children are destined to achieve great things. If in 10 or 12 years they become rulers, the town will change beyond recognition. A new age will begin.
Capella's a good kid. Definitely takes after her mom. Unlike her brother. A new age, huh? I wonder what kind of age that will be. You know, I said it as a joke initially, but now that I actually think about it, all of the kids do take pretty heavily after some important adult, don't they? Capella and Maria paralleling the deceased mistresses, Victoria and Nina, seems like a pretty obvious one. But then there's Notkin and Grief's parallel outlaw empires nested into the edge of town, Taya's own now deceased father, and of course the youngest Kane boy, up in the polyhedron. There's a good chance that there won't be any of the old guard left by this time next week. But we know all about that though, don't we? It's the whole reason we're here. Artemy is a child parallel to Isidore. We too are just trying to play pretend in our father's clothing until the day they begin to actually fit properly. even the other player characters as well. Danielle is basically just a Victor Kane threatening to become a Simon, and Clara clearly has her eyes on Katerina's position. This is our entire Bound, the next generation modeled after the old one, preparing to make a new world. But what kind of world will that be? What is this new age Capella is looking for? How can it be a new age when it's simply repeating what came before, beat for beat? What will an age built by those who are just trying their best to emulate the previous generation look like? Has there ever been a generation that isn't that? Do we need one? I know Danielle certainly thinks so, and we see where that got him. But it was a lot more understandable when we were in his shoes. I literally dismissed it as the kind of thought that kept us in the Dark Ages because, you know, it often is. It sounds like giving up on the possibility that things could be better than this. But isn't that taking the present for granted? Isn't that dismissing something as precious as stability in the name of what? Some vague promise that the shadiest people in town have a better plan than simply living to see another day? Is implying that's not worth it actually just me reflexively defending a status quo that I definitely know is bullshit because it's simply the devil I know? Just throwing my arms up and saying, nothing to be done. Within the broad view of history, is a vaccine more valuable than a panacea? Is it better to prevent a long-term sickness at the cost of those trapped in the present, or to treat those suffering now with a method which will still leave them vulnerable to the disease returning? It's easy to say, we need both, but given the growing tension between Artemy and Danielle's worldviews, it's hard to believe that's possible, isn't it? They seem almost diametrically opposed. This isn't about medicine. It's about being caught between different eras. Is the future we want more valuable than the present we have? We know Danielle's answer. Artemy's is becoming clearer. What's yours? A discussion to continue later. Hey kid, you here to help me relight these things? Sounds like a plan. I'll keep you safe while you spark them. Let's go. No fucking way. I don't really have a choice here, do I? No matter what choice you try and make, if you want to protect everyone else in town, Artemy Barak will always be forced to become a child murderer. At least this was justifiable, right? To the extent that child murder can be, anyways. Seal is broken. We do what we must. The things we do for love. It also does not escape my notice that one of the Kane's men is here. Dongs can be talked into anything. Kids are easy to manipulate. Bandits easy to bribe. But this had to be done on the orders of someone who had the power to organize it. All these Doghead kids are under the command of the youngest Kane whom I've yet to meet, aren't they? And the Kanes would definitely know about Aglaea's orders to keep the fires lit. Hard not to come to one singular conclusion. This was a setup. At least now I know who not to trust. Even more so. And, perhaps more than anything else, it's hard for me to imagine a more blunt force metaphor for who Artemy is. The future matters, but the present always takes priority. So, we won the present. What now?
Who will the sought one be? Whom are we going to cure? Ever since I was a child, I knew that sacrifice is the only way to proceed. This has nothing to do with superstition or with the prophecies of the mistress. This is just a fact. A sacrifice will have to be made. This sacrifice is what enables the Urdur to live. This has nothing to do with the ritual, but is rather suggested by the law of a higher justice. There is a sacrifice I should make, and I know what the offering is. This will be my only destination. Regardless of the path I take, the offering dies, the sought one lives. There's no other way. Having said that, I remember that a warden might appoint the offering himself, as long as the conditions are met. The offering, the rules dictate, should be appropriate. It should be proportionate. It should be linked closely to the one performing the sacrifice. Otherwise, what sacred power will the sacrifice bring forth? None whatsoever. So be it.
Welcome to day 10. Barely slept last night. Mainly stood out in the middle of the steppe while meditating on postmodernism and intermittently screaming at the top of my lungs because all of my worst fears have come true and nothing matters anymore. Can you blame me? This is definitely about the game and nothing else. Nothing some coffee can't fix, though. It might fuck up my health, but nothing some Novocaine can't fix. That will make me drowsy and might summon the Hat Man, but nothing some coffee can't fix. Shit, I'm Harry Dubois, aren't I? Oh, hey, a letter from Daniel, declaring that he's figured out what the Udurg is. I kinda doubt that everyone's favorite microaggressor has the answer on how to interpret one of my people's most nuanced and intimately important symbols, but unlike Daniel, I don't discredit people out of hand based on their backgrounds. What you got for me, buddy?
I've heard of the puzzle you are trying so hard to solve. So, you appear to believe that your father gave an oath to save a creature of a sublime kind, a supreme being in corporeal form, so to speak. Am I right?
That's way too complicated for me, Oinon. Could you please use shorter words?
Stop making fun of me. My words are way shorter than the chance of your people's backwards beliefs, anyway. Anyway, have you considered that your father may have actually had something very complex in mind, and not simply a huge beast? Something so recondite that the only way to describe it is with that term of yours.
Leave my father alone. I don't want to hear you babble about the things you don't have the slightest idea of.
Come now, Artemy. I'm sorry if I came across as condescending. I only want to help. Remember how you helped me when I was running circles in the dark?
And you think that you can lead me out of the dark with your educated mind?
I kind of do. You shouldn't underestimate my wit. A lot of water has flowed under the bridge since I came here. I'm not so skeptical towards your kin as I used to be. I have confirmed that your chimeras do indeed exist. I just see them in a different light. In a plainer one.
I hope your plainness helps you, because it definitely won't help me.
But my musings can give a nudge to your train of thought. Aren't you interested in what I've found out?
Fine. Speak.
Well, seems like I've accidentally found the thing that you've been looking for all this time. I'm standing on the verge of an extraordinary discovery.
Well, don't leave me hanging.
I'm going to play a little unfair now. I suspect there is an ancient archaeological bed, so to speak, under this town. The place where the herdsmen of old used to live before the factories were founded, when the abattoir was twice as tall as it is now.
And?
I want you to ask the foreman about the precise location of this place and point it on the map. I only need him to tell me under which district this bed lays. Not much, is it? Then I'll tell you my interpretation of your father's will. I think it'll clear up your confusion.
Why did you have to impose your conditions on me? I would have done it in good faith for our friendship. You have offended me, Oinon.
I'm in a tough spot myself, Artemy. Don't get me wrong, I've tried everything I could. I don't have another way of finding out what I need. What I can tell you, though, is that I need this information to neutralize the commander. Or would you rather have him raise the town?
You are very unlikely to help me with this, Oinon.
Wrong. Block trusts me. And for a good reason, I must say. And I have good reasons to trust you. I count on your integrity.
And on the foreman's integrity as well.
Little Victoria told me that he cannot lie. Just like she and the rest of those in charge cannot.
That is most likely true.
Then help me out, Artemy, and I'll help you back. Try to make the foreman talk, and if he doesn't, then the commander won't have a choice but to turn this place into a pile of ashes.
Fine. I'll try.
First off, every part of this conversation is incredible. We got everything here. Sassy Danielle, sarcastic Artemy, racism, emotional blackmail, smug arrogance, and an undeniably toxic homoeroticism underpinning it all. Mwah! God, I love art. Secondly, finally, time for some goddamn answers. We were going to press Oyun on this today anyways, so we can get 2 opinions for the price of 1. Bachelor shenanigans notwithstanding. Hi, Oyun! What torture do you have for me today? Oh, cool, you found the people Danielle was talking about yesterday who actually stole from here. Yeah, I'll kill them. Nothing matters but survival anymore anyways.
A hungry man has a better sense of smell. You must be hungry to kill them. Hunger cleanses. Food desecrates you. Bringing back the sacrificial blood isn't worth it with a stomach full of food. The blood will return dirty and won't do us any good.
Bro, I'm gonna be so honest. Between this and yesterday, you are very clearly just trying to poison me, and it's not doing wonders for how much I trust you. But it's not like I have any other choice, so Alanzi! Into the latest Hellraiser cube we go to sleep in the middle of the steppe while starving to death. At least this time I know what I'm signing up for. Thought he might try and pull some horse piss like this, so was sure to stock up on bandages. Without trading with the drunks, I am still staying true to my challenge run rules, thank you very much. You can keep me from eating, but you can't keep me from healing. Thank you, Dancing Tragedian. I know who to murder now. If it's all the same to you, though, we got a lot to cover today, and this is basically the same miserable challenge as yesterday, except replace finding a dickhead with committing acts of violence, so I'm just gonna... And that's the last of them. I am also now out of bandages, which means it's time to head back over and pray we aren't dead by the time we reach Oyun. Also, hey, got letters from Capella and Taya, so at least we know what the next saw trap we'll be sticking our hand into is going to look like. Alright, Oyun, I did your dirty work. Now unfuck me and answer my question.
Tell me what you want to know. You can ask me one question. Choose wisely.
Who did my father have in mind? What is this Ordug creature marked by this brand?
That creature is all that you see around you. The earth and the settlement nurtured by it, from the abattoir to the house of Bos-Turok and the vein of Bodo to the Gorgon River, they cannot be separated. The town cannot live without the earth feeding it. The earth cannot live without the parasite feeding it. A question answered.
Could you be more specific?
The settlement is dying, fool. Your father knew that the town would be attacked by the plague. He thought not of the people, the tiny parasites on the skin of Bos-Turok, but of the Udurg, a creature so huge that Moon catches its sight and changes its shape into crescent to greet its counterpart, with its flesh proudly spread upon the earth.
Are you telling the truth?
You are not only thick, but impudent as well. Your question is so preposterous that it is not a question at all. How am I to lie, Half-Blood One? Neither he who wants to imagine a tall tale, nor he who wants to conceal the truth can tell a lie. Our nature is the warden of our conscience.
Are you saying that men are incapable of telling lies?
He who has abandoned his roots is living a lie with every minute of his existence. But a child of Bodo cannot lie. Why, Burak? What is he who is nurtured by the vein of Bodo to fear? What is he who has grown into both Turak's flesh to be ashamed of?
I have heard the answer to my question, Elder One.
Okay, cool. Now, first things first. That's better. So the Udurg is the land itself? A body that contains the world. I guess that could easily describe the land, particularly given the kin's belief in the earth birthing all life. All things considered, that's a pretty reasonable belief at its core, isn't it? I mean, even through a scientific lens, it's true. Self-replicating amino acids, primordial soup, evolution, and all that good shit Daniel would find reassuring. It can feel pretty easy to dismiss because it gets wrapped up in all the trappings of faith and spirituality that we, by which I mean those of us in real life who are currently living in a postmodernist society, are quick to wave off because spirits and magic are no longer an acceptable way to approach questions about the world. Probably a good call for most things. Hot take, but anyone trying to convince a cancer patient to replace chemo with organic fruit should be tarred and feathered. But also, you don't have to look hard to find instances where we've definitely ended up throwing the baby out with the bathwater in this regard. Especially when it comes to the beliefs of indigenous peoples. Not to mention that, we've seen this with our own eyes. We've seen flesh replace earth. We brewed panaceas with blood mined from the ground. A magical tragedian whispered prophecy into my ear an hour ago, and I took that as reason enough to go commit multiple murders. It's arrogance, if not flat out vanity, to assume that our positions here at the supposed end of history means that we can look down upon any piece of knowledge which doesn't instantly adhere to our very narrow view on what logic and reason should look like. After all, if our experience here has proven anything, it's that traces of the supernatural reveal themselves more often than intelligent and reasonable men would prefer them to. Of course the town is alive. And of course, it would try and take people with it if it sensed that its life was ending. But is that good? Is that acceptable? I mean, let us remember that Oyun is our source here. And what? Are we really just going to take his word for it? The dude who would personally benefit greatly from the town and polyhedron being destroyed? And, more importantly, has poisoned us twice? His answer is worth keeping in mind and respecting as someone who clearly takes his faith seriously, if nothing else. But I get the sense we'll hear quite a few more answers before the day is done. Maybe even from someone who isn't actively trying to get us killed. A body which contains the world. What an incredible, beautiful, indecipherable concept. But a useful one, particularly for a land like this. I suppose this would make the land itself a kind of body without organs. 10 philosophy nerds just had a fight or flight reflex. Becomes funnier if you know who came up with that concept in the first place. Everything is once again interconnected. Alright, enough ruminating and pretentious nerd jokes. We need to meet up with Daniel and see what his take on all of this is. Hey Daniel, I have what is very likely to be bad news for you.
The foreman told me about the Ordog. It's the settlement.
Did he word the phrase exactly like this?
He did.
I have another interpretation of the term.
The one I have is enough for me.
Really? I wouldn't believe the foreman's words if I were you. I haven't met him, but judging by the rumors, he's not so happy that the son of the person whose place he had usurped has suddenly returned. These are merely rumors, but...
Wait, do you know something that I don't?
I think that the mysterious sigil in Isidore's will stands for Simon Kane, your father's friend, a suprahuman, the creator of this town, an architect of inhabited worlds.
That's a great idea, except I know basically nothing about Simon Kane, so it really means nothing to me. Actually, wait a minute, we're far enough into this now. We can drop the feigned ignorance. Need a refresher, though. I'll be right back. Okay, yeah, I remember everything now. Simon being the Udurg would make an upsetting amount of sense. It's hard to overstate how important he was, will be, is to this town. Even those who hated him still adored him. He's the reason for everything the Canes do, and his soul is trapped inside the polyhedron, which is alive. Daniel might, possibly, maybe, have some good points. Do not tell him I said that or we'll never hear the end of it. A body that contains the world. Huh? This might not be as clear-cut as I was hoping it would be. Lover of discourse that he is, Daniel encourages us to get some second opinions, and we are going to do just that. Capella, Katerina, Taya, and Aspity should all have some valuable input. Capella's closest, so let's start with her. Okay, so Clara gave Murky a panic attack, and thus you want me to go check in on her, because in about 20 years, Murky is going to replace Katerina. Sure, fuck it. Anything to stick it to Katerina. Also, do you think Simon can be the Udurg?
I wouldn't call Simon himself that. He was born a man, after all. Man and Udurg are different. Had Simon been reborn, though, had he transferred his spirit to a new vessel, a body huge, perfect, and able to let others in, then he could have been called that.
Is that possible at all?
I doubt that. But in theory, you're talking about the local ideas and myths, are you not? And Udurg is not the same thing to us these days that it used to be to the steppe people before. And Udurg is an idea now.
An idea?
A cult, for example, or a big family? But it's all misguided. The most important aspect of the Udurg concept is that it is a body, a corpus. Does it make sense? If Simon were to turn into a great ship, carrying his people away into a better life, and he would carry them on while remaining alive, then he would become an Udurg.
Creatures like these have never existed.
If they have never existed, perhaps one day they will? Who knows?
Who knows indeed.
Well, given what we know from Danielle's route, might be closer than she thinks. And if it's being judged by a modern definition, then this really could be something. Isidore and Simon were known to work together. Even if they weren't quite allies, the future of the town is definitely something they were willing to set aside their differences to prioritize. Plus, Capella specifically notes that she doesn't know whether or not Oyun can lie, but she does think he's trying to kill me. So I need more opinions.
I want to know who the Ordug that my father used to take care of is. Leave your smoke and mirrors be for once and just say it.
I can't leave my smoke and mirrors be.
Why not?
Because I cannot lie when it comes to details. My lips literally cannot enunciate something that is untrue. Riddles and vagueness leave me a degree of freedom.
What can you tell me?
A commonplace fairy tale bit. The one whose existence you so eagerly endeavor to preserve, and the sacrifice that has to be made for that are alike. They are reflections. See? I can do the mirror without the smoke. You'll know what needs to be saved when you know what needs to be sacrificed.
Tell me about my sacrifice.
I know for sure that you are to destroy a woman, a beautiful woman, a woman that loves you already. Isn't that enough for you?
It isn't. That can be anybody.
Well, thankfully the last requirement excludes me at least. I hope your knives will pass me by. Look for the Udurg among the people, not the chimeras.
Can a person be an Ordug?
Some men are larger than men. Now leave me. Your presence makes me terrified. You stink of blood.
The one stinking of blood here is you cruel ruler.
Wait, so the leaders of this town literally cannot lie? Is that why they all talk so fucking weird? They're trying to lie without lying! Oh my god, there was a lore explanation the entire time, and is also how all narrative art works. Anything a character says is inherently true until otherwise disproven by the text. Homestuck also makes this point. Oh my god, I hate this game. More importantly, I'm supposed to destroy a woman who loves me. A lot to unpack there, but one thing at a time. Next up is Aspity. She insists she's not an expert, but still might have some useful insight.
What do you think of those who consider an Ordug to be nothing more than an idea, a symbol, who claim that it's applicable to any creature whose mind has come to know the size of the universe?
I'd call that person a nursling that is yet very far from becoming a mistress. I know who's whispering this nonsense in your ear. Don't you listen to the Ogimsky girl. Or perhaps I'd call this person a heretic that laughs at our father's beliefs. Then this person deserves death.
Enough. I get the point.
The more people we ask, the less information it feels like we have, I swear to God. Not helped by the fact that no one trusts anyone else, quite justifiably. We're about 10 layers deep into misinformation and manipulation, so whatever facts we might wring out of this still feel false. Truly, living in a post-truth nightmare. Again, very glad we're only talking about the game and nothing else. Here's hoping a child's pure innocence can get us some clear answers. Hey, Vlad. Finally hauled your ass in, huh? Having now freshly revisited Daniel's route, feel a bit more conflicted on it this time, knowing you were just looking out for your dipshit son, and do in fact care deeply about the people around you, but, you know, still responsible for the mass murder of an entire indigenous population. They are going to eat you, and I will not feel bad about it. Hey, Taya! Could a normal man like Simon Kane be the Udurg?
Simon Kane? How is he a man? I mean, yeah, of course he can. He can be anything. I don't know for sure if he's your Durg or not, but he had to do with it. He had grown a tumor on a Durg's body. That's what Daddy used to say. The old man's grown a tumor on the Udurg's body. Got it?
Not really. What does that mean?
Well, I mean, he didn't do it all by himself. He had help. Mostly Dark Nina's. Oh, I know. Maybe one Udurg smothered the other. That would make a lot of sense. Two heads can't live on one neck, as Notkin likes to say.
You are talking in riddles. Can you be a bit more straightforward?
That would make me lie. You want me to lie?
And why not? Go ahead.
Udurg is you.
Very funny.
Okay, Taya, you win. I love you and you're adorable. Anyways, that was the last of the answers we needed, if you can even call them answers. But Vlad mentions an impaled Auroch in a lot somewhere, so should probably check that out. So, this is very odd, yet somehow only barely in the top 5 weirdest things I've seen this week. Oh wait, this is the Auroch that was sacrificed a couple days ago, but it respawned to us as an offering from the earth? Okay, cool. Going to just go ahead and integrate that into my belief system. The Odong says this Auroch is not dead, but rather is dying, and thus is still capable of generating fresh blood. The exact kind of blood we use to brew our panacea. The Odong refuses to let us take any, however, until they know what our bound thinks of the Auroch's sudden appearance. As they see it, our bound aren't just some kids we've been tasked with keeping safe, but is rather the literal future of the town. I.e., exactly what Capella was talking about earlier. Whatever this manifested symbol is meant to be, it's meant for them, and thus their opinions on what we should do with it will be defining. Accordingly, the Odong offer to exchange 1 vial of Auroch blood in return for 1 opinion. Sticky, Notkin, Grace, and Murky's opinions specifically, which would mean 4 panaceas. Holy shit, the one material resource that's actually scarce. Hell yeah, I'll act as a messenger for that kind of payment. Murder people too if you want me to, just name it. I've sucked dick for less. Full speed ahead. The kids offer a surprising variety of opinions. Sticky demands we get the Auroch off the stake and heal it, fearing a calamity will befall the town if it were to die. Grace broke quarantine and went over to Capella's, so no V-Bucks for her. Notkin demands we get the Auroch off the stake and heal it, fearing a calamity will befall the town if it were to die. Murky, on the other hand, demands we get the Auroch off the stake and heal it, fearing a calamity will befall the town if it were to die. She also asks us to find her missing doll, which wandered away because it was hungry. And since she is an orphan living in an abandoned train car, asking us to recover the single possession she owns, what am I going to say, no? The doll walked out to one of the nearby bull burrows, one of those sets of delicately arranged stones that have been here since even before the first of the kin arrived. Which means nothing, probably. Also, I hadn't really had a chance to take it all in before now, but Man, the military came armed to the teeth. Got a cannon that size, but really brought no food or medicine, huh? No, that's fine, whatever. Governmental spending priorities never change, I guess. Not seeing any dolls, but there sure are a lot of herbs around here. Ooh, another. And another. And another. That's just normal grass, whoops. And another. And another. And another. 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 And another. And a doll. Did this doll walk down from up there and leave a trail of herbs in its wake? You know what? I'm done. Yes, it did. I believe in magic dolls now. Just going to incorporate that into my belief system too. I officially recant all I ever said as Daniel. Here, have it back, Murky.
You poor doll. So tired. Have you eaten?
That is one freak doll. I don't know how I managed to carry it all the way over here.
Here, take this. It's not just a flask. There's blood in it. You know how to make medicine from it, don't you? I'll make some for yourself. Don't worry, it's no one's.
Where did you get this?
I got it from a puddle near the tower when I went looking for my doll. There's probably a whole lake there by now. The earth is all damp, I felt it. I thought my doll could have gone to drink it.
Add a doll.
I wish Artemy would say add a doll to me. More importantly, this is abattoir blood. That's one more panacea. And there's a puddle of it by the polyhedron, you say. Well, can check that out as a detour on our way to Capella's. I really gotta climb this thing one day. It's just been taunting me from day one. Yep, that's more abattoir blood. Artemy specifically notes that it's not coming from the tower, so does that mean it came from the Earth? If the Earth gave us back the bowl, then could this be an offering to save us as well? Either way, both merit investigating, and concerns me. Hey Danny, talked with Capella, Katerina, and Taya, and yeah, you got a point, I guess, maybe. Simon and the Polyhedron are technically a candidate for being the Udurg, as well as the name of my new one-woman prog rock band. But that doesn't inherently prove anything. Oh shit, Daniel actually agrees. And hence, cuts us a deal. We reach the deepest part of the abattoir, he'll reach the deepest part of the polyhedron. Then we'll compare notes and decide which to support once we've returned from whatever respective nightmare awaits us. With that taken care of, I think it's time I head back over to Capella so I can last ask Grace what she thinks about the bowl. Grace has been taken by soldiers because she tried to prevent the flamethrower troops from burning corpses at the graveyard. Naturally. Should, hopefully, be an easy fix. Just gotta ask Commander Block to free her. Hi, Clara, what the fuck are you doing here? And she won't even talk to me. Great. Block, what's going on here? What do you mean you think Clara is a saint? What do you mean she told you we burnt her sister alive on the first day? What is happening? Oh, the soldiers have mutinied. Double-edged sword, that. Would have rather they hadn't, but, you know, what's a few more bodies on the pile? Also, Block, stop deferring to Clara and Artemy. What do you mean you can't see her? No way this ends well. Just give me Grace's location, please. Thank you. Back to the rail yard we go. Going to pretend none of this happened. Hey, Block said to let her go. Wow, you actually agreed to that. Really thought I was going to have to knife you in the face. Thank you for saving Grace from the trauma. At last, we can finally ask her for what her opinion on the bowl is, and she probably has the most nuanced opinion of the lot. Grace demands we get the Auroch off the stake and heal it, fearing a calamity will befall the town if it were to die. This changes everything. Now we just need to get back to the bowl and tell the Odong about these diverse and nuanced opinions, so that tonight we can have a bountiful session of Panacea brewing. The Odong reward us as promised, and note that they'll be able to keep the Auroch alive till morning. I don't care if I have to spend the entirety of tomorrow salvaging this thing. We'll do what we must to save this bowl and this town. With it in hand, we can confidently tell everyone we have a cure. This is it. We have an answer. We have a chance at salvation. But that's for tomorrow. For now, we have some brewing to take care of. One of the best parts about brewing Panaceas is that it's simple enough that it rarely takes long to fall into a rhythm with it, thereby forcing your mind to wonder. Particularly since there's so much to wonder about. Let's review. Artemy needs to sacrifice something to protect the Udurg, the single most important thing which Isidore has placed in his charge. The issue at hand is that basically no one can give us a clear answer on what the Udurg is, as both Artemy and I are too disconnected from where the term springs from to discern a clear answer on our own. Further complicated by the fact that everyone who has given us a clear answer has abattoir-sized biases that would give them every single reason imaginable to just fucking lie about it. Or at least twist the facts to suit their own personal narratives. Which ultimately means it's up to us to interpret. A body that contains the world. It's quite easy to default to saying the Udurg is the town. After all, it's the place that Isidore seemed to value more than any other. It's so easy, in fact, it's simultaneously hard for it not to feel too easy. If he wanted to tell us to protect the town, he had a clearer, more precise word for that. Protecting the town might be a piece of this, but all the context we have strongly implies that the Udurg is something more. It has to be something bigger than even the town, if not physically, then spiritually. Something more all-encompassing. Could it be the kin? Maybe, again, they are almost certainly a big part of it, but also, again, he had a word for that. Moreover, Isidore's actions leading up to his death don't feel as concerned with protecting the kin so much as seizing control of the abattoir. If he was out in the steppe trying to do something to stop the plague, then he would have known it was coming. And he would have known how to cure it given what happened in the first outbreak, and he would have known where to get the blood. And Oyun probably would have denied him too. Taking control of the abattoir in order to acquire reagents for a cure seems like the obvious move. After all, it's what we've been working at all week, haven't we? Again, hate to admit it, but the polyhedron is a pretty apt fit, particularly with what we know from the bachelor's route. It is, by any metric, a living body that contains worlds. Miraculous, beautiful worlds. Combined with its intimate relationship with Simon Kane, if anything created here is worth preserving and protecting, it'd be that. And we do know that Simon and Isidore were working closely together in those final hours. It really could be... It could be the land itself, like Oyun said. Actually, no it can't. The land is the world. It can't really be a body that contains itself. Unless, what if the Udurg is everything? Not everything as in every single thing, but everything as in the collective whole of the town, the kin, the people, the polyhedron, and the land. The sum total of it all, greater than the sum of its parts, and each lesser, incomplete without the other. The Gesamtkunstwerk of civilization, to put it in the most pretentious terms humanly possible. Does that make sense? Am I making sense? Lord, help me, I am trying. Perhaps this is the better way to look at it. What makes this town special? The kin, first and foremost. Of course, none of this would have ever been possible without them. However, there's magic here beyond even the kin. Children speak to the dead, dolls walk around leaving trails of herbs the same as the brides. Though stone altars were here since time immemorial, we never really find out if the kin built or discovered the abattoir. The theater tells the future, and the fucking rat prophet wasn't in any of the kin tales I heard. This is before even getting into the other half of the town, its architecture which can capture souls and weave illusions. Not just the polyhedron, but the cathedral as well. And of course, the town itself. Lest we forget that all of this was laid down by the Kane's edicts. This world is an unending collaboration. The past and future building hand in hand as they burn each other away to birth something only humanity ever could. A miracle. A utopia. There's so much here worth protecting, worth preserving. Take away one piece of it, and the whole is made worse. An entire vision of the world just vanishes. A body that contains the world. All strong possibilities, and things worth considering. Everything about this route, And, frankly, everything about this game is going to be ultimately defined by this simple question. What is the Udurg? And how can we best protect it? This right here is why I explained the hermeneutic circle to you all the way back on day 2. The answer to this question is never going to be simple, and every new piece of info we get, every new part added to this whole, is going to beg a new interpretation of this word, as well as everything interlinked with it. The answer might feel obvious to some of you, but how do you know you have enough context to properly say that? How do you know your feelings won't be instantly inverted by what lies in wait within the Changeling's route? How can you know what you do not know? Daniel didn't, and he's a genius. You don't have knowledge. You have a strong approximation of reality, which is based on a very limited understanding. As do I. And that counts for quite a bit. Descartes made a fucking career out of it. That is an essential step within the act of interpretation and understanding. But would you bet your life on it? Would you bet the lives of others on it? How good are you at interpreting that which lacks rigid definition? Because I can tell you this, doing that is basically my job. And even I'm often worried that I'm just operating out of my own prejudices and ignorance. Because I am. Within interpretation, we cannot escape ourselves. Bias always seeps in. Daniel's route is nothing if not a testament to how really smart people can use their intelligence to talk themselves into some very, very foolish decisions off of the basis of incomplete information and personal bias. We'd both do well to stay humble and open-minded, alongside determined. With luck, though, tomorrow will bring clear answers. And hopefully, a cure as well. Just need to make good use of it. And that's the last of the panaceas I can make for now. Amassed quite a stockpile at this point. Rather proud of myself, won't lie. Just in time, too. Let's get some rest. Tomorrow's gonna be a big day.
Reality has split in two. The sign conceals two opposing truths. The spirit of superhuman Simon, enclosed in the tower, or the town, nurtured by the earth, formed in the mold of Bos Turok. These are the only two Urdugs.
When Konstantin Stanislavski announced his newly developed system to the players of the Moscow Art Theater, not all actors took to it with enthusiasm. Some, such as Olga Nipper, were already well-experienced actors with their own approaches, styles which had long brought them fame and success. So telling them to change all that in the name of this experiment was no meager ask. This faction, however, largely came around as the results of the system became impossible to deny, and as the rest of the theater pressured them to do so. The more difficult to please contingent, however, were, ironically, the idealistic youths, perhaps best embodied by the man who would go on to play the male lead in that legendary performance of The Seagull. Vsevolod Meyerhold. After learning from both Danchenko and Stanislavski, Meyerhold had become a devotee of symbolism and all its experimental offshoots. This meant that his disagreement with Stanislavski was purely philosophical. A thorough rejection of Stanislavski's desperate lurching towards psychological realism for not being radical enough. 4 years after the premiere of The Seagull, Meyerhold left the mat to begin directing his own plays. And after the February Revolution, during which he was one of the first renowned artists to welcome the Bolsheviks, Meyerhold would go on to found his own theater in 1920, notably briefly teaching a young Sergei Eisenstein before booting him from class for supposedly being disrespectful. Eisenstein still pulled considerable influence from Meyerhold's approach all the same, though. A film major somewhere is screaming right now. Also, to get you to scream, One of the plays Meyerhold put on was written by a playwright named Alexander Bloch. Because this whole character is a reference, by the way, Meyerhold was an anti-illusionist, working tirelessly to deliberately make his productions feel artificial and alienating. His theater was deeply stylized, mixing highbrow and lowbrow art in a deliberate attempt to bring theatricality back to the theater, as a means to distance and estrange audiences so that they might remember that they were watching a play, that this was nothing more than an imitation of life. He did this through a myriad of means, pulling influences such as puppet theater, fairground booth conventions, and commedia dell'arte in order to create the sense of a theater within the theater. To this end, Meyerhold developed a system of physical movement, which he called biomechanics. A method which, by modern eyes, stands in almost direct contrast with Strasberg's method. It is a system which builds on the foundations of Stanislavski's system while rejecting his naturalistic goals. Rather than focusing on psychology or memory, Meyerhold taught actors to connect their physicality with their emotions in order to express themselves, seeking to create an approach rooted in reflexes. Ballet, gymnastics, and even circus movements were staples of his curriculum for this exact reason. Whereas Stanislavski began within the actor's mind, within their interior life, and then moved to externalize those emotions, Meyerhold rather let the deliberate, precise, non-naturalistic actions of the actor's body lead into earnest emotion. Where Stanislavski represented, Meyerhold presented. You do the action, then feel the emotion which would accompany it, thereby creating an exaggerated but emotionally heightened performance. Meyerhold's advancements for the craft of acting were so considerable that, on his deathbed, Stanislavski declared Meyerhold his sole heir in the theater, here or anywhere else. It must be noted that many of these experiments were only possible as a result of funding granted by the then nascent Soviet government, something the Moscow Arts Theater also benefited from. The sudden burst of Russian creativity that can be seen at the turn of the 20th century was in no small part directly due to the Bolsheviks seizing power. This artistic boom, however, was not fated to last. Meyerhold's artistic experiments became increasingly hazardous after Joseph Stalin rose to power in the early 1930s, during which the General Secretary sought to control all of Russia's artists and mandate a strict adherence to socialist realism, banning the avant-garde, experimental, and anything deemed to be formalist. The Russian formalists probably also deserve their own lengthy discussion here, as they were very foundational to all of this, but even I know where to draw a line, so I'll just say that regardless of what it actually means, in the actual practice of how this policy was enforced, formalism generally referred to any art that didn't serve a larger social purpose, which is to say, it was art that didn't serve the will of the state. Meyerhold's biomechanics themselves were a foundational piece of socialist realism, the theatrical style that you definitely picture when I say communist propaganda. Meyerhold would indeed go on to produce socialist realist plays for much of the 1920s, becoming a founder of the form style and creative language. It was not beyond him to adhere to socialist realism's narrow restrictions. Yet, just as with Stanislavski in his youth, the 65-year-old Meyerhold could not abide such limits on his art. His trial was not reported, but the rumors around it quote him as standing defiant to the end.
If what you have been doing with the Soviet theater recently is what you call anti-formalism, if you consider what is now taking place on the stages of the best theaters in Moscow as an achievement of the Soviet theater, then I would prefer to be what you consider a formalist. In hunting formalism, you have eliminated art.
A brave and beautiful stance, assuming it is true that he said it. What is undeniably true, though, was that his theater was closed, he was tortured until he confessed to being both a British and Japanese spy, which he was not. His wife, Zenaida Reich, was stabbed 17 times, including in the eyes, by the NKVD under the personal order of Lavrenti Beria, killing her before stealing the apartment which the pair was living in and awarding it to his own personal chauffeur. Finally, after all that, Meyerhold was, at last, mercifully, executed by firing squad on February 2nd, 1940. All in the name of theater, as politics itself began to appropriate theatricality and estrangement to bloody effect. Fiction became more powerful than truth. And it was fiction, of course. Meyerhold was later cleared of all charges in 1955 after the first wave of de-Stalinization. Stalinists, you are never fucking winning me over. Flashback to just after the February Revolution, however, and we would find that Meyerhold has a very special fan amongst his peers. Another one of Stanislavski and Nemirovich Danchenko's students, by the name of Yevgeny Vakhtangov. Vakhtangov was an ardent devotee of Stanislavski's system, but shared Meyerhold's drive for experimentation and the avant-garde. He disagreed with Stanislavski's naturalism, but still wanted something more grounded than Meyerhold's symbolism. Rather than try to reject them both, however, he instead attempted to meld their styles, with an approach that sought to unite both the internal psychology of Stanislavski's method with the diligent physical embodiment of the character's hidden nature. He called this style fantastic realism, an approach to theater which sought to offer actors a subconscious route to the subconscious, as they combined images from nature, myth, and architecture, but still kept their performances justified in psychology. One notable trick he used was having actors get into costume on stage before the audience's eyes. Once clothed, they would then step down stage and introduce themselves in character with an improvised line or gesture, thereby attempting to condition the audience into placing a greater emphasis on the actor's performance rather than the text of the script. This was no mere reciting of words, but a performance of theater. They were not here to merely imitate or represent life, but to elevate it. In this way, Vakhtangov was able to evoke visceral, spontaneous performances from his actors. The exact specifics of how he did this, though, are fraught, as he never collected his theories into a singular text for his method, leaving us only to work with loose notes, secondhand impressions, and the passionate fanboyism of one Bertolt Brecht, who would pull considerable influence from Vakhtangov while referring to him as a genius. Even the small bits we do have, though, are quite insightful.
The theater of everyday life must die. Character actors are no longer needed. All who have capacity for playing character roles must feel the tragedy, even the comedians, in every character part. They must learn to express themselves through the grotesque, tragic, and comedic.
All of this is likely sounding pretty familiar if you've seen our previous discussions about Brecht and Beckett, and that's no mistake. Vakhtangov's influence is subtle, but undeniable. And if he'd gotten a chance to write his ideas down, or merely lived longer, that influence would likely be much more broadly recognized. Unfortunately, Vakhtangov then died of cancer before the age of 40 in 1922. While not the most important consequence of his death, one of the more notable in hindsight was that it created a vacancy in the director's chair at the Moscow Arts Theater's secondary studio. The position was swiftly handed to the man described by Stanislavski as his most brilliant student, one who had been mentored and befriended by Vakhtangov personally. His name was Mikhail Alexandrovich Chekhov, Anton Chekhov's nephew. 5 years later, though, he'd be forced to leave his position after being threatened by Stalin's regime for his experiments in art and spiritualist interests. Before long, he had fled Russia entirely, to the United States. Here, at last, he founded a drama school so that he might teach Stanislavski's system. As mentioned before, however, Strasberg and the group theater tried and failed to bring Stanislavski's method to America. However, just because Strasberg wasn't faithful does not mean that he wasn't exceedingly influential. Not every American actor is a method actor, but they will have it offered to them at some point in their training, and even those who reject Strasberg's method can still end up having to define their style in contrast, in opposition to the method. Despite Michael Chekhov's best efforts to spread Stanislavski's actual system, he was ultimately overshadowed by the method we all know. But this does not mean that Chekhov was without a deep influence of his own. 5 years after his arrival in the US, Chekhov earned an Oscar nomination for his role in Hitchcock's Spellbound. For the rest of his life, he was highly regarded as an acting teacher within Hollywood, instructing the likes of Marilyn Monroe, Clint Eastwood, Patricia Neal, Jack Palance, and me, technically, as I was personally taught by someone who used his method pretty extensively and assigned me one of his books while I was getting my degree. At the time, I thought it was weird that he had the same name as that one guy with the gun, which is how I initially learned all of this, because history is always continuing right in front of us. Bang.
I am now fully convinced that I was right. The town is your returg. The murderous tower is your sacrifice. I've been thinking a lot, and it cannot be a coincidence that so many threads of fate were connected to a single knot. You cannot untie this knot, it must be cut. The puzzle has only one possible solution. The town does not know what is killing it. It thinks it fell victim to some distorted contingency. It is afraid. Its corpulent body is shivering. The town dreams of itself 7 years later. Protect it. Allow it to live.
Your sacrifice is Aglaya Lilich. I don't know how exactly you're supposed to kill her, but there's little doubt that the offering is her. I am telling you this in my capacity as a true mistress. Treat this as the first of my prophecies. This is the truth. The reason why Aglaya Lilich deceived you was that she wanted to save her own life. Don't try to prevent the destruction of the town. By this, the prophecy will be fulfilled, and the kin will accept you. Ask her yourself. I doubt she has what it takes to deny it.
Finally here. Day 11. The last day to truly make a difference. We'll be headed over to get our final answers from Oyun shortly, but before I could even step out the door, I got a letter from Clara, warning us to come speak to her at Grace's lodge before we go and meet him. Admittedly, I only trust Clara about as far as I can throw her, but I can definitely throw her a lot further than I can throw Oyun, so might as well hear her out.
The foreman will offer you the final trial today. He'll promise to reveal everything if you pass it. He'll tell all about the sacrifice you're required to make, and you only have to kill it. See? And then they'll give you the blood. But it's all lies.
How do you know?
Well, I'm not an entirely common person. I have a way of knowing. Trust me.
So, what can you offer me?
The foreman's trial will be designed so that you wouldn't stand a chance. He'll tell you to descend into the depths or go through the throat or something, and to get back from there. And that's where you'll die, because there's no coming back from that place. But I know how to outsmart him.
Why would you help me?
I help everyone! I bring the dead back to life. This is why I came to this world. This is what I've been doing my whole time here. Healing and reviving. There's nothing for me to gain from it.
Toot your own horn, right?
So do you agree?
I do.
I don't think I can count on Clara for much, but if she says that Oyun is going to backstab me, but she can prevent him from doing that through some nondescript magical means, yeah, I actually do believe her on that. So, with that safety net securely put in place, it's time to finally go confront Oyun. Once and for all. Fingers crossed.
I've come to withstand the final trial and find out what sacrifice the kin wants from me.
I will send you to the point where Suok's lines meet. You will let her swallow you. We shall talk as equals if you can find your way back.
Why can we only speak as equals after the trial?
Everyone goes through the trial. So did your father. It is only then that we will see how far the vein of Bodo goes. You will walk along it and circle back, tying life and death together, just as a vein is tied into a knot. A vein wastes precious blood in vain when untied.
When did my father pass the trial?
Later than he should have. You ask too many questions. Are you going?
I am.
Step into the cave. It is the hollow of her primal womb. You will see a well. This is where her navel is untied for those who have the knowledge. Then you will fall down. Lay your body down there and come towards Suok's navel. Go to the heart of her lines. Then come back here. And then we will talk.
This is a hole. This is a giant hole in the ground. Do you think I'm stupid? 'Cause I might be, but that doesn't change that this looks like a giant hole in the ground which will fucking kill me if I jump in. In fact, I know it will kill me, because I have, of course, tested it out on other saves, and if you don't make the deal with Clara, then jumping down here will indeed just straight up kill you. Which proves pretty definitively that Oyun's trials are probably better described as Oyun's attempted murders. But, well, this is what Clara promised to help us with. Guess it's time to find out how much the changeling's supposed powers are worth. Perhaps unsurprisingly, it all comes down to faith. Same as it ever was.
Come to us, sweet soul. Look, the nails are waiting for you.
I'm not dead yet.
Talk some more, sweet soul. Look, some nails are already in.
Are you drawing my last breath from me?
Indeed, sweet soul. It's leaving you with every word you mutter. Look at the nails. There's only one left. Make your final step.
I won't.
Don't listen to the demons. Move down the tunnel. You will see female silhouettes there. These are fated souls. Choose the one to go instead of you. Make a deal with any of the three and regret nothing. Talk as little as you can, so that they who are beyond the wall won't hear you.
And who is beyond the wall?
I don't know. I can only feel them. They are obscure. They are the ones in charge of everything here. They're big but narrow-souled, trying to hide their wretchedness from us. It was all their doing. They haven't revealed themselves yet.
Are they gods?
No, they're something different. The masked demons are their minions and envoys. Don't talk to them. Just walk along the tunnel.
Wait a minute, and then what?
She will stay here instead of you.
What a dirty trick! Someone else will have to die in my stead? No, it will not do. I'm staying here.
Then everybody dies! The town will be destroyed, and plague will devour the earth. You won't fulfill your destiny. Your father will remain unavenged.
Okay. I'm going.
When you have chosen a soul, ask her what you want to know. She'll tell you the truth. Use the opportunity. Then walk through the black opening. It will let you through.
I'm scared.
I hear a man breathing. What are you doing here?
Will you answer a question for me?
I will. Go ahead.
How did you die?
I'm not dead yet. My body is asleep.
How will you die?
I will be executed. Executed by a firing squad for an attempt on the life of Alexander Block, the commander.
Is this a parable or something? Why?
Clara has shown me that the disgrace that befell our family was but a terrible mistake by the military. I've always thought so.
And now I know for sure. It's all Locke's fault. He'd been a commanding officer then already.
A disgrace? What was it about?
That I will not tell. And I'm getting weaker. Don't ask anything else. I'm short of breath.
Am I dead? I don't think so. The host is merely asleep.
An executor is standing at your door, Anna.
Anna has been slandered. They think that she was a kidnapper, a leech, a caravan murderer. The host was too proud to offer excuses. Now that she's ill, no one will be there to help her. Her death will bring joy to many.
How will you die?
It will have something to do with the girl that came to the town a few days ago. She'll have a hand in the death of the host.
Are you telling the truth?
I cannot lie.
I want to ask you a question.
Ask me anything you want. Just make it brief.
Who is the sacrifice that the kin is expecting from me?
Foreman Oyun has fallen out of favor with the kin. When they learned that Suok rejected Oyun's offerings of Aurochs, they were infuriated. The foreman failed to read the lines of the Great Bowl appropriately. Were it not for the plague, he'd have been killed already. The kin, then, will accept any offering you make, as long as you put an end to the order that precluded your arrival.
You did not answer my question. Who is the sacrifice?
Who's to say the offering is necessarily a who? All you need to do is stop looking for it. Having done that, you will have fulfilled your destiny before you know it.
I want to understand what I'm doing. Who is the sacrifice the kin is expecting from me?
That's unclear. I see the line breaking into two here. They are parallel, though. Like a circle turned inside out. I can't look at it anymore. I'll lose my mind.
You didn't answer my question. Who is the person I am meant to sacrifice?
There was no person.
Damn! I still don't understand. Who killed my father? Isidore Barak.
Foreman Oyun. Should I stay here? Or should I go back to Anna?
Stay here.
What do you want, dead one? Speak, spirit.
What sacrifice am I to make? Speak.
It had been told that the sacrifice of Aglaya Lilich, a woman who wanted to merge her lines with yours. Butchers would have opened the blood for you if you had killed her. If I had allowed it, of course. Or if you had killed me. But it was I that killed you in the end.
I don't need you to allow me anything.
You went into the throat. You followed the path of water. You couldn't have come back. Or are you a sorcerer that dared to break the lines of the House of Suok with his black magics?
Now I know who has killed my father. And you know what that means.
I have. But I will restore the lines of Suok's womb. Take one step back if you're no spirit.
I have died once already. Now it is your turn. How do they call upon the Menku, the faithful of a warden kin, known by their hands, for they are butchers, known by their eyes, for they are surgeons, known by their deeds, for they follow the lines. Freezing within the burial hole, silent at the threshold of non-existence, the kin do not greet the worthy warden. If only you arrived earlier. Oyun, the unworthy foreman, proved to be a disproportionate sacrifice.
We remain merely a de facto ruler, a warden in name only, until we can cure this plague. Until we save the Udurg. Until we make a sacrifice. Fortunately, we should have a solution for that. Let's go check in on that Auroch. Oh, hey, a letter from Capella, asking us to speak with her urgently. Probably should. Think it's safe to say at this point that Capella is the mistress we're the most thoroughly aligned with, so if she needs help, it's likely important enough that we should give it. Sure enough, Capella asks us to go to the Polyhedron. The Polyhedron was supposed to be Danielle's responsibility, but she notes that the Great Bachelor no longer trusts her or even comes around anymore after he's fully dedicated himself to Maria and her plans for the Canes. To remedy this tension between the Olgimskis and the Canes, Capella will be offering to marry Con Kane 10 years from now, when they've both fully come of age. We can try and talk her out of it, but Capella's clairvoyance and role as a mistress overrules whatever objections we might have. Also, it's not our place to override such decisions. We are still, ultimately, an outsider to the ruling families and their personal politics. Well, at the very least, it's probably worth seeing what Khan has to say, if only so we can meet him personally. Before that, though, we need to get the password to enter the Polyhedron from the Bachelor. No, Daniel, just because I'm asking for the password doesn't mean I'm dedicating my life to defending it. Actually, wait, sure, why not? Definitely, not just saying this to get the password out of you. Okay, perfect, thank you. God, were you always this easy to manipulate? Was I always this easy to manipulate? Concerning. Well, at least it comes with its own perks. After all, there's still only one more member of our band we've yet to meet. Let's go say hi. This structure truly is impressive. Magnificent, even. But is it really more impressive than the Barrows? More impressive than a great Auroch on a stake offering the bounty of itself to protect the town? Is it more impressive than the abattoir? Is the Polyhedron dangerous? It's certainly intimidating. And if it can seize the heart and mind of someone like Danielle, then one can only guess at the upper limits of its power. But is that a good thing? It's a conduit for imagination, a camera obscura for fantasy, but what good is fantasy? I'm asking quite literally, what is the use of fantasy? How does it benefit us in the face of the mass death and systemic cruelty consuming the town below? This might be the Udurg, or at least part of it, but if it is, then what use is it? Why would it be so important to not just the Canes, but to Isidore? What is the purpose of fantasy? Sure, imagining different worlds, better worlds. But what good is that if the people who are fantasizing and theorizing aren't the same people who are going to have to actually roll around in the dirt and shit and blood to make those fantasies into reality? A fantasy that can't affect reality is just escapism. And escapism is best reserved for children, isn't it? Hey kid, password is fortified. Take me to Khan.
Why have you come? Are you here on my sister's behalf?
No, on Capella's.
The Olgimski girl. Curious. I had a feeling she might make a move. Sooner or later our paths had to cross. So what is she up to?
She wants to strike an alliance with you.
Children's alliances are not worth a dime. Is she willing to become my wife in 5 years? To submit to me?
She is. In 10 years, though.
They say traces of blood were found by the Polyhedron. My dogheads claim they belong to the soldiers' victims, but I think they're lying. Tell me the truth. Are there really soldiers down below?
No, it was the earth bleeding, not people.
Indeed. I've been told this has happened before. The ground bleeds by the stem as if the Polyhedron is a cork stuck in a tube.
What should I tell Capella?
Tell the Olgimski girl that I shall come. Let it be so. The proud Capella made the first move, and so she will have my support. She offers to strike an alliance, and we accept her offer. You have my word.
Farewell, Khan. You have Khan's consent. It didn't take him long.
That means he will leave the tower tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, and so will his minions. You know how to make a lot of panacea already, don't you?
You can count on me.
Allow me to thank you. You will assume authority over the kin soon. If everything goes well and I assume authority over the town, we will rule together, you and I. Cherish my gift. Let it bring the soft memories back to life. The memories of the little girl that I used to be.
Thank you.
It all ends tomorrow. A single day can change a lot. I can sense almost nothing now. Are my fosterlings fine? Can the mutineers kill the Inquisitor? If Aglaia Lilich falls, even destroyed by petty scheming, we won't be able to protect the town.
Don't you worry about a thing.
With both a mistress and the Inquisitor on our side, we're going to have plenty of political weight to throw around tomorrow, especially once we're able to begin mass-producing Panacea tonight after getting that bowl off the stake. We can do this. We can still save this town without sacrificing any piece of what makes it so important. Everyone can still be happy. Oh, hey, a letter from Notkin, asking why the bowl isn't on the stake any... What? Who did this? I'm going to turn you inside out. Please tell me who ordered this. I just want to talk. Leader of the Mutineers? Perfect. Just want to talk. I just need to talk. Why in God's name would you... Daniel Dankovsky? Because we also ordered the burning of the bowl. Guys, I think Daniel might not be half as smart as he thinks he is. Hey, buddy, I'm in short supply of some really fucking good answers, so I'm hoping you can give me a couple for both our sakes.
What? Did they burn the bull on your orders, Oinon?
What bull? Think about it, Barak. There was no bull.
There was a supreme one at the bone stake lot.
There was no bull. But, shh, don't tell anyone about it. I gave an order to the soldiers, so they'd have something to take it out on. Better let them burn an outskirt lot than a cathedral square.
The bridge square, you mean?
I think you can see my point, Barak. I gave the order to burn it because it was a nuisance that provoked unrest. Its huge body was filled with infectious spores. It was my duty, after all. Don't be stubborn. I'm not getting in your way, so don't you get in mine.
For the time being, Oinon. If we could look soberly on the matter, everyone did just as they should. The Bachelor was doing his duty. Still, the resolution of this story has a strong air of sacrilege about it.
I think the weirdest thing about having hope snatched away is that it doesn't even hurt. This isn't pain I'm feeling. It's not rage. It's yearning. Yearning for the better world I'd hoped to see. The worst part of fantasy is getting those fleeting glimpses into what you know you'll never have. I didn't want to become the Ripper. I actively tried to avoid it. But I don't think I have a choice anymore. A sacrifice will have to be made. As simple as that. Tomorrow, Commander Block will turn his cannons upon something here. Either the town or the polyhedron will be ripped out of the other. To make matters worse, if we choose the polyhedron, Aglaia will die. And that is actually a point in favor of the polyhedron as the Udurg. According to Oyun and Katarina, the kin won't follow me until I sacrifice Aglaia. And if that's the only worthy sacrifice left, I'm also choosing between the town and the ability to lead the kin. To lead the kin, I need to destroy this town. But if I don't do what they want and refuse to take the reins, where will that leave the kin? The odds of them surviving long with Taya as their leader feel low, to say the least. This is a more difficult choice than it should be, isn't it? I mean, do you want to live in a world without imagination? Without fantasy? Are we truly meant only to work and fight and heal and kill? Be a weird take for someone 6.5 hours into a video game summary to have. Not to be antagonistic, of course. I'm right fucking here with you. But as ever, let's be honest with ourselves about what's at stake. It's the ability to imagine a better world, even if it's one you won't get to make. Are we going to grasp onto idealism and hold it above all else? Or are we going to accept that this world, as flawed and ugly and terrifying as it might be, is all we'll ever have? The difference between this route and Danielle's is that we have the power to end this route with hope. We can end this with hope for the future or hope for tomorrow. But we can't have both. If we make the right call, then maybe, just maybe, we can still salvage this. And yet, making that call is still nigh impossible. Because, as I shall repeat one final time, this all comes down to the question which has dominated the past week of our lives. What is the Uderg? And how can we best protect it? The town or the polyhedron? Isidore meant one of those two things with this brand. So which could it be? Whatever it was meant to be, it must have been something specific. Come on, there's gotta be something, some clue I've missed, some hint to make all of this make sense. Oh my god. How did I not realize this before? The town is Bodo's body. The red caves running underground, the pools of blood leaking up, the magical herbs, all of it. This town exists on the back of a giant bowl. The crucible is his mind, the factory his gut, the abattoir his intestines, the waters his fluids, the people his cells, his blood, his bacteria, his life, these worlds within his body. You cannot remove one from the town any more so than you can remove a finger from a hand and still call it whole. Which means the polyhedron is a stake, piercing it, lobotomizing it. Something unnatural, tearing open the ground that we are rightfully forbidden to cut. The earth is Boss Turok's body. And so, we need to remove it from the stake and heal it, if we want to avoid calamity. This is it, isn't it? The Uderg is everything natural to this land, including the town, its mutual parasite. All right, I know what I need to do. I have my choice, and my will.
This is to remind you of the council tomorrow. Commander Block and I have reached an agreement. He will hear out any reasonable suggestion of how the town may be saved. Owing to your efforts, we have a suggestion, don't we? After that, we will hear out the mistresses. The young Olgimsky girl and Maria Kana were invited. I guess Katerina will tag along. Are you in any way related to Capella? She says she will lend her support to our cause. Is she all right? We won't be able to resolve the proceedings without the mistresses. They are the guarantee of the town's obedience. Those wielding emergency authority will leave soon enough, and the mistresses will remain. It isn't possible to keep the town in submission unless the population behaves. Quiet, as to not evoke the ever-present threat of death. P.S. Block doesn't know that we've met or exchanged letters. He also doesn't know of your friendship with Capella. This could be important. I put my trust in you. Yours, Aglaia.
Alright, we have all our panaceas in order, as well as a couple of schmatters. Not enough for the town, but enough to prove that we should be trusted to make the final call of where to fire. Guess it's time to find out if passing up on any of their schmouters was a mistake. Fingers crossed.
Is any choice right, as long as it's willed? The lines did cross, and the two opposite truths formed a line with a single surface. My victory will be flawed, regardless of the choice I make. How can they possibly manipulate me, a warden? What do I, the Haruspex, have to care about their petty affairs? The warden will make the choice suggested by his conscience, and what happens next is of no great importance. They may say I am predictable, but no one would ever say I am easily controlled. If I will sacrifice my offering, that doleful woman I have summoned, then I will become one with the kin. I will take the burden of their suffering on my shoulders and provide for them. But if I keep the word I gave to my father and allow the offering to live, this will mean I have strayed away from the path I was chosen to follow. Not only will I reject the destiny meant for me, but also for the rest of the kin. It is time to choose.
I would not have lived to see today if not for you. Now, if my design works, I will be able to revive the town. I am grateful to you, Warden. I'll never forget it.
What is your plan?
The outcast children who have left the polyhedron will establish a new town. They will become new mistresses and rulers. They will lay down a new triangle of powers and beginnings. This time, it will stand firmly on its base, rather than trying to balance on one of the vertices.
What triangle of powers and beginnings?
The earth begot the town begot the tower begot the plague, and cleansed the earth. The Bachelor is wrong. To overcome non-existence, it's not enough to just kill death. You also have to fill the void. Only the town can overcome chaos.
Why are you calling them outcasts? Didn't they leave the tower on their own?
It's not a cause, it's an effect. They have left the polyhedron because their fate lies elsewhere. Prisoners of dreams can build, but they cannot rule. Moreover, you have to be resolute, mature, and independent to break free from childhood. Only the most outstanding children can do it.
I've heard you wanted to found a new religion?
I don't. You still fail to grasp who mistresses are. So do the children, which is why they keep talking about a religion. Can religion be invented by a man? It's not a game.
You're being insincere. I know more about pagan beliefs than you.
Tell me, will you stay with us? Will you rule the kin like your father was supposed to?
Yes. I'll stay with you.
So, we'll have to fight for power in a couple of years, you and I, right? I wonder how that'll go. You'll be old already, though.
Are you already thinking about ousting me from power? Ain't you a quick lad?
I'm kidding. Khan is the one I'm really after. Ugh, that's the guy I'll have to meet head on. Khan will grow to inspire true terror. Has he really abandoned the ways of his family? Who could have thought? Mina's son switching faith. What does he believe in now, by the way?
Let's start with you. What are you standing up for?
I'm not sure yet. The balance is constantly shifting. The disposition of forces will be different. It won't be like the previous standoff between the termites and the utopians. Capella has already considered everything. It's good that she's tamed Khan. We are sick and tired of utopias. Let's build a new world. A better one.
can already see the seeds of future rebellion in you. It's you who will become the new Utopian, Notkin.
Capella and I owe you so much. I am only alive because of you, aren't I?
Tell me, why does Capella need you?
I will replace the second mistress. That means Capella thinks I'll manage to. She says I'm shining bright, but unlike hers, my glimmer isn't thick, but rather transparent and very pale.
Will Capella be the first?
Yes, I'll have to stand in contrast to her. She feels the living and I feel the dead. She knows how to take care of the living, knows what they need. I can listen to the dead and know how they turn into grass to face the sun, and why each Twire blade is different. And there you go.
Are these her words? You can't be making this up, can you?
These are Capella's words. She explained all this to me. But I can also feel that it's true.
What else did she tell you?
Each of us will tug the power in our own direction. She'll tug a bit upwards and I'll tug downwards. We'll tune life together, opposing each other. Like Nina and Victoria before, but not for real. Moreover, I'll help her make the lines into a circle. At least that's my understanding.
I hope you'll manage.
You helped us. Thank you for saving my life. I will be able to put it to good use now that I'm leaving Tower.
And how are you going to use it?
I will rule the town in the same fashion that my father used to when my mother was alive and glimmering. It's hard to be in control if your wife is a mistress. I'll have to think about how to build a world for her and protect everything she will breathe life into. It won't be easy. I will start with training an army.
Why are you leaving the place?
Big Sister is driving me away. I cannot fight her. Neither can I disobey her. She is becoming the Dark Mistress, the Chariot of Night. Perhaps she already has. We'll know for sure tonight after Starrise.
So you've agreed to side with Olgimskaya to get back at her?
That's one of the reasons, yes, but spitefulness is a disgraceful feeling. In reality, I am afraid of my sister. She will grow stronger than Mother, who used to be held back by Father. This is why her power had brought more good than evil. And Victoria Sr., her Major, was also alive back then. Who is to hold Maria back now?
Will the Kanes and Olgimskis make peace?
Not entirely, but the confrontation of the two corners has turned into an enmity, and our union will put an end to that. Capella will establish a new triangle. I don't know yet what powers will become its corners. One of them will be us. Neither do I know what will come from this. Nevertheless, childhood is over. It's a shame.
Why?
The tower used to be able to bring dreams to life and preserve them. It was a rose. Sister said it's high time the rose becomes a chalice. It will turn from a head into a womb, a foundation of a new world. I'll have no part of it. The children are leaving. Right now.
A stem this thin won't be a good foundation for the new world. I will bring the tower down. That's how I'll produce precious blood from below the ground.
This is all a game. But you already knew that. I mean this in a double meta sense, ho-hum. You know this is a game, because you are a human person who exists outside of it. But you almost certainly know that Pathologic is a game within the canon of the game itself. A game played by children and orchestrated by the developers. And if you didn't know, now you do. Plot twist. But Fun little additional fact about that, much like the theater performances, those scenes play out exactly the same, nearly word for word, here in Artemis' route as it does in Daniel's. So, rather than waste both our times recounting something you've likely already seen, I'm going to continue leaning on the fourth wall and do something special. Because yes, this is a game, and Artemis now knows it's a game, and is more okay with that fact than most. But aren't you curious about how the two other playable characters feel about this? Let's go say hi.
Time's almost up.
Are you aware that we turned out to be toys?
Really? You're kidding. Though, figuratively speaking, that is true, after a fashion. We are all mere toys in the hands of Providence.
No, Oinon, I mean literally. You're a toy, I'm a toy. We're mere dolls made of rags, sawdust, whalebone, and hell knows what else.
Have you gone mad?
No, my eyes were opened. You have owners. They're children. The game they're playing with us is almost over.
I hope my side wins.
No. You lose. They don't love us, by the way. They're fed up with us. That's why we're stuck here. They've stuck us here.
Very witty, Barack. Forget it. My laboratory is beckoning to me from the capital. I can't for too long entertain the thought of it also being a dollhouse. I'm an adult man who has responsibility to bear, you see. I invent medicine that helps with old age and death.
Out of nuts, syrup, and sleeping pills stolen from the adults. Don't make me laugh.
Enough. This isn't funny anymore.
You failed to grasp anything at all. Can I tell you one last bit of historical trivia? You know, there is one other interesting fact about the hermeneutic circle that I think is important to consider. Like I mentioned previously, hermeneutics originally spawned out of a need to interpret religious texts. The hermeneutic circle itself was originally conceived by the 4th century theologian St. Augustine of Hippo to interpret some of the most obscure passages of the Bible. A big part of it was, of course, to make sure that parts of the Bible were being interpreted correctly within their broader context, but it ran deeper than that. It was also an attempt to integrate the ideas of Greek philosophers like Plato and Aristotle into the act of interpretation, so that the context could be understood using reason just as much as with faith. The hermeneutic circle was originally created to find a balance between rationality and faith. Faith demands an abandonment of rationality, but rationality needs to be used to understand what you even have faith in the first place. Rationality demands an abandonment of faith, but what do you do when you reach the end of the road rationality leads you down? Even a strict rationalist and dickhead like Descartes had to take some things on faith. I think, therefore I am, and all that good stuff. Rationality has a great PR department, but no matter how rigorous someone is about finding the truth, there will always need to be some kind of faith underpinning it, even if it's just faith in ourselves. It's always been this way. We, as a species, have always been this way. It's always been Daniel and Artemis, standing at two opposite ends of the same open field, battling it out as rationality and faith always have, and will continue to do so until there's none left to wage the forever war. This whole game really is just complementary yet opposing forces all the way down, huh? Yin and Yang, past and future, kin and canes, dogs and souls, Nina and Victoria, Artemis and Daniel. So, who are you going to take up arms for? Who am I going to take up arms for? It's not as cut and dry as I'd like. In the same way it was clear as Daniel that he was being manipulated by Maria, it's also very clear that Artemis is being manipulated by Aglaia, and Capella, and probably Isidore as well. But Aglaia especially, right? It's hard to discern how much of her sudden love for the town is sincere, and how much of it is her just playing us. She is from here after all, so none of this is new to her. Yet she sure loves to feign like it is. Think it's also safe to say that she is the sacrifice the kin is expecting of us, and she probably knows it. Of course she wants us to save the town. If it dies, she dies. Pair that with her relationship with the Canes, and it's only natural she'd do anything to preserve all of this. But does that even matter? Who cares whether she's manipulating me if it's what my conscience tells me is right in the first place? You've almost certainly seen Daniel's ending. You know how saving the polyhedron goes. Surely, saving the town must be better than that, right? Most likely, but it still feels like something's off. There's still a tension, a knot in the muscle yet to be worked out. If we stop the plague using the same method Isidore used, then what's to keep this from happening again? Given what's at stake, does it even matter? All very good questions, which we'll all have to answer very soon. But that's for later. For now, I have beef with a child.
The time is almost up. Soon the barrage begins.
Turns out you're a toy, Clara. And I'm a human being.
Are you sure?
I am.
So, I'm not human. That gives me a huge advantage over you.
Why?
Because you think I'm a toy. I know who you are, but you don't actually know who I am. So I have an advantage.
How so?
Who were you fighting all this time? Oh, you human.
The plague! The inevitability! Was I fighting you?
Do you realize now that you have lost? And there's nothing to be done. It's too late.
Yeah, I tire of you! Your lies are so crafty it's too easy to mistake them for the truth. Even the Inquisitor is less skilled than you. What the fuck just happened? Why do I feel like I just got owned? The Changelings route is going to be on some wild postmodern bullshit, isn't it? Fun for next time, I guess. And there will be a next time. This channel won't die until I do. For now, we need to put a bow on this very, very long journey so that I can finally take 5 minutes backstage to nurse my psychic wounds. It's been nice, though. For all its problems, I miss this town. It's a nice escape. I am sorry this video took so long, by the way. No, it's taken a while, but, well, ever have an idea so ambitious that you kind of paralyze yourself with it? Plus, you know, research and healing. Been a rough couple years. Was on the upswing, but, you know, America. So we'll see. But outside of that, things are generally on the up and up for me. I'm in a much better place than I was when I made those first 2 videos. Because I made those first 2 videos. Because of people like you. People who made it all the way through my bullshit. I literally could not have done this without you. I have effectively asked for a full day of your time with this video. Technically 2 days since I've all but demanded you go watch The Bachelor's route too. Which, statistically speaking, you probably have. So for you to make it this far, it's no small feat. I do not take it for granted. I've been able to put a lot of things into words over the course of this. But this, I can't. Thank you. Now, I can keep philosophizing back and forth about which ending is the right one. And to be clear, I do think there is a discussion to be had about that. But we're not having a discussion. You're watching a video. And you already know what ending I'm going to pick. Don't you? It does feel right, so I won't change my mind on it. Besides, Artemy did make his thoughts on this matter pretty clear. It doesn't matter if he's being manipulated, if he's still following his own will. So
I shall bring it to its conclusion.
Yeah. Go. Save what you've decided to save. I'm going to go take a quick shot of Twiring in the wings.
Are you sure that shit makes Malort seem like fucking milk?
I know what I'm doing!
Okay.
Hey, Ruby, why do you have this many copies of Shadowheart's Covenant backstage?
Normal reasons.
So, the people I have told you about are alive after all, are they not?
Yes, they are. Why do you think that my victory is impossible without them?
You wanted to protect the town, didn't you? But the Udurg is a living being. It's a body that contains the world. And do you really think that the world can exist without activity inside? Who is going to govern it? Who will paint it different colors, tints, and shades? I will distribute these roles among the children when they come of age.
How will they paint it?
Anew, Warden. The triangle this town was standing on is going. There will be no more Utopian Scarlet, Termite Navy, Humble Taupe. There will be gold, amber, lilac, malachite, black, and Dawnish beige.
That's beautiful. This palette is more robust than the previous one.
Yours will be charcoal. Don't be distressed. It has its own beauty, but its role is different. Along with my white, it will be used when mixing colors to receive various tints.
And the others? What colors will you assign to them?
The Mother Superior will start managing the kin right away. You don't really understand their day-to-day life, do you? You will rule and guide knowledge. It will be the power of malachite and black. Notkin will be a scout, exploring the steppe for now. He will also keep an eye on the warehouses and the station. We will have to start communicating with the big world soon. Red gold will be his color. Murky will look after street improvements. The town must look pretty. I will also assign her to be in charge of the water supply and the sewage. She will become the lilac mistress. Sticky will be in charge of commerce. He'll be the chief merchant, controlling all shops in the town and making sure everyone has everything they need. He will become a ruler later, just like all the other boys you have saved. His power will be of amber color. Grace will keep doing her job. She'll bury the dead. They have a whole realm of their own, you know, and they need a caring hand. She will be a beige mistress. The most valuable aspect of this color is the little subtle shade of dawn, a little nuance of pink and lemon.
And who will be the head of all this?
We will enter into a marriage with Khan. This will put an end to the enmity and the disagreements of our families. We will restore the harmony of ruling. I will become a mistress, and will do what my mother used to. Khan and his army of dogheads will rule the town. I'll make him white, as I am.
So that's what the town is going to be like now.
You are the one to make the choice. Yours shall be the mouth to utter my words now. My lips are sealed.
So you were the sacrifice I was supposed to make.
I was. If I am captured and taken off the board, then the commander will be free to make his move. If you choose Capella's path, then I'll live. If you choose Clara's, or bachelor's path, then you'll lead me to the scaffold and fulfill your purpose.
So the butchers are expecting your murder. And then what? They let me reach the sacrificial blood?
And make you their ruler, foreman of the cult, and head of the kin. You will restore the kin and bring the town back to life, after you take the place that should have been your father's.
But the Ordug is no man. The thing you save and the thing you sacrifice must be proportionate to each other.
Simon was almost human. And me, I'm not quite human. Haven't you already had a chance to convince yourself of that?
How?
Tell me, did the heavens open up? Did the focus of this town show? Did these hands reveal themselves?
Oh. That. And how are you different from the rest?
Because I am a doll that is smarter than its children. I'm a bit closer to them than to you. You might call me half divine.
And so all the pieces fall into place. And that means what? We're all toys?
Yes. Exactly. Not a pleasant surprise.
I thought I was a person.
I didn't know myself at first, either. My only advantage was that their mother took me to bed with her when she was young. I know many things that they don't.
So you're older than me?
I never thought about it. It's not like we have age. New ones are better than the old, that much I know for certain. But they restuffed me not long ago and made me a new dress. See? That probably makes you a bit older than me.
What did we ever do to them?
Me? They hate me. And I loved them so dearly all my life. When they were still little babies, I dreamt about how they will grow up one day and finally start playing with me, and instead, they loathed me from the very start. Was it because their mother wanted them to like me?
And the plague, is it a game they play?
No. The town is a toy, but the plague is real. Go outside, walk the streets. You'll see. Their make-believe has nothing to do with it. They are scared to death themselves. They just came home from a funeral. I don't even know who died yet. Maybe that's the real cause of all of this.
So, you're a product of imagination. A made-up, illusory creature. You don't exist. You have a fate, but not a future.
Who said that? I could hear the voice, but I don't believe that's the voice of my beloved.
It's me, the player. Wanna chat?
No, I don't. I want to be with Burak. Go away.
Did you fall in love with him because he was free? But that wasn't him. It was me. When I leave, he'll turn into a stuffed dummy. Same as everyone else around you.
Really?
No. Just tempting you. Besides, I'm not done with you yet.
So, Burak the Healer. Your father used to be the leader of the local castle community, which is important to me. It is neither greed nor plotting nor circumstance that has informed your choice, but your conscience alone. I've been given orders to level everything here, but if that's not necessary, I am willing to trust your judgments, risking my life and honor, for I am merciful. Where shall I point the weapon?
You only have to destroy the polyhedron to put an end to the disease spreading. There's no point in raising the whole town.
How do you prove that this choice is sensible?
Here are my arguments. The panacea, the evidence of an underground blood deposit that feeds the town, my rightful and supported claim to take this blood.
I've seen a report claiming that the kin will not let you have this blood unless you kill the Inquisitor. Is that true?
It is.
How are you going to kill her?
I'm not. We will destroy the tower. The blood will pour out from the tear in the ground. That will be enough.
True, that's what I've been told. Victoria Olgimskaya, styled the White Mistress despite her young age, confirms that you are capable of accomplishing this goal. The cannons will rumble at 10 to 12. Evacuate the children from there by 10.
It will be taken care of. Aglaya will give orders. This is my choice.
Do you have any regrets about what you have done?
Regret is the most honest of feelings.
Who said that? Why are we worn out? Why are we, at first, so passionate, so bold, so noble, and so full of faith, complete bankrupts at 30 or 35? Why does one waste in consumption, another put a bullet through his brains, a third seek forgetfulness in vodka and cards, while the fourth tries to stifle his fear and misery by cynically trampling underfoot the pure image of his fair youth? Why is it that having once fallen, we do not try to rise up again, and losing one thing do not seek something else? Why is it? The thief hanging on the cross could bring back the joy of life and the courage of confident hope, though perhaps he had not more than an hour to live. You have long years before you, and I shall probably not die as soon as one might suppose. What if by a miracle the present turned out to be a dream? A horrible nightmare, and we should wake up renewed, pure, strong, proud of our righteousness. Sweet visions fire me, and I am almost breathless with emotion. I have a terrible longing to live. I long for our life to be holy, lofty, and majestic as the heavens above. Let us live. The sun doesn't rise twice a day, and life is not given us again. Clutch at what is left of your life and save it.
You know, it's funny. Despite Daniel ostensibly being the big brain genius and Artemis supposedly being driven by love and principle above reason, these two stories end up kind of the opposite of their characters' reputations. Playing as Daniel was way more emotional because the irrationality of it gave me no choice but to respond with strong emotions, while Artemis' singular fixation on doing what's right according to his own intuition ended up prompting a lot of thought, introspection, and research. Turns out, Daniel is the emotional one, and Artemis has secretly been the cerebral one this entire time. Funny how that works. Probably means nothing. Welcome back. Special thanks to Zuzup and Danny Deer for their incredible work on the Day 11 and 12 animatics, respectively. Holy shit, they turned out so good. Fucking amazing work. Go show them love. They deserve it. So, at the end of the last show, I compared getting immersed in a game to performing a role on the stage. And now I want to spend the next forever really digging into that comparison so that we might figure out just how deep that parallel runs. That That might sound a bit too in the weeds for some of you. Nerdy in an obnoxious way, rather than the heretofore nerdy in a charming way, wink wink. But I promise you that there will be gold at the end of this fuck-ass rainbow. By the time we're done here, we'll not only have a better understanding of what the ideas and symbolism of Pathologic mean, but also how immersion in narrative-driven games works, and why we'd even want it in the first place. Because, as we all seem to know, immersion and storytelling often go hand in hand. The important part is how and why you're doing it, and with what medium. A question to start. Does art matter? Realize that's a bit of a loaded question to ask at the tail end of this avant-garde nightmare. Anyone who would disagree fucked off the moment I mentioned hermeneutics. But that's all the more reason to challenge ourselves on this, isn't it? You probably don't need to be convinced of the power of art. In fact, there's a good chance that you yourself are an artist of some kind or another. Tends to be a truth about most people who get weird enough about Pathologic to watch over 15 hours of content about it, and let's be honest with each other, you qualify at this point. Congrats on graduating. Tilt your head, here's your brainworm. I'm not here to tell you why art is important. I'm here to tell you why you should be skeptical about that idea. Because it's really easy for art to be as self-congratulatory as it is self-obsessed. But what has art truly done? Literally, what is art good for? Let's get the obvious out of the way. Yes, art can be personally influential, informative, healing, life-affirming, and all the other saccharine-flavored adjectives we all love so much. But a lot of art aims higher than merely changing us as individuals, doesn't it? Many works want to change a person, yes, but what do we make of art which wants to change people? Art which would change the world? See, for all of the weight I gave in the intro toward number 6 for influencing Lenin, it was actually the novel What Is to Be Done by Nikolai Chernyshevsky, which Lenin was purported to read over and over for inspiration, and would go on to borrow the name of for his pamphlet outlining his plans for a revolutionary vanguard party. But that novel itself has been described as a work of literary utopianism, a story of a woman escaping an arranged marriage in order to found a small socialist cooperative, as the proletariat comes together to self-determine and manage industrial production for the benefit of the worker in pursuit of eternal earthly joy. Sounds nice, on paper. Would certainly love me some of that. But given the simple fact that the USSR doesn't exist anymore, I think it's safe to say that, at minimum, there's some room for improvement. Within Pathologic, utopianism is so often the true enemy. This belief that humanity is still, even now, just a couple right decisions away from not living in a world mired in murder, shit, fascism, and apathy. I'm kind of embarrassed that I haven't mentioned it up to this point, but the original Russian name of this game actually translates into English as Plague, Utopia. A title which is explicitly a mockery of the grandfather of utopianism, Thomas More. The game's title is a fucking pun! Look, everybody! We have a plague of utopias ruining everything! And yet, utopias are so often what we get within art. These escapist fantasies. These worlds that can be made right. Whatever that means. Art used as distraction rather than insight. Again, to restate what I said last time, I'm not saying this to guilt or shame anyone. Please, love what you love. A bit of escapism is a good thing, particularly these days. I have over 7,000 hours in the hit award-winning MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV with a free trial up to level 70. You don't even need to pause the video to find out this time. Sorry about that. This video took so long, the trial now goes up to level 80 and includes the best expansion Shadowbringers. You should really play it. I'm not here to be an elitist. This is not a call to end escapism within video games or art broadly, but rather, it's a call to embrace art which abjectly refuses to be escapism. But what should those games look like? How do we make games that are worthy of rejecting escapism, that deliberately waste our precious time in a way that still feels like a valuable use of time? If a game is going to put you through hell, it should know the right way to do that, and why they're doing it, right? If they're going to deny you the fun of your power fantasy, then the friction that replaces it should, at least, still be compelling. Obviously. We're here to expand the emotional palette of game mechanics that designers should be allowed to utilize, not to make you endure boring misery for sick kicks. So, how could one approach challenging players in a legitimately uncomfortable way, while still making the game something worth engaging in? How does Pathologic manage to get away with it to even the meager extent that it does, in spite of its many, many other flaws? We've already seen quite a few potential theatrical answers to this question, from cruelty to estrangement to absurdism to psychological realism to biomechanics. All useful and informative in their own right, yet still lacking something to make it feel like a truly natural fit to gaming as its own independent art form. If only there was someone who united many of the disparate theories of drama we talked about and put them together into something which echoes how we actually play video games. Just kidding, 11th hour plot twist. Marxist theater practitioner Augusto Boal was born in 1931 in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. After studying at Columbia University and the Actors Studio, as well as being kidnapped off the streets, tortured, and exiled to Argentina after the 1964 Brazilian military coup, Boal founded the Theater of the Oppressed, a theatrical form which sought to take the ideas presented by his close friend Paulo Freire within his book, Pedagogy of the Oppressed, and put them into practice on the stage. Now it's the English major's turn to start screaming. All of this is interconnected. I promise this won't be as much of a digression as you fear. Stay with me, sister. We're already 7 hours deep into this. Don't leave me now. We got this! Boal is one of the most compelling and influential dramatic theorists of the postmodern era. His approach to theater is rooted in what Bertolt Brecht referred to as non-Aristotelian drama, a deliberate rejection of the rules and ideas of tragic storytelling laid down in Aristotle's Poetics, the foundational text which literally defined Western theater. Instead, Boal attempted to craft something that was truly epic. Epic in the classical sense. Think the Iliad and Gilgamesh. You know, the kind of storytelling you imagine predating formalized theater. Central to this approach is the belief that the advent of the theater as the creative form we know today wasn't due to natural human creative impulse, nor a ludic urge to play, but rather out of a desire by the ruling class to suppress, sequester, and control our innate desire to engage in fantasy. As we've seen elsewhere, for one to engage in fantasy unmoored from the control of formalized narrative and social expectation is to threaten an establishment which thrives off of controlling those narratives and hiding away superior alternatives. Such has been the case since time immemorial. So, says Boal. Thus, ancient Greek theater emerges by banning unlicensed public performance, expelling women from the proceedings, and corralling all play onto a stage. A stage controlled by the elite, and with it, granting the elite control over what types of fantasies are shared publicly. Aristotle, the tutor of Alexander the Great, was one of these elites. In Boal's vision of theater, the entire history of the medium is the history of fantasy being used as a weapon of social control over those who might otherwise imagine a better world and communicate it to others. Oh hey Stalin, what are you doing here? Oh god! To Boal, theater is just another tool of oppression for the benefit of the ruling class. And hence, it is our responsibility to seize it and return it to its liberated roots. To hand the weapon of imagination back to the same people it would otherwise oppress. To unpack the totality of Boal's theories is, unsurprisingly, a multi-semester course in its own right. But for our purposes, we're going to hone in on the way he tried to engage his audiences and inspire them towards transgression. See, much like Konstantin Stanislavski, who greatly influenced him, Boal felt that there was a desperate need for more grounded, realistic portrayals of characters if they were to deeply resonate with audiences. He believed this so much that Boal was in no small part responsible for introducing Brazilian theater to Stanislavski's system. Additionally, Boal pulled considerable influence from Bertolt Brecht, as he too did all of this in the name of inspiring audiences towards political action by engaging them in thought or even speaking to them directly. Boal's primary innovation, then, was in attempting to reconcile these very disparate approaches in such a way which would allow the audience themselves to become the ones who take action. In his foundational 1973 text, Theater of the Oppressed, Boal lays out a number of ways in which one might move their audience to pursue change. It's an interesting read, particularly for anyone with a passion for interactive political storytelling, but most notably for us, is a technique he called the forum theater, a style of theater which did away completely with the fourth wall. He would do this via a technique that he called simultaneous dramaturgy, which is a really jargony way to say by having the actors improvisationally write the story simultaneously alongside the acting of the actors. If you were present, you were part of the play. Canonically, you are not just allowed to, but encouraged to get out of your chair and help a character who was being mistreated on stage, encouraged to dance when they danced, and encouraged to write the events of the story with your own action as you take a role in the events of the story as yourself. This turned the audience into a type of active observer, which Boal called Spect-actors. A state where we blur the line between spectator and performer. The end result of this is, ideally, an entire audience talking amongst themselves about the problems they've been confronted with after being pressed to take these fictional vignettes of injustice and turn them into real moments of social action. If you charge on stage to stop a cop from beating a random stranger, then, fictional or not, you have still experienced the very real emotional impulse of, I refuse to allow police violence to happen in front of me, and taken action accordingly, regardless of potential consequences or social norms telling you not to. Even if it's not real, the act of transgressing the social norms of theater, of social etiquette, of law, was still a real rejection of the systems that oppress us. The line between playing and doing can be razor thin. As Boal himself declared in the intro to the 2000 edition of the Theater of the Oppressed,
I, Augusto Boal, want the spectator to take on the role of actor and invade the character and the stage. I want him to occupy his own space and offer solutions. By taking possession of the stage, the Spect-actor is consciously performing a responsible act. The stage is a representation of the reality, a fiction, but the Spect-actor is not fictional. He exists in the scene and outside of it, in a dual reality. By taking possession of the stage, in the fiction of the theater, he acts, not just in the fiction, but also in his social reality. By transforming fiction, he is transformed into himself. This invasion is a symbolic trespass. It symbolizes all the acts of trespass we have to commit in order to free ourselves from what oppresses us. If we do not trespass, not necessarily violently, if we do not go beyond our cultural norms, our state of oppression, the limits imposed upon us, even the law itself, which should be transformed, if we do not trespass in this, we can never be free. To free ourselves is to trespass and to transform. It is through a creation of the new that that which has not yet existed begins to exist. To free yourself is to trespass. To trespass is to exist. To free ourselves is to exist. To free yourself is to exist.
Things can get better and will do so if you're still here. Existing is its own rebellion. Existing is its own victory. You are still here, which means they are still losing. Don't forget that. That's not going to be relevant to anything else I'm about to say, but I figure it merits stating all the same. Also, it's here that I should mention that Boal was perhaps the first to ever start telling people to kill the cop in your own head. He said to do it using games. Not for nothing, Augusto Boal would later go on to publish a book of games, literally titled Games for Actors and Non-Actors. This text is filled with a wide variety of acting exercises and improv games designed to make participants aware of how their oppression has shaped their bodies, senses, and outlooks, before forcing them to question the norms of politics, art, and humanity, which had led to them becoming that way. Boal asks a construction worker to fully stretch his hand above his head, and the worker finds it difficult. Fingers wanting to curl around a hammer, back too accustomed to bending, leg warbling under an old work injury. Labor has shaped his body. And if that system of control can shape us without us noticing, how might it affect our minds? That is what these games are good for. One of the most common techniques Boal utilized within it was bringing the audience into a mask game, which is to say, a game where you don the mask of a character separate from you, and take on their personality, circumstances, and physicality as you live truthfully as them, if only for a moment. One good example of these is the game The Indian in the City Dweller in the Forest. This is a mask game, which then tasks the player with the role of someone not cognizant of civilization as we know it, and thus must make sense of even its strangest elements from a position of ignorance. This game can also be played in the inverse as well, as a quote-unquote civilized person in a quote-unquote primitive society, as someone who is already well educated in our culture who must now make sense of and internalize another society as they simultaneously attempt to justify the norms of their own. This all sounds kind of familiar, doesn't it? Oh hey, Artemy and Danielle, were you standing behind Stalin this entire time? See, that talk about anachronism and hermeneutics came back around in the analysis after all. My brain is huge. Like, subscribe, and fucking spam this video in your queer discords. I give you permission to be obnoxious about me. More to the point though, it feels weird to state the obvious to all the nerds I know are in attendance, but this is LARPing, right? Like, in every sense of the term, and by any definition, this is live-action role-playing, the act of engaging in improvised collaborative storytelling using the structure of rules, world-building, and game mechanics to give them framing and consequence. It might have fewer orcs and/or vampires than the kind of settings we usually conflate with those terms, but that is what we're looking at, right? But what is LARPing actually? The honest answer is most people don't know, because they haven't done it. And admittedly, this applies to me as well. When I began working on this video, I had never meaningfully participated in a large-scale LARP of any kind, let alone one that would suit my taste for emotionally challenging me a lot and torturing me just a little. It's been a painful blind spot for someone with my particular obsession with interactive storytelling, I must admit. So, I did what any reasonable person would do in this situation, and flew over to Czechia to participate in 97 Poets of Revachol, a multi-day LARP set inside the world of Disco Elysium. In it, you play as one of the 96 characters in the fictional Revacholian town of Lacage, as capitalism, gang violence, and political radicalism all threaten to push the fabric of society to its breaking points. Yes, this is a fictional game, in theory. The core gameplay generally involves players slowly walking from place to place as they make their way through a mystic land populated with locals practicing esoteric local faiths and politics, many of which are actively hostile to your character's presence. Sometimes that hostility is because you're an obnoxious student anarchist. Sometimes it's because you, or they, are a literal fascist. All of this is mediated by a tight schedule which ties into your character's different factions, your ability to avoid manipulation while manipulating people yourself, a need to manage resources like money, time, your own sense of physical, emotional, and spiritual exhaustion, and how much political compromise you can possibly tolerate. It was an incredible experience that I cannot stop thinking about. A long-form video about the whole escapade and what I learned from it is in the works, and there's already a series of articles about exactly that over on patreon.com/codexentry. But let's keep things brief and relevant. I don't want to just say that playing 97 Poets was the first thing I found which inspired an almost identical sense of immersion as Pathologic made me feel. So here's famed Pathologic YouTuber and the person who aggressively recommended the LARP to me, Solmatal, saying it.
So, 97 Poets of Revachol is the LARP that is written by David František Wagner and is based roughly on Disco Elysium. It is, as a LARP, it is inherently going to be a lot more immersive than a video game because you are living through what your character is living through, and by comparison to something like Pathologic, you are living through something like poverty, you are living through something like a horrifying realization of everything's about to fall apart around you. It haunts my dreams, and it is probably one of the best games I have ever played, and an extremely worthy successor to Disco Elysium, and more than a worthy successor to something like Pathologic.
Thank you, Haley. While the themes, aesthetic vibes, and methods of engagement between the two games are worlds apart, the emotional arcs created by 97 Poets and Pathologic's mechanics echo each other in surprising ways. A fixation on limited time, using the immersive setting of a town to subsume the player into an alien culture they are meant to accept or reject, weaponizing the inherently binary nature of games to force you to choose between the lesser of two evils, so much fucking walking my feet literally bled, and people just being fucking horrible to each other, in between them being unspeakably kind. I've spent the last half-decade searching for anything that could make me feel the way that Pathologic made me feel, and I finally found it. A LARP set inside the hospital where Gavrilo Princip probably died. Yes, really. My journey is complete. This naturally begs a simple follow-up question, though. What the fuck? How can that be? Isn't the free improvisation of live-action role-playing supposed to completely trounce the bounded agency of video games? It's the dream of VR made real! The entirety of you getting to be inside the game, with complete freedom to act as you see fit, bereft of the digital handcuffs inherent to a player character that is controlled rather than embodied. At the very least, interacting with real flesh and blood players should hit way differently from interacting with these digital puppets I've ripped out of the toy box for my sadistic pleasure. And it does, make no mistake, there is definitely a radically different energy to engaging with co-players who you are collaborating and storytelling with, as opposed to digital NPCs. 97 Poets is a unique type of game that cannot be properly replicated outside of its chosen medium of LARP. But the core motivations, especially when you're alone, don't feel that different. For a simple reason. They're still working off of the same core game mechanics. And the mechanics are actually the biggest thing evoking the moment-to-moment emotions, while the narrative choices of organizers and players are most often what's giving the storytelling its underlying thematic substance. Immersion led to thematic impact, not the other way around. The overlap between what 97 Poets made me feel and what Pathologic made me feel is threefold. A, it demanded I take on the emotional reality of the character I was playing, even as that became deeply uncomfortable. I didn't even mention I got hate crimed. B, it demanded that I move with urgency and treat time as the irreplaceable resource it is. And C, it demanded I engage with the ideological schism underpinning the whole story, before ultimately committing to a binary, or trinary, side. To me, anecdotally, this proves something I've always suspected. The emotional impact of games is rooted in gameplay mechanics and the ways they frame or motivate the actions around them, first and foremost. Not in theming, not in genre, not even the medium, but the mechanics themselves, and the way well-considered and designed ones can inherently demand you commit to the role they are meant to simulate or evoke. So, with that all laid out, let us ask one more time. What is it to LARP? What is happening there? It's about embodying a character as yourself, right? But is that not what I've been doing here for the past several godless hours with this narrative-driven single-player video game? Is that not what you do when you play Disco Elysium and choose who your Harry is going to be? When you choose who you want Harry to be? Is that not what happens when you're writing lore for your Warrior of Light in Final Fantasy XIV? When you decide to glass Caesar's camp as a matter of ethical principle in New Vegas? When you spare Flowey in Undertale? Are you not embodying a personal conceptualization of the character who you are playing the role of, even if unintentionally or incidentally? What are narrative-driven games, if not just avenues for us to step into a character in a way that allows us to dictate our level of emotional commitment? Where is the line where you stop role-playing in real life and start simply, platonically, playing a video game? I'll be blunt. I don't think there is a true line separating the two, if indeed the two acts are meaningfully different at all on a base emotional level. Just like the actor embodying Hamlet on stage, it is a foggy, liminal space where fact and fiction become entangled. A lie that is true. A dual reality. Acting on the stage and playing narrative games at home are, at their cores, driven by the exact same impulse to play a role. It's a separation by degrees, not of kind. As Boal shows, the line separating what qualifies something as theater or a game can be surprisingly thin. I think the difference between a LARP and a narrative-driven video game is the same as the difference between an improv game and a stage play. Nothing more, nothing less. While one might be much stricter and potentially more isolating than the other, I'd posit that when you are immersed in them, they're both doing more or less the same thing. It's immersing you into a role and its mood. It's donning a theatrical mask. Just the same as Boal, just the same as the ancient Greeks.
Suicide.
All of which is a really elaborate way to say, this image kinda cooks. If acting is basically the same emotionally as LARPing, and LARPing is basically the same emotionally as playing a game, what does that mean for the relationship between acting and playing narrative games? You know what that means. Time to bring all that acting bullshit back around. Let's begin with something that is very obvious, but easy to forget. Most actors get into acting because they enjoy the act of acting in and of itself. What an incredible word salad to say, actors find acting fun! This, what I'm doing right now, is its own kind of fun. Make no mistake, acting can be truly hard work, much harder than I think most anticipate, particularly if you end up professionally playing a role you don't enjoy or drains you, which is most roles. It can be a lot of practice, a lot of learning, a lot of boring waiting around, a lot of emotional energy. Yet, acting has never had any shortage of people eager to take up that challenge. What makes acting so fulfilling in such a unique way that countless people would choose to dedicate their entire lives to mastering the craft, even during eras where the craft was disrespected and poorly paid? You know, like right now. The reasons are, of course, as varied as the actors themselves. But in both my personal experience and my research, the most common answer you'll find typically boils down to something in the vein of, because it gives me a chance to be someone else. The pure, unadulterated, childlike joy of playing pretend. Not to escape the world, but to escape ourselves and our own limited perspectives. As acting teacher Robert Benedetti recounts,
actors often speak of the release that playing a role gives them from what Alec Guinness called my dreary old life. Acting gives them permission to have experiences they would never have in real life.
They play a role for a reason, and it's the same reason that I played Pathologic. What's happening when someone dons a theatrical mask? What does it actually mean to commit to a role? To use Stanislavski's definition, it's to act truthfully under the given circumstances. Nowhere in there is included, forget who you are, because people don't naturally get lost in characters, but rather we analyze and craft them before making choices that feel honest to them. We take on a role while still being acutely aware that we as people are not the role we are acting as. We are still ourselves, and even here, there is no escaping that. And yet, we're not ourselves. We're Hamlet, we're Shepard, we're Madame Revanskaya, we're Artemi Barak. And in those moments, they can feel as real as anything has ever felt. At least until the moment we put the role down and return home to ourselves. This is one of those rare instances where a contradiction is actually true. We aren't the characters we play, but also, we very much are. I'm going to pluck a term from Boal and call this metaxis, which Boal defines as belonging to two worlds at the same time. The world of reality and the world of fiction. It's suspension of disbelief taken to its logical extreme, where we're no longer asking you as a passive reader to accept that a world or characters might be dealing with imaginary things like magic and dragons, but that you are, right now, and will literally die if you do not take the correct action. So, you feel a spike of adrenaline because you've presently committed to this, and dodge roll through the Asylum Demon's Hammer. Video games and acting both are cognitive dissonance for fun. You know, on some level, that you're just holding a piece of plastic and pressing buttons. In the same way, an actor is very aware they're going to get paid to lie about who they are on stage tonight, as they accept both those dual realities as fact. And yet, when the character feels psychologically real, the mise-en-scène is all in its right place, and you as a performer have been given clear direction. When a role is so well crafted that you develop an intuitive understanding of who you are, which makes the actions you take feel like your own, even as you know they are scripted, that is immersion. To be immersed is to be so absorbed in your role that both dual realities become, for that moment, fact. Watch me act. We did it! We cracked the code! Or at least my specific read on what immersion is. Please feel free to leave 12 paragraphs debunking me in the comments below, though, because this is only really the start. After all, getting immersed in a role can famously be really fucking hard. It can require a lifetime of training to reach a stage where you can do it on command. This poses a notable problem for video games, where you have about 2 minutes to train someone before they give up on the tutorial and tweet about how the intro takes fucking forever. If we take it for granted that an actor immersing herself into the perspective of a character can, itself, inspire pleasure and catharsis even in roles which are difficult and challenging, then this begs an obvious follow-up question with regards to video games. How can we bottle this? How do we take that sauce and make use of it in this dish? How can we get a non-actor immersed into a role? This question brought both me and Boal to the exact same conclusion. Stanislavski's system. See, the thing is that whereas method acting is about losing yourself in the character completely, about using immersion to create the character, Stanislavski's system is actually almost the opposite. Far more fixated on analysis, actions, and circumstance informed by you. It's about creating the character in order not to get lost in them, but to put them on like a mask. Again, remember, this is the dude who said getting truly lost in a character was pathological, a sign that something serious was wrong with you. He doesn't want you to get lost, because doing so would mean that you are no longer making rational creative decisions. Instead, he wants you to build the character, piece by piece, from the ground up, and then step into them in that order. It all starts with Stanislavski's famous magic if. The what if question, which is meant to serve as a foundation to get you making choices as if you were the character. You simply ask, what if I was this person? And closely analyze how you'd respond in such a circumstance, before playing out your answer, informed by that analysis. What if I was a brilliant city doctor with a deep resentment of death, trapped in a town filled with plague and a love for self-destruction? How would I, personally, act in those circumstances? How would those circumstances affect me? Would probably be pretty fucking stressed. Would probably be prone to losing my shit and screaming a lot. Would probably learn to hate and distrust everyone by the end. Cough. Cough. This system is why. Yes, but what's my motivation? It's such a cliche phrase to hear from actors. They're looking for that magic if. It's all about breaking down motivation into parts, and then action. The core of Stanislavski's system is to take units of action, i.e., haggle with the storekeep for smoked meat, eat smoked meat, walk across town whilst not getting stabbed, etc., so that you might fulfill the larger objectives, i.e., don't bleed out or starve to death in front of Daniel, in order to progress towards an even greater super objective, i.e., save the town and the Udurg, all to create a clear through line of action. This is also where through line as a narrative concept comes from, by the way. This, notably, could describe the basic format of experiences as mechanically disparate as Zero Escape, Doom, Metal Gear Solid, Frostpunk, Morrowind, and Putt Putt Goes to the Moon.
Hang on!
Thing is, narrative games are uniquely situated to utilize Stanislavski's ideas. Or, perhaps more accurately, Stanislavski's ideas pair exceptionally well with the norms of narrative game design which have emerged in the past couple decades, while also bearing a striking similarity to his system. This is most certainly unintentional on the part of game developers, but in the same way actors can use Stanislavski's method without realizing it, I don't think it's any mistake that this happened either, for one very simple reason. Because they both strive to immerse you into a role. And this is a very reliable way to do it. Gaming has a lot of distinct strengths as a narrative medium, but perhaps its most pervasive is that it is the only form which consistently collapses the audience and performer down to a single person. To state this bluntly, I think that immersion in a role for a player and immersion in a role for an actor are just the same emotions. Immersion in a role. Through this lens, so many games with indescribable appeals suddenly make a lot more sense. Pathologic, Darkwood, Lobotomy Core, Low Chaos Dishonored, Arma, Fear and Hunger, all these experiences which are so very often not fun in the way we'd usually demand of games, yet still have people who would defend them to their dying breath. Because acting in a role, even a role which is challenging, taxing, and uncomfortable, is fun, and often rewarding. And narrative games like these are just the audience acting in front of a mirror, with set dressing assembled by the developers. Narrative-driven video games owe just as much to the lineage of the Globe Theatre as they do to the lineage of chess. This, if nothing else, describes how I approach games, and why narrative games that make me take on emotionally challenging roles specifically have become a lifelong obsession. I know I haven't stated this outright yet, but much of the narration in this very video is me trying to put active words to the vague thoughts and feelings I have while playing Pathologic. This entire project, and all the ones before it, have been me doing exactly this. And in the act of writing it, I have been struck multiple times by the simple thought of, what the fuck am I doing? Why am I having these responses? Why did I have this response? Why am I taking these actions? This game is easy. So why is it still pulling such strong feelings out of me? And no matter how absurd or intense things might get, it always comes back to the same answer. Because that's what my imagination and intuition tell me is right, given the action and circumstances that the game has provided, given the mechanics and their narrative framing. Maybe your Artemy killed the kid, but my own imagination and intuition tells me Artemy wouldn't do it given those specific circumstances. There are other circumstances where he absolutely will kill a kid, as we've seen, but not on day one after having an exceptionally bad morning. And maybe you disagree. And good! I mean, bad, don't murder kids. But good! You should have your own take on this because that most base of impulses and intuition is how we get different interpretations of the same character, both from performers and audiences. And seeing different people's interpretation of the same source material is half the fun of art! In her 2011 paper, Being in the Story, Readerly Pleasure, Acting Theory, and Performing a Role, Dr. Teresa Tannenbaum argues that players engage with narrative games using what she calls bounded agency, which is exactly what it sounds like. You have agency. You have the freedom to make any choice you want, within our parameters. As we've discussed before, with any game, there inevitably comes a point where you run into the wall of, oh, I wish I could do this. But I would like to recast this, not as a failing of the medium, but its beating heart. The fact that you can't do whatever you want in a game is what makes it a game. For as long as humanity has had games, those games have had rules, and rules dictate our behavior under a given circumstance. These options seem awfully fascist or communist. What if I don't want to say them?
Say one of these fascist or communist things, or fuck off.
Is this a failure of game design? Or did it make you laugh really hard before committing to making Harry into a communist, fascist, or centrist? Disco Elysium remains illustrative as ever. As has ever been the case, mediums are just as much defined by what they aren't as what they are. Limitations are not what restrict games as a medium, they are what define it. You can hit level 99 with Cloud Strife by the end of Disc 1, but the narrative limitations of the game means that it will still end in tragedy all the same, because that is the story of Cloud Strife. That doesn't mean Final Fantasy VII failed as a game. In fact, it's actually why it succeeds. As Robert Benedetti puts it in The Actor at Work,
your experience of your character's significant choices is the mechanism by which the magic if produces transformation. When you have entered into your character's circumstances as if they were your own, felt their needs as if they were your own, and made the choices they make given those needs and those circumstances, then action follows naturally, and with it, transformation.
If acting is about creating a sense of life for others to observe, then games like this are about experiencing that sense of life firsthand. When you feel fear in a horror game, that is real fear. When you feel frustration in a platformer, that is real frustration. When you feel a deep sense of loss at losing a party member in an RPG, that is a real loss. When you feel friction, you feel the discomfort that comes with it. Games are not a medium of empathy. Games are the medium of first-hand experience. You don't watch something happen to someone else and relate. It just happens to you. Your character doesn't die, you die, because games are a present tense medium. This is how a role you step into can, ultimately, step into you as well. Every player is a Spect-actor, someone who is watching, often for the first time, as they simultaneously perform and write the role. And if a narrative game wants to live up to its potential, then using magic ifs to pull you into your role is a wildly powerful tool, as Pathologic proves. I don't think it's possible for an active, engaged player to look at the story we've just gone through and not, for a moment, question who they want Artemy to be, and in the process, decide what kind of role they want to play. Does your Artemy empathize with Daniel and share his lingering sense that the two of you are bonded by destiny in some way? Or do you think this twink is a freak? It doesn't matter to Daniel. He responds the same either way. But is your Artemy someone who's working towards peace, keeping to himself, or kind of a sassy bitch? Your answer to that question doesn't matter, but the way it gets you to commit in some small way to what that answer represents does matter a great deal, because it's demanding you engage in interpretation and thought. You don't have unlimited freedom, but you do have the freedom to be either Artemy, the heartbroken son, or the child-murdering Ripper. Which you choose doesn't matter. Both, and neither, are canon. The only Artemy who's truly canon is the one that you build in your head, after you commit to his role. This is because, say it with me, any choice is right, so long as it's willed. I think it's easy to dismiss the polyhedron as this frivolous thing, this petulant distraction, this show of utopian excess and hubris, rendered from impossible geometries and magical construction in the name of helping no one except for those who help no one. But also, Pathologic itself is all of those things too. Art is often inherently all of these things, video games especially, the most decadent art form. Perhaps one of the biggest yet most subtle twists here is that even something with as much harsh friction as Pathologic is still ultimately utopian in its construction, still presenting us with these flattened earths where you have agency. Change is simple, and things will likely turn themselves around into some sort of justice if you simply add enough personal action to the mix. There will be a lot of horrendous things, but you still have the power to set them right. Even for something as cruel and estranging and absurd and psychologically real as Pathologic, it remains a game striving to make you feel like your suffering might actually be building to some grander point. This, too, is escapism. In my eyes, the polyhedron represents every miracle built out of fantasy and imagination. Everything that has ever allowed humanity to live on after death, while hoping they, as an individual, help to build a better world. The abattoir is the cold stone base of materialist reality, the foundation of unignorable, blood-soaked truth lying at the bottom of everything: earth, meat, blood, bone, life, and death. The town is literally everything we build between them. It is us, right now. They are quite useful symbols, and we have to destroy one. To choose either is to choose what piece of our humanity to cut ourselves off from. Do you think we should give it up? Do you want to give up imagining other worlds? My point here isn't to imply that Artemy's ending is a uniquely horrible fate because it destroys the polyhedron. I definitely take this ending over Daniel's. Yet there's still something wrong here, isn't there? Something incomplete that Not in the Muscle has yet to be worked out, even now. A quiet, slow-building horror when you realize the full scope of what this truly means. It's good that the town is safe. But what now? We fended off this future. Now what do we do when the next future arrives? Abandoning the polyhedron might not be giving up on human life and history in the way that giving up on the town most certainly is. But we are still giving up something priceless and irreplaceable. This is what makes Pathologic both so special and so emotionally immersive to me. The fact that it puts you into the complementary yet opposing roles of the Bachelor and the Haruspex means that it's hard to walk away not just feeling sympathy, but legitimate compassion for both. And by using this compassion across multiple different perspectives, Pathologic is uniquely situated to make use of the hermeneutic circle, and within that, force us to confront the multitudes we ourselves contain. It demands we live the same story in two opposite directions, considering both perspectives of the diametrically opposed characters, and in the process, acknowledge our own complicated, conflicting feelings about life, which lie just beneath the surface, all with an intimacy nothing else can quite touch. We are all Daniel, and we are all Artemy. To abandon the polyhedron is to abandon the possibility for a better future. This, in my own personal reading of the story, is the true Udurg. Isidore was telling us that we needed both the tower and the town. They are fundamentally incomplete without each other. They are parts which make up the whole. To remove either is comparable to removing a limb. It's not a path forward, it's a means of torture. Our goal, then, should be reconciliation. Utopian fantasizing and materialist realism marching hand in hand. Not too much of one, nor too much of the other. It falls to us, not just to imagine a better world, but to build it. And not to build it for what we wish people were, but as the filthy, lovely creatures of the earth we are. So, the question remains, what should we do? How can we reconcile these diametrically opposed utopian fantasies and materialist realities? How do we come to terms with both our natural impulse to hope and dream of a better world, with our blunt force need to acknowledge the reality of dirt and blood we actually live in? If you know, please, for the love of God, leave the answer in the comments below. I'm fucking drowning over here. To be less glib, there's a lot of people with good ideas on exactly that out there. Entire fields of philosophy, political theory, and economics, in fact, and I would encourage you to listen to them. However, if you're asking me, then I feel obliged to quote the words written by a doctor who died over 100 years ago, after the end of serfdom, but just prior to the revolutions. In his final months before dying, to the disease he'd fought his whole life.
The human race progresses, continually perfecting its own powers. Everything that is out of reach to us now will one day be near and clear. We must work and help with all our strength those who seek the truth. There it is. Happiness. There it comes. Nearer and nearer. I can almost hear its footsteps. And if we never see it, if we do not know it when it comes, what does it matter? Others will.
What should we do? At a minimum, we should do fucking something, even if it won't benefit us. We spend so much time worrying about doomed futures that we forget to imagine better ones. And I get it. Me too. It can be hard to do anything else in times like these. But I think it's safe to say that we need more than that. And we can't allow that to be taken from us. That's why we, as a species, play in the first place, after all. To learn about the world as it is, and to help us imagine how it might be. It's a powerful tool. We can use it. I believe in us. If I may pull one final quote which sums up everything I'm trying to say here more neatly than I ever could, we are what we pretend to be. So we must be careful about what we pretend to be. As for what things are worth pretending to be, well, who's to say? If only there was a third route with a deeply meta commentary about how to reconcile these things, starring a deeply weird girl and another identical deeply weird girl, as theatrically recounted by a third deeply weird girl. Oh well, maybe someday. When I hit 100,000 subscribers. This isn't a joke, you get Claire when I get my silver play button. Don't forget to hit subscribe! Anyways, you ever like a game so much you accidentally trip and fall into becoming a dramaturge? I'm almost free though. Only one more giant fuck-off video, or mayhap 12 smaller short ones, I don't know, figure that out as I'm writing, then I can finally become the Final Fantasy XIV channel I was always destined to be. And, one last time because the forces of capital demand it, all of this work only remains possible because of the kind support of people like you over on Patreon. We also have a Ko-fi and YouTube memberships as well. I not only pour a lot of time, passion, and energy into these projects, but a lot of my own money as well. Animatics and research materials aren't free, so every bit helps immensely in allowing me to keep making absurd shit like this. Perhaps most importantly though, I really love doing this, and would prefer not to stop. In the broad scope of YouTube, I am still a relatively small fish at the moment, so your support helps immensely. And if that's not in the cards for you, which we completely understand, then we also accept support in the form of engagement for the engagement god. Which is to say, like, comment, get into fights in the comments, share, use this video to brainwash someone Clockwork Orange style, fan art, rewatch the video, follow over on Twitch, be annoying about me in your favorite Discord, whatever! It truly makes all the difference. And we have a Twitch too. Be sure to check out the Twitch. Can't believe I forgot the Twitch. So thank you for watching. And be sure to join us next time when we— God damn it! We're in the middle of a show! This is real fucking rude, Olga! I had the theater rented out all fucking day today, and Rat Prophet lives downstairs anyways. You know all of this! Why the hell are you even here?
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
It's fine! It's fine! Just— we'll talk later. I promise I'm not mad. Just— long performance. Exhausted. Go.
Okay, if you're sure. Sorry again, Ruby. Promise I'll make it up to you later.
Don't worry about it. Tell RP I said hi. Remind him he still owes me his portion of the rent.
Goodbye.
God damn it. I'm not mad. Kinda tired, but god damn it, I'm not mad. Seems unscathed, thank God. Put it right back here for now. Just a beautiful work. Absolutely gorgeous craftsmanship. Frank really knows his stuff. Okay, try not to get killed by fascism and I'll do likewise. Stay safe. Bye! Curtain! Hey y'all, thanks for watching. Hope it was worth the incredible wait. No, it's been a minute, but like I said, quality takes time and I'm proud. This shit fucks. I think it's great. Hope you do too. Alright, settle in because I have a big list of special thanks to throw out there because a lot of people helped make this video possible. First off, huge thanks to our main cast members, Ajax, Sky, Clark, and Haley, aka Solmatal, the absolute voice acting backbones of this project. This wouldn't have ended up as good as it did without each of you, and I cannot thank you all enough for the help, the dedication, and the patience, especially when I was asking for round 5 of retakes. Sorry. Other creators: K-Bash, Lord Ravenscraft, Pim's Crypt, Demily Pyro, Nezumi VA, Eurothug, Foxcade, Time Capsule, Game Library, Aeronok, Playhead North, Skyhoppers, Tidweedu, Bad Lad, Dark Fry, Mothcub, Noah Codwell Gervais, Rasputin, and Super Eye Patch Wolf. Probably a few names in there that you're already familiar with. Make sure to round out that list because they're all incredible talents well deserving of your time. Thank you so much, each of you, for volunteering for my community theater shenanigans. And I gotta say thank you again to both Zuzup and Danny Deer for their incredible work on the animatics. Just absolutely staggering work. They each have a whole menagerie of other work too. Be sure to check them out too. Shout out to Shark Rocket for the fucking incredible thumbnail which pierces my soul. An incredible talent. And an additional shout out to Andromeda Santos for coming in clutch with a handful of last minute art, emotes, as well as my sick ass stream art. Go give her Insta some love, it's well earned. And of course, Clark, for literally everything else. This creative community continues to be one of the best things I've ever been a part of, and I can't begin to express how much it's meant to me. Thank you all so much. This has been a true collaborative work on many, many levels. Thank you for allowing me to make it. Speaking of, and last, but certainly not least, I need to deeply thank everyone who helped make this possible with their steadfast and consistent support. The kind people like you over on Patreon. Incredible people such as Black Mage App, Solmatal, Cami Dawn, Alice Alicia, Joel Bailey, Archaeoptery Gide, Reva, Derry, Oops Alcini, Funny Hats Incorporated, Whack-A-Moles, Rocket Owl, Adrian Narium, Crimson, Matthew Cassidy, Gunbuster, Brody Bones, Leon DeBoa, Michael Lawson, Crushable Door, Liliana, Shiva, Some Moose, Moth, Ender, Dartilius Rayard, Lilith Luna Lovecraft, Phoenix, Sad Fox, Chloe Salzenberg, Svitheat, Eric Panonian, Anna Nicholas, Jordan Pilch, Matthew Boardman, Teeny Dragator, Lease950, Prophecy Fulfilled, Sweater Monster, Cetus, A Divine Dragoness, 7,000 Rats, Gil the Gilded Dragon, Marigold Hyasynth, Corporal High, Let Me Slap, and Julie Rainfield, as well as everyone else currently supporting me over on Patreon. Dear God, that's a lot of names. Thank you all so much. The only reason I could spend so much time is because you all believed it would be worth it, and I really hope I've delivered on that. As I said before, I literally could not have done this without you. For that reason, while I am deeply grateful to everyone, I want to take a moment to specifically thank those of you who maintained your pledges all the way throughout. Y'all were the backbone that allowed this thing to take all the time it needed to become as good as it could be, and I can never express my gratitude enough. You've helped give me a chance to work on a creative project on the scale of something I'd always hoped, but never thought I'd get the means to do. So thank you. Sincerely. Truly. And I can't wait to somehow top myself again in the future, and hopefully make this all worth it again. Doing my best out here. Is it weird to say that I'm excited to make more stuff right away after this? Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. But having spent so much time in the mega video mines, I'm kind of excited to drop the training weights and make something shorter, something less rigid, you know? Someone out there's gotta be loving indie games and getting mad about other people's amazing digital circus opinions, so might as well be me. Fingers crossed I'll be less scarce in the foreseeable future. If you're ever missing me though, don't forget I'm probably still doing my thing over on Twitch. And I think that at last covers everything. Jesus God. No one should have made a video like this. I can't wait to do it again. Yes, I can. Give me time. Fuck. I'm excited. I'm excited for Changeling. It'll be great. It'll be great. It'll be great. Anyways. Thank you again for watching. And I look forward to seeing you again real soon. Now fuck off. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. Love you. Okay, bye.